also honor thy name in all we think, do, and say. Almighty God, we pray thee, bless our land and all its people. This all we pray in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Affirmation. I solemnly affirm that I will be faithful to the Republic of Namibia and its people, and I solemnly promise to uphold and defend the Constitution and laws of the Republic of Namibia to the best of my ability. Any messages from the head of state? Any petitions? Reports of standing or select committees? Other reports and papers? Notices of questions? Yes, Honorable. Yes, please. Yes, you may take the floor.
Honorable Speaker, I stand here today with an urgent oral question. I would like to pose an urgent oral question to the Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism.
Yes, can you please give me the gist of the question?
Is human-wildlife conflict experienced by farmers in Kunene North currently as we're speaking? Elephants destroying crops.
Okay.
There is a challenge that has emerged whereby elephants are now destroying the newly planted fields in the Kunene North region, posing a serious threat to the food security and community resilience. I would therefore like to ask the Honorable Minister the following questions. What is the Ministry's quick response to this incident in Kunene region? Kunene has been faced by a drought all these years. Currently this year, we were blessed by heavy rains in the region, and farmers have done their best to fight hunger in the region. But currently, as we are speaking, elephants are destroying everything that the people work hard for. What is the intervention of the ministry? And Honorable Minister, this is not the first time these things are happening in the region. What is the long-term planning to help the farmers to sustain themselves? Otherwise, the government will continue feeding these farmers over and over because the crops are being destroyed. I therefore ask the immediate assistance of the farmers in the region as we are speaking now, for the ministry to be on the ground and to assist the farmers, even with chasing elephants away from the gardens. I don't know how. Maybe the minister will be in good knowing on how to do that. That's actually the urgent notice I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, would you like to respond?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson of this House, August House. Good morning, all honorables. Your question is it's a concern to all of us. And as a ministry, we have relevant staff in all in all key areas where our parks are. But I'm just not sure if the cases were reported, because at times they are not aware. But the moment it's reported, we have different people, and they have a mechanism also. Of course, these are wild animals, you do not really, but we do try to intervene if we are informed. I'm just not sure if they were informed, but if they were, there is, and even when it comes now to compensation to help farmers, if your case is reported, there are certain procedures to be followed, because it has to be evaluated for you to be compensated accordingly. With those, I'm just urging everyone, especially those people in the areas that are more targeted by wildlife, that are always encountering wildlife-human conflict, at least to be also aware and to acquaint themselves with the officials of the Ministry of Environment, Environment, Forestry and Tourism, staff and numbers, so that at least should anything or any animal is noticed or observed in your area, you report it as soon as possible, so that it's not many people that are affected. I think these are things that we also can't plan, but we have mechanism as far as we can. But yeah, I think you remember that I also indicated when it comes to the fencing. Yeah, we are trying to fence. We started, we are fencing, but it's not an easy thing as possible. Even in the area which is electrified, animals still find a way to go through. What happens, and I indicated it last time during the defense of my budget, that very often you find that elephants come, where is it electrified? The first one, of course, will not manage to break the fence. But the moment it touches, the electrical currency is disconnected. And at times it's not known that at this area the electricity is disconnected, and whatever animal, any other elephant coming to attempt, they will definitely succeed. But let me assure you that yes, it's something that we have. It's not something that we are taking for granted. We have it at our heart, and we try by all means to attend to this. With those, I thank you.
Thank you. Okay, agree to? Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Notices of motion? Oh, Honorable Ampanda?
Speaker, I know you were battling with this matter. Can we agree that ministers are going to start really responding to questions after recess or after this induction? Because we are becoming like a joke. We stand up every week asking questions, there are no answers. So maybe after this exercise, so that we can get those answers.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Ampanda. Indeed, usually we dedicate Thursday to answering questions. But when we have a budget bill on the table, we usually prioritize the budget ahead of every other item on the agenda. That's the only reason why on Thursday there were no answers provided by ministers. But since we'll be finishing with the budget today, when we resume, ministers will be answering questions every Thursday. And I also want to emphasize that when a question is posed in Parliament, it does not mean that the ministry would not share information that was sought through the question outside until they have had the opportunity to answer. So I think even on this case that was queried by the Honorable Sheundo, the minister and the MP and the governor should still follow up on this issue and make sure that the concerns are addressed. And when there are questions that raise queries about critical issues, ministers can issue press statements or they can go to the information center. So, yeah, I just want to emphasize that point. But when we come back every Thursday, ministers are required to be here and answer questions. Okay. Then notices of motions. Yes, Honorable Herunga.
Honorable Speaker, I move without notice that the proceedings on votes 3, 11, 37, 38, 39, and 40 of the appropriation bill being in terms of Rule 159A of the Standing Rules and Orders not interrupted if still under consideration at 12:30. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Can the Honorable Member table the motion? Ministerial statements. Reports from the Committee of the Whole Assembly and consequential proceedings. Now we go to the orders of the day. The Secretary will read the order of the day.
Resumption of committee stage, appropriation bill.
Does the Minister of Finance move that the Assembly now goes into committee?
Speaker, I so move.
It is moved that I leave the chair. Any objections? Who seconds? Agreed to. I now call on the chairperson of the whole House Committee to take the chair.
The Committee of the Whole House is called to order. The committee has to consider the Appropriation Bill, Bill 6 of 2005. When progress was reported yesterday, the 8th of May, votes 37, 38, 39, and 40 had been duly introduced, and votes 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21, 23, 24, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31, 35, and 36 has been agreed to. Therefore, honorable members, during the discussion of vote 3 in the National Assembly, vote 3 of the National Assembly and vote 11 of National Council on the 29th of April 2025, these votes were referred to the Parliamentary Committee on Budget and Finance for further consultation with the Minister of Finance, and had to report back to the National Assembly before they can be adopted. I therefore, in view of that, provide the floor for the consideration of vote 3 to the Chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on Budget and Finance, Honorable Hilaria Mukapuli, to report back before the votes can be considered. Honorable Mukapuli.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I'm reporting back the progress from the committee. On the 29th of April 2025, the National Assembly referred vote 3, National Assembly, and vote 11, National Council, to the Committee on Budget and Finance for further consultation with the Minister of Finance and report back to the National Assembly. The committee now report progress on the consultation to the August House in terms of Rule 64, stipulated in the rules establishing functioning and procedures of committee. The committee met with Honorable Erika Shafuta, Minister of Finance, on Tuesday, the 6th of May 2025, in the Honorable Ignatius Sikwameni room, the Old Ping room. The meeting was attended by the following members of the committee: myself, Ilaria Mukapuli, Honorable Mario Shea, Honorable Austin Samukwa, Honorable Eliphas Tingara, Honorable Vener Ita, Honorable Michael Mwashindange, Honorable Esther Aikola Sakaria, Honorable Nelson Kalangula, and Honorable Diederik Fries. The committee conveyed to the Minister the reason behind the referral of Vote 3, National Assembly, and Vote 11, National Council. The main reason, which was that the allocation to Vote 3 and Vote 11 were inadequate to enable the National Assembly and the National Council to effectively discharge its constitutional mandate of lawmaking, representation, and oversight. This inadequate allocation include parliamentary committee allocation to perform their oversight function, office space, lack of limited office spaces, state of the parliamentary building, staff shortage, tool of trade, and the general condition of service for members of parliament and staff of parliament. The Minister expressed a full appreciation and understanding of the concerns brought forward by the House via the Committee on Budget and Finance, and informed the committee that the office was open and ready to hear the concerns. The Minister then advised the committee to undertake a comprehensive review of Vote 3 and referred back to the Ministry of Finance on possible readjustment of Vote 3, reflecting to the appropriate allocation which will enable the National Assembly to effectively discharge its mandate. Let me go to conclusion due to the time. In view of the commitment from the Honourable Minister of Finance to re-look at Vote 3, National Assembly, and also the need to timely bring the committee stage of the appropriation bill before this August to its successful completion. The committee thus agreed that Vote 3 and Vote 11 be adopted as is. The review is expected to result into the identification of possible areas of adjustment in the budget and outline the scope of potential budgetary reallocation in the midterm budget. In the meantime, the Budget and Finance Committee and the management of the National Assembly and the National Council Secretariat will continue to review Vote 3 and 11 and will provide afterwards a comprehensive report to the House in due course, meaning that this is just a progress report. The comprehensive report is still coming. The committee recommends that Vote 3 of National Assembly and Vote 11 of National Council be adopted as is, subject to the conclusion above. And I thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the.
Thank you. Any objection? Okay.
I see mine is red.
No, let me hear the objection, because then I have to divide the house. Yeah, maybe any discussion.
Yes.
Yeah, not object. Yeah. Okay, Honorable Lampanda.
Yeah. Once you delegate a function, you can delegate, but you retain accountability. There are two things that are coming from the report. Speaker, what do we...
No, you address me. It's just like also other members. Yes, I'm giving you attention.
No, she is the one who's the way we speak about ministers when they are the one that are responsible for the particular vote. So we need her attention. Basically, there are two things that are coming from, and it's good that it's documented. We raised concern. They went to meet with the minister. then the minister and the committee, according to their own report, they agreed that they must go and do a comprehensive review. Okay, that's what the report is saying. The committee is saying that they are busy with that comprehensive review. While busy with that comprehensive review, they are saying the vote must go as is. What is going on? How does it work? So the basis of their concerns, in order to address the concern, go and conduct a review. You are still reporting to us that you are busy with the review. At the same time, you are saying, let's proceed as is. So it's basically very clear here that the task has not been completed that we gave. It seems that they just had a meeting and they are not saying, this is what we are talking about in the interim. This is what we are, short term, what are the short-term intervention of the committee? Short term is this and this and this. Very clear, you are building cubicles for 5 million for security guards. Committee doesn't have funds. Are you going to continue with those cubicles? Yes or no? If that 5 million going to go back to committees, yes or no? In the interim. In the long term, when you are talking about mid-term review, we are not hearing anything substantive that addresses any of these concerns. You are just told of imaginary reviews that they are doing that we don't even know substantively. So we are sitting with a bigger problem now. Yeah? So either the committee is in a difficult situation, maybe just support, or there is something that is not absolutely very clear here. So I think playing open cards is also good. What is going on, the chairperson of the committee? Because we can't be taking two messages. It is either you are busy, you are not done, or you are done. If you are not done, you can't be recommending that it must go as is. I mean, it's... Unless there's a directive that you must just support.
Thank you, Honorable Venani.
Honorable Chair of the Whole House Committee, I realize that the committee that we sent to go and negotiate on in our state could not overpower the minister. The minister has overpowered our committee. In the argument saying that let's retain what we have and approve, we would review your situation in the mid-term budget. A mid-term budget is a financial process that is not mandatory. The minister may have a mid-term budget or she may not have a mid-term budget. Now, in all honesty, I've received a briefing from the Prime Minister and also the acting President of the country this morning about these matters. And there is an element that might not be necessary to put in the budget that has to deal with conditions of service of MPs and so forth. That's a matter of another day. It's not in the purview of this House. But on the two questions, to me, that are very central, Madam Minister, is on committees, functionality. It is on sheer office space for members of Parliament. You are seated with a budget, an emergency budget at the office of the Right Honourable Prime Minister that we spend on drought relief and what have you. We have received good rains. You are seated with, you are having a contingency of an emergency budget. I would have thought for us to find each other middle way, why don't you take a bit of money, 20 million, 25, whatever is needed, and bring it over to the budget of the National Assembly so that we deal with the emergency matters. Mid-term budget is coming when? October? September. Committees must function from tomorrow going forward. So I am of the view that yes, we could agree to say let's pass this thing for as long as you are bringing a bit of resources to this vote. So take a bit of money from the emergency budget, give it to Parliament, provide us with offices, provide us with the tools of trade to be able to function as committees, and then you can do your overhaul review in September. At least you have provided us resources. But the mere fact that the Cabinet doesn't want to move an inch, you just want us to support on the basis that you are going to review, I don't think it's also fair. We hear that on the substantive matters, that has nothing to do with the purview of this House, the cell phone allowance that you are giving super away for a month of $76, the embarrassment that you are putting members of parliament. Kalola used to think I was a salary collector here. Now you are realizing how I was mistreated all these years here. But be that as it may, I'm saying all of us must move an inch. Let the executive move a small inch, we can move an inch. Then we support the vote. But the mere fact that Shafuta wants to sit with her purse, do nothing, and just promise us good talks. We know beautiful ladies with good talks. They never deliver. Thank you very much.
No. Honorable member, please, with sincerity talk. Just withdraw, my brother. Yeah, just withdraw. Yeah.
As a gentleman that I am,
Thank you. Yeah, it was meant, but it's yeah. But thank you for okay.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the update, Chairperson of that committee. Colleagues, we are here to work. What we would want to do, all of us, is to avoid playing politics. All right? We have raised many issues. Many issues. Some of those issues need immediate solutions right now. But you are telling us you are going to do this and that in due course. What is this due course? We want a commitment. That day I have raised to the House that, for example, our colleagues, 5 of them, they are sharing one office. 5. We also spoke of the inefficiency of the institution in general that need to be addressed. Where is the commitment? Because we had agreed in principle that these are truly issues that need to be addressed. I had to take my form for medical aid, for example, to finance so that I can get my medical aid up and running. These are very serious. Forget about other benefits that the MPs from the other side of ISO were raising. We are talking about issues that need to be addressed so that this institution can properly operate so that we are able to address issues facing the people of this country. So what I would want to get here so that we can move forward is nothing else but pure commitment and time frames. I got a briefing from the Prime Minister but on what is discussed, but the other thing here also is that we are not going to entertain an issue of this kind to be dictated by the executive. This budget should be ours as lawmakers, especially the fact that it's for Parliament. We must own it, and the Minister of Finance cannot dictate. She must really be in the same tune with us.
Thank you. Point of order.
Maybe not, I withdraw.
Yeah, or you withdraw.
I withdraw the
okay.
dictating.
Thank you.
You need to hear us out and perhaps meet us halfway.
Speaker.
Yes.
Meet us halfway. But also a clear direction as to what is going to happen, especially some of those things that are making our work difficult as lawmakers. I so submit.
Thank you.
Time frame, quite important.
Okay, Honorable Kato and Honorable Samupwa.
Okay. Honorable Chairperson of All House Committee, members of Parliament, and the leaders of various political parties, thank you for the floor and the good morning. My contribution is as follows. Let me first comment the previously MPs, those who served from 1990 up to this date. Thank you very much for your whatever you have done for Namibia. Now, this is the time to rectify all those mistakes which has been transpired from that time. These mistakes is not going to be carried on again. It's for this 8th Parliament to rectify it. So my contribution is that we cannot allow such thing to go on. The committee, if it was not, it has not done its work, it was a matter for an agency, so that they can resolve this matter. And when this matter, we are going to, let me say, to accept, it should be on the agreement in paper, so that tomorrow we must not face again the same problems which has been happened. So for me, we don't have to support it until the committee should reach, let me say, reach the conclusion which we can accept. Otherwise, the committee and the executive should come together as a matter of an agency. We cannot support this vote until we agree in principle. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson and the members of Parliament. Thank you.
Honorable Samukwa.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise to just clarify something as a member of the Budget and Finance Committee. Number one, the members of Parliament must understand that we are together. We are really together in all of this because we are all affected. Our work must move. But there is one aspect that I wanted to make clear, which is what happens in the meantime while we are seized with this task. What happens in the meantime, as discussed with the Minister for Finance, is that the current budget that we are going to approve now, there is going to be a process of environmentation so that the work of the Assembly should not stop because of the current budget. I think that is what we have agreed on, and that is the information. So there is no work of the Assembly that will be affected in the meantime because we are going to use the funds that we currently have to make sure that the work goes ahead until such a time a review has been settled. I think that's the part.
Honorable Venani, you had the floor, my brother. My honorable. Please. Yes.
Chairperson, I think that part is the one that I needed to clarify, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ifete.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I equally share the same feeling from the members in terms of being affected because of the lack of the resources that is not sufficient to our vote. National Assembly, it's our vote, it's all of us vote. I'm therefore propose that we break, then we consult one another, more especially with the chief whips and the leaders of various political parties, and we reach a consensus and we come back.
Okay. Any? Yes, Honorable Muton. Just. Okay.
Just a quick question. So we spend a lot of time asking questions about this vote. Will those questions still be answered? Because at that stage, Honorable Katamela was the one listening to the questions, and now the Honorable Speaker is the one sitting there. So I just want to know if those questions will be answered. And then, Honorable Katamela, when you spoke the last time, when you were sitting on that side explaining things, you made a mention that we know how corruption is happening, and there are places where things happen, and you mentioned something about there's a situation with the procurement where they do some of the corruption. But now we have a situation where we can clearly see that 5 million Namibian dollars for 2 guardhouses, it doesn't make sense. So the point that I'm trying to make is we can clearly see that maybe the corruption is already happening. So I just want these things to be addressed, because if we have the issue of funds, as Honourable Job said, that can be reallocated to solve some of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a proposal. There is a proposal for a break. Is it second? Is any secondment? Okay. Yes. The break is for how long? No. Please. There is a proposal from Honourable Ithete, and I give Honourable Mutoni because the light was already on, so that's why I'm coming in with something new to address. But his light was already on, so now I'm bringing back the House to the proposal made by Honourable Ithete, and it's now seconded, but the time is not given. Is it 5, 10? How many? 20. Okay. So the House is Chief Whips or leaders. Okay. Now the decision was Chief Whips and leaders, so that we know who should be. Yeah. Okay. So the House will break now. It's 10 o'clock now, ne? Yeah, up to 10:20. Then we reconvene. Thank you.
We're at Nankuse Lodge and Wildlife Sanctuary. The place is absolutely beautiful. As you know, on Knowing Namibia, we are very keen on taking part in a variety of activities. This morning, we are going on a carnivore feeding tour. Heading towards our carnivore feeding tour, we passed by an adult baboon enclosure, and the crew couldn't help but stop. So they have personalities, they have names, and they're smart. Let's take a look at baboons. Checkma baboons are found throughout Namibia, but you can easily spot them around Windhoek as well as the south of the country. These creatures are one of the largest and heaviest of the baboon species. Although they are said to be incredibly strong and very aggressive, they are actually quite clever with great personalities. The Wildlife Sanctuary is situated on a 3,200-hectare reserve near Windhoek and provides a safe haven for various African wildlife. Many of the animals here have been orphaned, hand-raised from a very young age, or have become too used to captivity and cannot safely be released. We continued with our drive, admiring the scenery and a number of wild animals along the way. Then we saw what looked like an abnormally big domestic cat. Our guide Solomon informed us that it was a caracal. The word caracal means black ears in Turkish. The caracal is the largest of the African small cats and has a very robust build. Caracals are solitary animals and social interactions are limited. These cats are mostly nocturnal but have been spotted during daylight in protected areas. Do you know what the most exciting part about this ride is? The carnivore feeding. I've actually never seen lions being fed before. I know Namibia has a lot of carnivore feeding tours, but for some reason, I've never really gotten around to it. But knowing Namibia, it's gonna take me there today. have never, ever been so close to a lion before. It's almost the happiest moment of my life. He's getting aggressive because he can see the meat. Perfect catch. After putting up a show and having received their chunks of meat, the lions disappeared into the sanctuary. I spent some time talking to Solomon about these impressively scary beasts.
We are not allowed to breed with animals in captivity. That's the law of Namibia. So we do vasectomy on the male, not castrating.
Okay.
There are two things that we may know about the castrating and vasectomy. If we do castrate a male lion, he loses main hair, so falls down, and that will change even the behavior. You even see the male was more aggressive than the female.
Yeah.
That's just for him to protect his female, to show that this is my territory, this is my female, and I'm gonna protect her. That's why he's so loud.
I have never seen lions being fed before in my life. This was the first time. Just hearing that growl from within, it was extremely terrifying, and my heart is still beating. But it's definitely an experience that everybody should come and check out. After the lions, our carnivore feeding tour continued, and we soon encountered leopards and cheetahs. So Ombili is the male leopard, and I'm gonna feed him right now. A significant number of Namibians still find it hard to distinguish the difference between these two big cats. If you look really carefully, leopards have rosette-shaped spots
Thank you. The committee, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee is called to order. It's now my honor to give feedback, and I think in the absence of any guidelines who should give feedback, maybe I should give the mover. Who, I don't know, in terms of the rules, I was the one giving feedback there. Members, can you guide me in terms of the rules? Can I just do it? Yeah, okay. We have, as agreed, we have break. The feedback of the break is in terms of vote 3. Consensus has been reached. Maybe it's just for the vote to go along, and then whatever has been discussed, there is a genuine commitment. Maybe I must put it for the record. There's a genuine commitment to work on the agreements and discussions that we have in terms of the priorities. Maybe on that line, as a commitment, giving back feedback to the House, I will then ask that the House and put vote 3 for approval so that we can go to the next vote. Okay. 3 and 11. Okay. 3 and 11. 3 and 11. Yeah.
Let us also make the minutes of that meeting available. I don't know when, but let us have minutes.
Okay, I think that agreement is fine. The discussion, at least more or less the conclusion or the decision of what we have said needs to be worked on. And I'm sure offline, that one I commit myself to provide to any of the leaders who was in that meeting. So I now therefore put vote 3 and 11 for adoption. Any discussion? Any vote? Huh? No, we have agreed. That's why we called ourselves out. We have agreed, and we have reached consensus. Now, even the feedback I'm giving, in terms, I'm the presiding officer, and there can be challenges, but it's just that the predicament in which we found that I'm giving feedback. But let's finish here. Is there any matter to? Okay. Any matter to the objection of agreement of the vote or to the discussions we had? Is there clarity been sought on the discussion we had? Chief Whip, can you assist me there? Yeah, but you have got the Chief Whip. I mean, that's why we call Chief Whip. Yeah? The question I'm putting is there any clarity on the, okay?
You are correct, Deputy Speaker, that as far as that summary and consensus that is concerned, I think what the member is now saying is that that part is agreed as far as the figures and other things are concerned. What the member is asking is maybe then you can give direction on that, because that matter is clear. What the member is asking is that, like what we have done with any other vote, there are specific issues that have been raised to which ministers have been responding to, apart from the framework we have agreed. There's no debate, there's no discussion as far as that. But there were specific questions that were raised. So, and those questions may not necessarily relate to what we have agreed on. So maybe you can just give guidance if perhaps the mover of the vote want to respond to some of those specific issues. That's the only outstanding. But the other ones is as agreed as you have summarized it.
Oh. Yeah. Are you on that one? Now it's where I indicated the predicament is the men who, but it's true, I don't know whether it's fair, the speaker was not there, and whether the staff has really had the time to bring her abreast as to the concerns of what we have taken. I've taken somehow a lot of notes in terms of Amutse, the Public Service Commission Bill, in terms of Mongo. Oh, that is why I'm saying there is that anomaly. So then I will play for the indulgence. Honorable members, since we have agreed and had the discussion, no, all the other votes we never break to discuss. That's why the minister responds. But this one, because we break, maybe for the benefit of others who are not there, but we said we are going to work on those shortcomings and use that and the minutes as the feedback, and then allow, at least just pray for your indulgence that I put this vote under those anomalies for the adoption, and going forward we learn or we take stock of what have transpired. I seek your indulgence, honorable members. Thank you. Okay, I now put vote 3. Any objection? Any, is it agreed to? I now put vote 11. Any objection? Any, is it agreed to? Thank you. Okay, now we come to, no, you must clap hands for yourself. I'm not used to breaks, so papers got mixed up. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I must not go on. Honorable members, now we are back to the discussions of the votes of today. I now put vote 37, vote 37, agriculture, agriculture and land reform. Any discussion? Yeah, no. Okay, I've got Honorable Dingara.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee. Before I go to the vote on agriculture, I want just to thank Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Comrade Thete, for proposing the break so that a solution was sought and found.
Comrade, we are on vote 37. That one we have passed, honorable members. And you were part of that meeting. Let's not forward ever. Let's not go back.
No, we must not hide the 30. 30 brought a solution. We must not hide him.
That's
He's
why.
a man.
That's
He's
why.
a man of his word. I want us to say, okay, thanks to him for that, man. Oh. Okay, on agriculture, the point that I'm raising on agriculture, I have been raising it since 2010 when I arrived in this house. And the ministry have never reacted, have never reported feedback. Is it me?
Yeah. No, you can.
Oh, it's about just one project which need to be done. And I thought it's very necessary and we need it. The Ndonga Linena, the Omuramba Ndonga Linena, every year it becomes a dam, a natural dam, full of water, bigger than the Kavango River in size. When the river raises, the water is pushed up to more than 40 kilometers, and it fills up the whole Ndonga Linena. And at the entrance where the water is coming from, there are two roads. The old one, which was a gravel road, and the new one, which is the tar road. I was saying, during that time when the water goes 40 kilometers, the people alongside Ndonga Linena, the water is close to them. And when the river goes down, the whole water comes and the whole Muramba is dry. I was proposing that we take one of the two roads, which is already constructed, and build just a gate, so that when the water goes, we open the gate. And when the water wants to go back, we close the gate so that the water remains to the people for 40 kilometers. I've been proposing this, and no one have responded to it. I'm now, now it's a new minister, and I want to get feedback, because I will ask the question next year, and that is how I used to promise.
if nothing is said, nothing is done, I will ask the question next year. So I will be asking it all the years until I will leave Parliament. Unless something, a response is just to build a gate to close the water so that the water remain. So that the next year, when the water come, they open again so that the Muramba can fill up, and they close, the water remain the whole year. As simple as that, just a gate. I don't know how much I say it. The Namibian people have been hearing it, and the people of Nogadenena are waiting. They are happy to hear that. As we speak, go there this week, you will find that Omramba is full of water now. With that, I definitely support this.
Thank you, Honorable Aspara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yeah. Honorable members, Deputy. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, honorable members and honorable minister. Yeah, I went through the presentation and the aspirations for where money is allocated. It is well meant for the service delivery of the people. I would like to start by saying that I support the vote, but while I have got serious concern on one part, I want to be focused on the land reform, specifically on the land resettlement. On the land resettlement. Yeah, resettlement means there were people who are settled on that land, and now they are being brought back. Yeah, and I also want to attract our attention in this house that the liberation struggle was about land. That's why we say they are blood waters our freedom. Our ancestors' resistance was about land. Here we are talking about our heroes like the Captain Hendrik Vetboy, Samuel Mahareros, the Nguvauvas, the Ipumbu ya Shilongo, Mandumende Fayos, Neare Yamiganas. And the genocide was also committed to grab land, to steal land, to confiscate land. And we know it very well. It's well documented from our Herero and Nama people. That is, let their soul continue to rest in peace. Those I have just mentioned. Yeah, number two, I want us to come to that policy of willing seller, willing buyer. Do we really think, or are we convinced that the supposedly willing seller will really sell what he did not buy? And why should we, the dispossessed, pay for what was stolen from us? I was thinking that the policy should only compensate for value addition on that land. Not for the land itself, not for the trees, not for the game found there, but for things like houses and fences. So this policy has dismally failed. So we need to move fast and come up with new laws that will then make sure that land resettlement or the return of land is done more faster. This one will not be easy because now we move from one bashu, from wherever you are, to another bashu, to where your other dispossessed sister or brother is. Mm-hmm. Just moving on in straight line, what is called roads. Is that what we have freed? The land is not free. Even if it means we have to take a referendum on that Bill of Rights, with the Bill of Rights that is always hindering. So let's go to the people. This thing is not working. Or otherwise, this is the 8th Parliament, and land is still possessed by those who dispossessed us. So with this, I have already said I support the vote, but I want us to really see how we will return the land back to the rightful owners. And the terminology and the word should be changed. The people we are calling farm laborers are the true farmers, the owners of that land.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Fries.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I would like to focus on page 4 of the motivation that highlights the issue of food security in Namibia. Namibia is currently struggling with a critical food security crisis with an estimated 1.26 million people, which represents over 40% of the population, projected to face acute food insecurity this year. Furthermore, approximately 100,000 people are at emergency levels where they are at risk of dying from hunger and starvation. This alarming situation is based on a 2024 assessment conducted by the World Food Programme. I therefore ask, what specific milestones have been set to assess Namibia's progress towards national food self-sufficiency, and how will this budget allocation support these milestones? And on page 20, Honourable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee on Land Reform, where the Minister outlines that funding resource constraints, market price considerations, and high number of farm offer withdrawals or declines by the government to buy this farmland, the scale and speed of land acquisition. I would therefore like to ask the Honourable Minister, given the challenges of high farm withdrawals and market pricing, what new negotiation and financing strategies will the Ministry pursue to improve land acquisition rates in the 2025-2026 financial year? I so move, Honourable Honourable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee.
Thank you, Honourable Gaubai.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Let me also congratulate the Minister of Agriculture for her appointment as a Principal Officer of Ministry of Agriculture and Land Reform. Honourable Chairperson, I have rise to contribute on the post-resettlement loan. The apartheid regime, when they were developing these farms, commercial farms, those people, especially the whites, were not given a loan, they were given a grant to develop that particular land. But for us, we are demanding over the years that post-resettlement loan be increased, but that has become just talks. We want the government to increase the post-resettlement loan from 200,000 Namibian dollars to 1 million, because this loan is meant to develop infrastructure, water, fencing, housing, transport, and so on. So currently, if not few, people are struggling to come up at, while they have got land, as resettled farmers, they don't have funding. Therefore, let that amount be increased to the amount of 1 million Namibian dollars. Drought relief program. There is a deadline set for the drought relief program and other incentives. The deadline is June this year. We have got good rains, but it doesn't mean we are now able to sustain ourselves, especially the rural communal farmers. Honourable, my request is that it be the Prime Minister's office consider extension of that date, as farmers has lost livestock. Livestock are not growing with grass. Because my question was to the Madam President, what is the intervention? Because farmers has lost livestock. The other intervention, discussion is, Honourable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. There are places which are having in Namibia free flow water for 24 hours as 7. Places like Kobare, Varamkola, Sesfontein, Fransfontein, Kauko, Tavi, and others, those places are not given enough attention. If we can give attention and funding resources to those places can feed residents of region where they are, but it's not free flow for 24 hours as 7 days. Therefore, the ministry must give attention to those places to enable those communities to provide feed supply to those communities. Other is the quarantine camps in those communal areas, northern part of the red line. Those camps are dilapidated. Please give attend to those camps so that these communal farmers can be enabled to sell their livestock on the southern part where there is lucrative market. I thank the Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Mulunga.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. For the purpose of the new minister, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Michael Mulunga, and I'm the Shadow Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Land Reform. I rise to contribute to Vote 37, Agriculture and Land Reform. In her budget statement, the minister once again stressed the importance for Namibia to become self-sufficient when it comes to food production. We welcome the support of the various schemes extended to our farmers in the poultry, small stock, dairy, and horticulture to the tune of $21 million. However, Honorable Minister, this amount is too small and will not really make an impact in the industry if we really want to become self-sufficient when it comes to food production, and that it's not just rhetorics. We at least need the Honorable Minister to prioritize especially small-scale farmers, to give them grants which will enable them to upscale their production to at least medium-scale producers. Otherwise, we will continue to import potatoes, onions from South Africa if we don't empower these small-scale producers to fill that gap. Honorable Minister, in terms of the green scheme, in your statement you noted that the green schemes have been transferred back to the ministry in a dilapidated state, requiring substantial recapitalization to return them to full production. Honorable Minister, the government-owned green schemes have in the past been described as white elephants due to the mismanagement and political interference. I'd therefore like to ask Honorable Minister, how will the ministry ensure effective use of the funds budgeted in this budget to return them to full production, and what specific portions of the 2025-2026 budget is earmarked for recapitalizing and staffing of these farms? How will the ministry monitor and evaluate the performance of each of these green schemes, especially on ensuring that we have a return on investment? Because we've been pumping in a lot of money, but we are not seeing the return on investment on these farms. Finally, Honorable Minister, on the resettlement of the previously disadvantaged members of society, we have noted that Otsodonjupa, for example, had 1,268 applications for resettlement were received, but only 5 people were resettled. We would therefore like to ask, what are some of the alternative strategies that the ministry will put in place to address the issue of resettlement, so that the thousands of landless Namibians that are waiting for resettlement are resettled. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Benani.
Thank you very much, Chair of the Whole House Committee. This is the people's vote. Madam Minister, your ministry lacks what is called an irrigation policy. Comprehensive irrigation policy is lacking in this country. Countries such as Egypt, Morocco, Algeria, to mention a few, are expanding yearly over 100,000 hectares of their desert into green schemes through irrigation, drip irrigations in particular, because they have also a challenge with water such as us. My dream for this country is to see our desert, half of our desert can be turned into a green zone and create food productivity. Your policies and programs hardly addresses peri-urban agriculture. Being as yourself studied in Europe, you know very well that the rest of Europe, anywhere you go, whether you go to Gdansk, in Poland, Berlin, everywhere you go, there is agriculture, even in urban centers. Zimbabweans are also doing it quite very well. Half of Harare, every open ground in Harare, there is production, maize production lands there. What are you doing towards promoting peri-urban agriculture? Because there are a lot of land, there's a lot of underground water, a lot of towns that have a lot of underground water, land, but there's no agricultural activities taking place. Quarantine facility. I think Honorable Amupanda will agree with me. This is the biggest injustice and the paralysis of thinking. To deny people access to markets. Farmers in Kunene, in Umsati, used to sell their goats because they have large numbers of herds of goats, small stock, selling their goats to lucrative markets such as the Durban halal market in KwaZulu-Natal, in particular. The facilities have been mismanaged. The quarantine facilities has been mismanaged. Now the northern farmers are losing on the red line because they can't bring their meat here. The goats that can come out of the red line coming to the markets are being hammered for the last 5 years. They cannot trade with the rest of the country because there are no clearing facilities and the quarantines are in a bad state. The quarantine at, what is this place? Sesfontein, Kovarep, it's down. Omutambo, I've been hearing that you are trying to refurbish, but it's not also functional at this point in time. You cannot access goats in those areas where there is large herds of goats, to a point where the Angolans are now the biggest beneficiaries of our goats, because those people can only sell their goats into Angola, and they are losing the lucrative market south of the red line, and something needs to be done about it. It's quite a matter of agency. The issue of Vungu Vungu Dairy Farm. I visited that place. 280 million was spent to put an edifice of importance there, but there is no milk. 200 million spent, there is no single drop of milk ever being produced in that farm. There was a new investor that I heard would come. They were looking for dairy cows. What is the status of the Vungu Dairy Farm? And why are we not getting investors that can be able to access, to use those facilities? And I'm sure Zambia has a lot of dairy cows. Why are we not getting the Kavango Vungu Dairy Farm on the go? Those are my few preliminary. We are only going once, eh?
Yes.
I so submit.
Honorable Ampanda, Honorable Velem, sorry.
Yeah, no,
after.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I also would like to give my contributions to this vote, agriculture. And I want first to touch on the livestock production in this country. Namibia have around 2.5 million of cattle. And majority of these cattle are found in the north of the red line. But in livestock farming itself really contributes so much to our economy, and it's something that we need to look into and zoom much on the infrastructures that we have. More so on the issue of abattoirs. I really have a serious problem with the abattoirs and the meat processing infrastructures in this country. I have checked on, and I believe the MITCO officials are together with us here, possibly up there. When we look at the communal land, we have an abattoir that is operational in Zambezi, that's in Katima Mulilo. In the Kavango East, we have a modern one in Rundu. It's operational, good one. Ohangwena, we have a local one in Enana that is operational. In Omusati, in Otapi, we have one that is not operational. Oshakati, one of the biggest abattoir, is not operational. Oshana, that is Oshana, yes. Kunene, very good initiative. We have allocated funds to renovate the abattoir in Opuo. Oshikoto, we do not have an abattoir there. And we have a large number of livestock taking place, or livestock farming taking place there. And I also checked in the commercial land in Omaheke, there is no government abattoir there. Ochozonjupa, there is no government abattoir there. There is Okahanja that is not operational. It's not operational. Hardap, there is no government abattoir there. Karas, there is no government abattoir there. Honorable Minister, we need to put an eye on the meat processing infrastructures for our country. Imagine all these regions that we are mentioning, talking about the market, the beef market that we have for the country. But we do not have abattoirs and slaughterhouses for this country. Government, where a local farmer can take his or her livestock there, get slaughtered, packaged, and being sold and get into the market. That is my contribution on that. The second one, I want to contribute on the issue of resettlement farms. I take note that we have inadequate funding this time around in purchasing of farms for resettlement. However, while we are looking forward to review the Land Resettlement Act, I really want the ministry also to consider looking at there must be a committee that oversees that those that are resettled are really doing and contributing to the agricultural economy of the country. People are resettled with farms, but there's no operation at those farms. They sit on those farms. Those farms becomes holiday destinations, and there's nothing happening in those farms. The other thing I think we also need to review with AgriBank. I understand the moment you are resettled a farm, then you are qualify for 200,000 that comes for you to, assist with the operation. But that amount is not sufficient. You cannot run a farming production with the 200,000 that one can be given. So we need to look into that and make.
Honorable Ampanda.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister, congratulations. I wouldn't say I have 100% confidence in you. I also won't say I don't have confidence in you. I'm always very scared of people who are coming from business, particularly when they are given functions that requires radical intervention. But I'll give you a benefit of the doubt. It can only be fair. Let me start on the positives. You must really convey my well wishes to your ED. It's the only ED I've seen in a storm, with a minister who was going south, wanting to sell everything, and the ED who wants to retain the assets of government, particularly on the revival of our green scheme. One of them actually made profit. When the minister wanted to sell it, previous minister, and the ED worked hard, and one of them registered profit in the Kavango. Two, on the other positive is that I'm very hopeful on the land bill. I see the content there. But there is really something that we are not learning. The chair of public accounts also mentioned the historical, how did these white people establish farms and the farms became productive? Not because they were clever, about 9 million hectares of our land after the Second World War was given to soldiers. Soldiers. So Swanla, actually, you either work in mines or you work in farms. Either you are from Ondangwa, coming from Swanla office in Ondangwa, or in Rundu. So you were always having this type of support. But this is a mistake this government has done. Honorable Governor of Kavango, you cry when I reveal this to you. That farm that you went to visit, the 200 hectares farm with 10,000 cattle of government, as we speak, NIDA is organizing deals for a private person. Discussions are ongoing. Yeah? So it's the largest government-owned farm in our country. Yeah? So you would want to check that, and I hope, Minister, you will intervene some of those things. The President was here and is telling us that she wants 130,000 hectares to be on irrigation. Nothing on this budget speaks to that at all. Nothing. So, but then again, maybe it's your first time you will be able to look at this thing. And I don't know whether we're going to address it with the land bill. There is about 200 farms, 245 something farms that are owned by foreigners and absentee landlords, measuring 1.2 million hectares. So before we even speak about white people that are here, we are talking about people who have never set a foot in Namibia, owning 1.2 million hectares of our land. In other words, 1.2 million football stadiums put together. So there's no program and direction in terms of how we are also going to be doing it. I hope you get a proper briefing on the red line by your ED, and I'm very happy that your ED had a very nice beating by those lawyers who were just insulting. You instruct the lawyers to represent government, and the lawyers end up insulting you and chasing you away from the office. I hope you get a proper briefing. There's a government report on the red line. We paid millions. This parliament, under the Deputy Prime Minister, also submitted a report. We want to know what is basically happening as far as that is concerned. There's a lot of capture of agriculture. Yeah? There's a lot of capture of agriculture, and I don't have time to go in it, but the problem is the capture of agriculture by a commercial interest. And this is exactly what has happened with Zimbabwe. You allow a certain people to control and own. In the time of crisis, they will be able to control it. Just as I don't have time, I know there was no motion with regards to intervention, so I'll come back again.
Yes. Honorable members, okay, let me finish and then we'll come at that. If we change, we must say so, but that's the understanding that we left yesterday. Yeah. No, okay, Honorable, man. Amutse.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, from the beginning I want to congratulate the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Land Reform on your appointment. We believe that you can deliver. Now, I want to commend the government and the Ministry of Agriculture and Land Reform in its performance, especially to support rural farmers. I have observed many programs that are ongoing, including supplying seeds, fertilizers, plowing for the rural communities, drilling boreholes, and indeed we are now ranking number 2 on the African continent, best country in the rural water supply program. And we deserve to applaud ourselves for that achievement. When it comes to the drilling of boreholes, there are areas that I have observed, especially at Oshikonda Virongo, where we have a school and some government facilities for service delivery, and we need really the intervention of the ministry to investigate for the possibility of drilling a borehole there. Oshikonda Virongo is in the Sesfontein district. And then Oromawa area there, I also had a visit to that area, and I believe there is a borehole. But then that says that when a borehole is broken, there is an opportunity to improve on our speed to maintain such facilities, the boreholes. So we shouldn't take too long to repair them when they are broken. But we have drilled a lot as a country and as a government. And we also have to apply it ourselves to that effect. But like I say, there is still room to improve on our speed of maintenance and also on costing. Because I've realized that some of our entrepreneurs, when they quote for the repairs of these boreholes, it seems they are over-costing for their work. So there is also an area that is an area where we can also improve so that we don't spend too much on a single borehole instead of splitting this money to service more boreholes. And to speed up also now the process of the gradual shifting of the red line. I think it's very, very important that we work hard on that one because of the need to assist our communal farmers on the other side of the red line. It's really something that we don't desire to be there, and therefore I support the intervention that is there to say gradually let's remove it, but let's speed up as well. With this, I support this vote, and with these seconds, I will also call on the ministry to hurry up with the facilitation of abattoirs in areas where we don't have them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Motu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Before I go into my speech, I would like to ask for your indulgence to change my minutes because yesterday a member enjoyed the privilege of a maiden statement, and I would like to do the same. With your indulgence.
Which member?
The member, Honorable Minister Lucia Nkumbu, yesterday.
Oh, maybe it was an oversight, but me. No, Honorable, no. Okay. Okay.
No. I haven't been speaking.
No,
I just
sorry.
asked a question.
No, sit. The question, I'm not aware.
I haven't spoken. I've just been asking questions.
Yeah, just stop the time. I'm also lost. Because as far as I know, Honorable Motu is a new member. It's not a new member.
But the privilege was allowed.
Yeah, it's a mistake. Two wrongs can't make one right.
Then we cannot allow one thing and not do the next.
Okay, now what is it that you want me to?
I would like an extension for my maiden speech.
No, maiden speech?
Yes.
No.
The minister made a maiden speech.
Made the maiden speech yesterday. No.
So you can't start one thing and
it was
the next.
It was first. I was not here, and I'm saying I'm aware. If the mistake is made and people are not aware, it's something else. But me,
it was not a mistake, Minister.
No, it's a mistake.
It's a privilege that
it's a mistake because the minister is not a new member. And all
An objection
of you,
was raised.
That's what I'm saying. Then the rules were not properly applied, but in terms of my understanding.
No, but you have to give it to me, Speaker.
No. I thought you were asking.
You have to.
No, I thought you were asking.
Yes, but then you
I
have
thought
to
you were
give it to
asking.
me. Because you cannot allow one thing and other members are being disadvantaged.
I thought you took the floor to request.
Just for once.
No, if you are demanding, it's something else.
I'm not demanding.
No, then I'm saying the request is subject to approval, isn't it? Yeah, and
there was no approval.
Unless it's not a request.
Are you confirming your deputy does not know the rules?
Are you confirming that the deputy does not know his
No,
rules?
I'm saying.
And the table office also failed to advise him properly. Can you put that on record?
No, I'm saying as we are now, we are aware you are not a new member. That's
but
one.
we are all not new.
But yesterday we not sure.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Just allow
5 minutes, please.
Speaker, 10 minutes.
Okay. Honorable Likato, 5 minutes.
10 minutes, Speaker.
I'm giving you 5 minutes, Honorable Member.
Okay, I'll take it.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, Honorable Likato. I will come back to you. Thank you.
Tell them to set them.
Yeah, it's 5:02.
Honourable Speaker, the 2025-2026 budget allocation of 37 agriculture and land reform reveals a stark contradiction between policy rhetoric and physical reality. Despite the urgent need for a structural transformation in agrarian sector, the allocation of just merely 3.6% of the national budget is an inadequate consideration in terms of what the sector needs. For example, this sector has a land inequality, food insecurity, economic exclusion of the sector that it needs to address. And with a 3.6 national budget, we are falling short. Honourable Minister, the Minister calls to revolutionize the agricultural sector. But this falls short when you look at the budget, because as a nation, we recently signed a 10% to a 10.9 billion recommendation under the Comprehensive African Agriculture Development Program that we are supposed to implement, but we are failing to do so. The deeper issue lies in the absence of a coherent, well-funded plan to drive the actual land reform. Only 250 million has been set aside for land acquisition, which reflects that very same lack, Honourable Minister. The amount is nowhere near to the ability to purchase land on a meaningful scale. And if we look at the Waitele report, the estimates of the value that states that myself, including other descendants of the genocide, we have lost a total of 235 billion Namibian dollars. If you have to compare that to a 16% that was allocated for land redress, that is in great injustice. How then is the Minister going to ensure that we sort the issue of restorative justice when it comes to the land question? Again, with the resettlement program, we have seen multiple state farms, for example, where there is a 100-hectare allocation. We then question, in a semi-arid country, plagued with droughts and poor soil quality, what is a 100-hectare plot supposed to achieve for a modern small-scale farmer? The current approach effectively traps black Namibians in low productivity, subsistence farming, which the world is now seeing that is depriving these current beneficiaries. I would like to look at this deprivation and show you some evidence, Honourable Minister. You have the residents of Osquenheit, the residents of Okwamwenda. They have been resettled temporarily from 1990 and have been plagued for resources issues. Their cattle are on the corridors. They are having issues of land degradation. They have issues of crowdedness. But till today, they have not been effectively being resettled. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Now, which we state is, with this 80% of an operational expenses, leaving the 20% to development, how are we going to address the land question, Honourable Minister, where the quarter of 2024 last year showed that we were only able to effectively take farmers of a number of 6 people that were effectively being able to be redistributed into farms. 6 people. This is what we are clapping hands. This is the future that we have for agriculture, Honourable Minister. And another issue I would like to ask, since my time has been cut, I would like to ask in terms of the Cabinet's decision to reinstate the MIDCO CEO.
Thank you. Honourable Likato.
Again.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, members of Parliament, and leaders of various political parties, thank you very much for the floor. I raise on vote 37, agriculture, land, reform. Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, members of Parliament, Namibia is a fertile land. It's known as a fertile land, and it's a good history in Africa and the world at large. People died for the land, fighting to free Namibia. The fertile land of Namibia, the beneficiaries of this country, Namibia, they are still landless. Those landless, including the Overherero, the Nama, those who have stood and died for this country, first of all. The formation of the first political party in Namibia, that's Swan of Namibia, the formation of the former OPO in the former of Amboland, the formation of KANU in the former Caprivi regional strip. So that is a concern of Namibia if you have a huge land, a fertile land, but the people of this country, the masses, they are still landless. Honorable Minister, let me also welcome you to this August House, and also that this is one of the portfolio which is challenging, a hot city. So, but with your capability, you are going to make it. I just want also to mention that in order to solve land here in Namibia, the second National Land Conference, 2018, where I was also part and parcel of participation, those resolutions, if are not implemented, then we are not going to solve land. Let me come to my recommendation. That is, resolutions should be implemented. Secondly, Honorable Minister, you have to make a research countrywide to make sure that you see there's a communal land and commercial land. Most of those who are landless, they were supposed to be in commercial land. So I have mentioned about those great nations, those who have sacrificed. Lastly, I support vote 37, and this money allocated is not enough. I support it 100%, and I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Shimi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee. First of all, let me congratulate the Honorable Minister for your appointment to this very important portfolio. The agricultural sector is very, very important. But first, before I talk about the agricultural sector, I want to commend the government of Namibia for investing in previously disadvantaged farmers. Beginning of this year, Cabinet took a decision to change the way the affirmative action loan scheme works. And in this budget, there is a provision of about 280 made for that purpose. And this is going to reduce the burden for the affirmative action farmers so that we can help to fast track land reform. So I think that's a very important decision of Cabinet, and I think we must applaud our government. In this same budget, we also have made 100 million available for equalization fund. And the idea is basically to support farmers that are in the northern colonial area so that they enjoy the same price as their counterparts here. Again, that's an important investment that our government is making, and we should commend them for that. But I also want to address the misunderstanding, because there is a misunderstanding that for us to be able to improve productivity in agriculture and create employment in agriculture, we need a lot of money. Many of these things do not need a lot of money, and I will demonstrate in a very short while why we don't need a lot of money. There's no doubt that we can create a lot of employment in agriculture and food processing. But what we need to do does not need a bit of money, but not a lot of money. Over the past few years, 2 years or so, we will reorganize ourselves together, agriculture, NIPDP, Finance and National Planning Commission to bring the stakeholders together in what is called a productive task force. Now, the idea of the task force was to identify what are the key constraints. And surprisingly, the key constraints were not money. The key constraint was coordination. For instance, when it comes to horticulture, for instance, the issue of where is our seed and seed variety bill? That was passed in 2019. So that bill will help us to improve our seed, and therefore, if we have better seed, we can actually produce better yields in the agricultural sector. That's something that does not need money, but it needs coordination. The issue of our capacity of our plant health regulator is also an important constraint that was pointed out. And therefore, these things do not need money. So it's a question of capacitating our plant health, because we can't grow this sector without improving that. When it comes to beef value chain, again, there was another productive task force that was looking into that. The things that we have been talked about here, functioning abattoirs, making sure that we secure lucrative markets, and the markets are there in the Middle East, for instance, for the meat from the northern communal area. But we need halal certification. These things do not need money. They basically just need coordination and action. So I think we can move, things. We can move a nail if we can actually work on these things. So, Honourable Minister, I appeal to you to take personal leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honourable Benani. Androdu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Let me congratulate you for the position you have been appointed for as our Minister of Agriculture, Water, Land and Fisheries, and welcome to the House. My first assignment is the feasibility studies to help the communal farmers to assess the issue of poisonous plant, Oshikurioma, that is killing cattle day and night, more especially between June, July, August, September, and November, before the rainy season. We need an assistance. What can be done? Because I lost around about 100 cattle for 15 years. Every year, 5, 6, 7 there. Every year, I have to do something. So the ministry need to come with a mechanism, but feasibility study will be a solution. We need to, I know the land bill is coming, but on the land tenure, there are farmers that have inherited big size of land, 3,000 hectares, but they don't have ownership, they don't have control over that land. So what can be done for this land to be given to them in line with the resettlement committee, resettlement policy? That's one thing that we need to look at. These farmers, they have drilled boreholes by themselves with no assistance. They have fence off. Some are not disturbing their neighbors and so on. So it's kind of a well-organized setup that can assist the land issue. Also on the expropriation of farms that are owned by foreigners, we need to look at so that we can add to the resettlement of land, of landless. We don't have a restocking program in Namibia. Every year we lose livestock, more especially during the drought season, but then the government doesn't come in to help the farmers to restock. Now this year we got a very good rain, but too much grass, too less livestock. So, and then we are inviting the wildfire because nothing will eat that grass. The issue of resettlement, will you please also produce the resettlement list since independence. And there are some farms that are owned privately by former ministers of land, and they did not get it through the resettlement programs. So what they normally do, they advertise only 3 units. 1 unit is reserved, and that particular minister is using that unit without following proper procedures. Please investigate that. On crop farmers, I don't see purchasing of tractors for the for the farmers. There is what we call cowpeas, beans, or makunde.
Thank you. Honorable April. No. Shutana. Sorry. Yeah.
Committee Chair, the rules, I think the rules are of paramount importance. And that's why we adopt them. And they have a purpose why such rules are put up. Honorable Chair, I want to draw your attention to 131.
131.
D. Page Avari. So this 74. I want to read general rules. The question was put here. I just want to check really that whether what is being said here is really going to stand the test. It's an accusation. Now it says a question may not contain arguments, inferences, opinions, imputations. I want to draw your attention to imputations. It is very, very dangerous. I know we are politicians here. And I'm not speaking for any other person who occupied a particular office. That is not my intention. But honestly speaking, to make such a statement that a person who had occupied a particular office had acted in the way is described. And it just hangs out there. A member is not put to test to substantiate such irregularities. I don't think it's right. And neither I don't think it's we as parliamentarians must really stand for that. So we should, that rule is of paramount importance so that we don't allow just people to make statements. For that matter, people might not even be here, but they are known, they were people. Now things hang there that somebody was really acting in such a behavior. So it's for that purpose that this rule says if you have such information and you want to be asked to hear it here, bring a substantive motion. Because it speaks also to the character of and questions the integrity of individuals. I don't think it's correct, Honorable Chair. I just want to draw your attention to that rule and that we must abide to that rule. And I think it has a good intention. I know we are politicians, but I believe our politics must also summon our abilities to put things that are correct and how we must engage on such matters.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Member. I am drawn to your attention and with regard to your statement that said that there are ministers. Yes, I did not. There are former ministers of land, and I'm sure maybe either you substantiate in terms, because you are speaking out of a position of knowledge and a very informed viewpoint. So you can provide the House with the name so that the due process can, or you can rephrase your statement. Because if you are saying a former minister, so there is already particular people that can be looked with that eye. I'm just putting it to you in that pretext. No, Honorable, I'm addressing the Honorable Member who had the floor, and I'm saying, yes, just wait, please. It's a serious matter. It's a matter of principle. going forward, these things are going, this is a record. And I'm saying when you refer to former councillors, yeah, then there are certain people you can look at. Then you know that they are already somehow, yeah, like me and you. So that's the issue I'm bringing to your attention, since it's brought to my attention. Speak to us.
Okay. We must not use names, use position. You use position, you must not use it.
No.
So,
I'm saying, my honorable member, when you say a former minister, it goes to a quantified position. When you say developmental planners, there are many. But when you say a former minister, it's out of the republic. There could be 8 people who occupied from 1990 up to now. So the classification on being able to... No, that's what I'm saying.
What do you want, Chairperson? What do you want?
I say sub... Yeah, no.
But why do they feel guilty?
Go and investigate.
No.
Go and investigate. Go to Okorukambe constituency. Farms are there occupied by former minister.
Yes.
Why are you hiding your wrongdoings?
No, honorable members.
Yes, go and investigate.
Okay.
I will come with a motion and mention the farms, the locations, the number of cattle that are there, the names of the cattle headers. It's a reality. Go and investigate. Why are you hiding? Why are you protecting corruption?
Okay, no,
yes.
just wait.
No.
Just wait.
I gave assignment to the minister.
Thank you.
I gave assignment to the minister.
Thank
it's
you.
part of the budget. It affects the allocations
of
the money. The funds that were supposed to be given to the people are owned by the politicians.
Honorable, thank you. You see, thank you.
I'm not going to remove
withdraw
anything.
No, you are not withdrawing. What I like is just to say, you will bring a motion. No, he says, I will bring a motion.
No, I will add to substantiate, I will add more.
Yeah.
But now, I will stand on my statement that former minister owned portions of farms that was bought for the purpose of resettlement of community of landless.
Honorable, just sit. Honorable members, I think for discussion going forward, please.
They are Namibian. Please call them to order.
Okay, honorable members, let us agree to move forward. The honorable member is saying, Honorable Emma, please. Oh, you want to change? Okay, no, I think there is something wrong. And there is a commitment the honorable member is saying. I like what he says. I will bring the motion. Huh? On a part, with reference to this. So that the genetic terms.
Let's the motion so we can expose them.
Yeah. No. Please, for the sake of progress, Honorable Nekundu, please. Honorable Nekundi, we must also assist each other to be in a particular kind of conduct. We cannot over-cross talk like this. You brought me to the attention. The honorable member has taken a commitment to bring the motion. No. Hey, and you see, let's do this. Yeah, let's do this. No, unless we say, I will revisit, just wait, no, I'm going to rule. I will revisit 2 positions. What the honorable member said, and I was drawn my attention, and the allusion of the honorable member in terms of the Hansard. And then I will come and make a ruling in terms of that. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, Honorable Shita, no, I'm done on that one. No, then give honorable. You see this, the rule also says this point of orders, and please, we are on the committee stage. You brought my attention. There is a dispute. I myself is not clear on what he said, but I take the word of saying you have drawn my attention. The honorable member took the floor. There is a dispute between what I understood and heard and what he's saying. So I'm saying I'm going to revisit the Hansard. And based on that, I'm going to make a ruling going forward. Honorable Shitana.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Congratulations on your appointment. We have a hard situation, especially in the north, when we are in a need of tractors on time. These things, it always gives us a very, very serious problem. The issue of there is no drivers, there is no invoices, and they always come like in January and February there. And some of us, we are more into farmers. I'm a good mahangu producer that side. But on a serious note, we have the issue of tractors to be there on time. That is one. Number two, we have more than 15 tractors and many equipment of agriculture that are sitting behind the yard of Ohangwena Regional Council. Since they were bought, it is now 10 years. They are just sitting there. Nobody is saying anything. We don't know what was the purpose of them to be purchased.
They are rotten now.
They are just there. So I'm kindly requesting the Honorable Minister to give a direction to Ohangwena Regional Council to provide this house a full report of what happened, who were involved, and we can give a guidance on what is the way forward. Because I'm seeing here there is more money that are allocated to support and buying equipment. And I don't want us to go that direction of forgetting might be wrong equipment or something. We must make sure that the equipment that we are going to get is the right one that we can use in Namibia. Last one, it's in your motivation here, in the whole budget, there is nothing that speaks to preserve our seeds. There is nothing. It's a serious problem that we are losing our originality seeds and all our traditional things. It's a very, very serious concern that we are just now used to eat this bread pack and other things. Some of us, we don't like them. Those chemical things, we don't like them. We must have a budget that can either be centralized to all regions that, okay, we must go to our farmers, whatever you are producing, okay, what type of seed you have, bring them. Even those small tomatoes, they are very sweet than those big ones that we are being fed. So that's why we are getting this problem of cancer, and we have to be original African. So with that, Honorable Minister, try to avail some fund when we are going to harvest. Those in the ministry must go and see what we have in our fields there. Then they can take those seeds for preservation. I thank you.
Committee, I have taken the floor to speak on to some few important things from my experience out there. Madam Minister, congratulations are in order. The way we go about resettlement farms is a little bit perturbing to me in particular, because we in the regions are basically serving as what you call it, shortlisting committees. because what we recommend to the national level oftentimes does not carry any weight. We are overruled, and it's definitely not the required necessity or rather attitude that we would love to have from the national level, because we are taking ours to arrive on whatever is recommended to the next level. I would like to stand still at Resettlement Farm for now because I have a problem. It's not necessarily, Comrade Minister, to get additional new tracts of land. The problem we have is the ones that we have already acquired are also not even used to contribute to the economy, the GDP of this country. People have got land that is underutilized because they are not incentivized in a proper, efficient manner to really do the business they are supposed to do on their farms. I know of farms in our regions that are just idle there because the people that were resettled are in no way in a position to even get a loan from any banking institutions in this country. And the land that we have, we do not have collateral value or rights as far as that particular land is concerned. So, Comrade Minister, if we are serious in acquiring land, we must also be serious in the way we incentivize and empower people to really do what they are supposed to do on those lands that we are acquiring. So therefore, resettlement farms at this point in time, really probably they have to contribute or are contributing is probably about 5 to 10%. So, Comrade Minister, please give attention to empowering the resettlees so that they can play a very vital role in the economy of this country. And the other one is, Comrade Minister, the communal lands. We've got a communal land board now, but the problem with communal land and why everybody wants to migrate from communal to resettle and commercial is because not much is done in that area to assist, in particular, the traditional leadership to help people that have communal land to do a sense or rather economically viable farming business on those lands. Most of the problems we have at communal lands are the scarcity of water. We've got land, but water is a scarce resource. Please look at that also so that we do not necessarily need to buy new land every time, but let's equip the land that we have currently to be able to produce what we want, because we need food security at the end for everyone. The other one, Comrade Minister, is I have a bit of a problem with the land that so many people are claiming that they bought, especially in that 1999 to 1991 break. Many people are claiming that they have bought the land, and I know from experience some people are now being asked to be evicted or whatever the word is that they use in the courts. And that to me is a problem because people have got different stories that they're telling about this land and ownership, and others that got papers that are not authentic is a problem. Please look into that, Comrade Minister. Our people are landless. Thank you so much.
All the best, and know that we expect so much from you, since you are heading a very, very important ministry that has capacity to change our lives as citizens of this country. Quick questions. Your government has quite a lot of farms. I just wanted to understand the success of these farms. Where are we now? If we are to compare 10 years ago and now, what is coming from there in terms of productivity and employment opportunities? The other thing is that there is a need for us, through your ministry, to improve the agricultural activities in rural Namibia, quite frankly. The agricultural sector must transit from traditional method to technology-driven sustainability practices, just for us to improve economic viabilities. I think issues such as cooperatives, where we can group communities and villages to go as a group in various agricultural activities, be it potatoes, be it garlic, be it carrots and so on and so on. Because right now what you have north to northeast is every day is mahangu. Every day is sorghum, and everyone is doing the same. But some have better areas, they can, and a bit access to water. Why can't we have them? Maybe even onions. Then we say we want you to give us 20 tons of onion every season. Here is the access to the market, and here is the necessary support. Eastern Ohangwena and Oshikoto, this land there, perhaps the ministry can engage the traditional leaders so that they can surrender some bit of land to you, so that we can also, the ministry can also assist us to minimize the flocking of our younger people to urban areas. They can get into serious agricultural activities in that part of the country, since you also told us there is a lot of water underground there. The other thing also, it's the tractors. I know it was mentioned, but the price, the cost is a bit too much, especially in rural Namibia, and there is not much also, just a tractor to plow. But what more perhaps the ministry can do in terms of assisting our communities to improve and at least to have some cash in their wallets at the end of the day? Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much for the chance again. Let me read quickly as fast as possible. Honorable Chair, Honorable members of our House, I would like to make my contribution in full support of Vote 37 of the Ministry of Agriculture Land Reform as presented by the Honorable Minister responsible, and I therefore wish also to congratulate my dear sister for a well-deserved appointment. I equally wish to express my appreciations to the preceding ministers, the Executive Director and former Deputy Executive Director, Comrade Ngurare, now our Right Honorable Prime Minister, for the job well done, mostly on the green schemes and the water provision to our people. Honorable Chair, while supporting the appropriation, I would like to urge the Ministry to expand or establish new green schemes in super farms along our perennial rivers in Kavango, Zambezi, Kunene, and Karas region, in order for us to increase food production for domestic consumption and export if need be. I also wish to implore upon the ministry to prioritize the development, and I underline this one, on the land surrounding the Nectar Dam for irrigation projects. Hence, the dam is operational and surrounding communities are eager to participate in the production of food. I must express my concern that there is no mention of an affirmative action loan scheme in this regard in this budget, a critical instrument designed to assist previously disadvantaged Namibians in acquiring land for commercial farming, which they are losing at auctions on a daily basis, reversing the gains of land reform. The affirmative auction scheme must therefore be revamped as approved by the Cabinet to support farmers not to lose their land in auctions. I am, however, proud to note that land acquisition through the National Development Program has increased in previous financial year, especially to allocate land to previously people or disadvantaged people in corridors. And here I really have to emphasize Omitara is one. Honorable Minister, my concern is at the veterinary cordon fence. Comrade Minister, this action of taking a vingu dosiwana o porosi taituramo utime vingu dosiwana vingu ade kerwasi. I cannot understand that. I want to say the dried meat, Comrade Minister, that is coming from the north, and the dried meat is taken out and be thrown away in dustbins. What is really that thing all about? It reminds us about colonialism. That
Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
No, do something.
Thank you. Honorable Nayeni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Honorable Chairperson, let me congratulate the Honorable Minister for her new portfolio. Much has been said by the previous speaker, but let me express the feeling of the people that are bringing us here. My time is going, but Honorable Minister, let me express the feeling of let me express the concern of the people that are bringing all of us here. Honorable Minister, people at the north, they have a problem. They have animals there, but they cannot bring their meat here. They cannot bring meat to their children to eat. Namibia is free, but Namibia is free, but it's not free for everyone. Namibia must be free to everyone in everything. Honorable Minister Nekundi yesterday talked about the inheriting of colonial law. Who's colonizing who now? If we have farmer in the north, but they cannot bring meat here to their children to eat. As Honorable Ampanda said, the Parliamentary Committee of Economics made a recommendation concerning the red line. When do we expect the Honorable Minister to bring the amendment bill here for that recommendation to be implemented? So with that said, Honorable Minister, I support the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just informed that we have learners. We have learners from Hoganas Primary School, grade 6 and 7. They are up there in the gallery just to come and listen to us. Okay. Honorable Angula.
Honorable Chair, Angula.
Angula, I corrected myself, my brother.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Honorable members. As I stand in support of the motion, I would like to ask the Honorable Minister, congratulations and welcome to the House. In the media reports, and this is something I read this morning, that there was that you personally signed an agreement between Namibia and China for the export of mutton and chevron. I want to ask, obviously for our meat, small livestock meat to be sold on the Chinese market. I want to ask if this will, and it goes with the red line issue that my mothers have already touched on, if this will be available for export also from the areas north of the cordon line, or is it just for those ones who are south of the red line? And under this agreement, what kind of approach do we take? Can an ordinary farmer also avail their livestock and take it to market, or is there going to be a coordinated national program through, say, perhaps MITCO or something to that effect? Also, there were previous reports in the previous years of our the areas north of the red line being offered an opportunity to other alternative markets such as West Africa, Angola, Zambia. How far is that program? What do we do? And then as an ordinary farmer, what can I do to be a part of that? I think I wanted to touch more on the red line issue, but my mothers, Comrade Chaningwa and Comrade Nanyeni have touched a lot on that. So I do submit.
Thank you, Honorable Ngari.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Yes, I want to congratulate the Minister on her appointment and also welcome her to this August House. Now, I think if there's anything that we can agree on in this House is that we fully stand against any colonial or neo-colonial practices in our country, especially as it has to do with land, resettlement. I want to draw your attention, Honorable Minister, to a case in point, and I want to read a memorandum of understanding between individuals who reside on what is formerly known as Farm Ohaveha. Now, in 1961, permanent employees of the Waterberg Estate Pty Ltd were afforded on retirement pension the opportunity to keep own livestock on Farm Ohaveha and reside on the property of their former employer, including on the farm, as long as they wished, if they chose so. And in 1992, the Land Reform Conference basically, yes, that particular farm in 1992 was then changed to Farm Okamuru 299, known as Omingondo. Now, I take particular issue, and the reason I'm raising this issue is because those individuals have actually reached out a couple of months ago. In as much as it's a private land or it's privately owned land, there's an agreement or written memorandum of understanding between those who reside there and the owner. Now, some of the agreements, Honorable Minister, and I want to plead with you to please, if you can, commission some sort of team to go and investigate and really find out what is happening, because most of the time our people talk from their own perspective and based on how they are affected as well. But part of that memorandum is a provision that says the farm owner may charge $120 per month for the grazing of each cattle and $10 for the grazing of each goat. Payment of these fees may be recorded in a book and may be deducted at a time when the livestock is either sold, slaughtered, or transferred to another place. And grazing fees shall escalate with 10% per annum. There is also another particular provision that I took issue with, and that is whenever the pensioner, because most of them are pensioners or either on their way to their 60s and 70s, when the pensioner wants to sell livestock from the farm, for whatever reason, because I mean this is their only means of living, they also have to pay then the owner of the farm. So I think if there's anything that we can agree on, Honorable Minister, and I hope that you can also agree with me, is this neo-colonial practices that are still alive, and I think we must address it. So thank you, and I will still come back with my questions. Hopefully the chairperson of the Whole House Committee will allow. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ligando.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole House. I'm rising to contribute on vote 37, that of agriculture and land reform, specifically on the resettlement programs. Honorable Chair, the outcomes of these resettlement programs seems to be undesired, because up to now we haven't reached 6,000 farmers who were previously disadvantaged. Furthermore, the financial investment is still equally below 3 billion since we have started. The other observation was that during the financial year 2021 to 2022, the whole money that was allocated to acquire land was returned to Treasury because of the model that we have, which is the willing buyer, willing seller, which puts us to a disadvantage. Therefore, maybe we need to find ways on top of that, especially when it comes to farms that are more viable for production. It's also equally that the report from the ministry does not reflect the outcome of those who have been resettled in terms of productivity. I think the previous speaker, Honorable April, raised that. Now, going forward, Honorable Minister, with your capabilities, land was one of the aim of our liberation struggle, and as such, is very sensitive. Honorable Minister, together with the Minister of Environment and Tourism, I'm raising a concern specifically to the ongoing silent resettlement taking place in the former West Caprivi, which is part of Bwabwata National Park. It's so sensitive that the indigenous people who have been there, the San community, were relocated to core areas within the national park. But now we are seeing the silent resettlement. It will be unfair for me to resettle me as Likando, who also come from the floodplains, where I cannot do farming at all because 6 months we are under flood, to the south when there is a silent resettlement. And this issue is very sensitive to the populace living around that area. I'll feel more comfortable that if we open up to settle me in the Bwabwata, either I can do game farming than resettle me in the south. That's why we create unnecessary tribal, tensions. So I urge the ministry to look at that with other sectors, that the current ongoing silent resettlement within the Bwabwata National Park should be open to anyone, because I see now people who are there, how they were resettled, they are provided with water, and I have been applying personally for to be resettled from the floodplain. Over 11 times I have just failed. So I just urge the minister that this ongoing silent, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourables, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. First and foremost, I should take an opportunity to congratulate the Honourable Minister on a very important task that is assigned to you. I am confident that you are going to deliver because you have proven yourself in the previous assignments that were allocated to you. I want to speak to the speech of the Minister, page 7 up to 8, on value chain development programs. And I want to focus on a concern that was raised by some of the previous speakers that have got to do with the expansion of some abattoir infrastructures. From my experience, we have some existing abattoirs, and from what I have also found out during my previous responsibilities is that some of these are not functional because of lack of throughput. We all know we are coming from the devastating droughts that have reduced the population of our livestock. I am therefore of the opinion that in terms of the value chains, and as I listen to
the budget of environment as it was discussed the other time, there were concerns being raised of the wildlife-human conflict, especially caused by elephants. And those elephants are, as per the statistics that I have, are in a population of over 25,000 across the country, with the biggest population being found in Zambezi and Kavango regions, and then Kunene and Umsati, and to a certain extent Oshikoto in Omangeti area. Those elephants, I have noted that in the past there used to be a place that is now in Etosha, referred to as Orifantras, where the elephants were slaughtered and their meat was processed in one of these facilities, Elolo, Abattoir, to be specific. And some of them were canned for domestic consumption and also for export. I am therefore noting the fact that the population of elephants can only be reduced through trophy hunting as it now, which is at 0.5%, and the lifespan of an elephant can go up to 70 years old. If we can perhaps refabricate and remodel some of these facilities into processing facilities of such elephant meat, which is nutritious and can be added value to. I know at the Ministry of Industrialization then and Trade, we had a sector development strategy of the game meat and its associated value chain addition program. Maybe we can look and tap into that to make sure that we capitalize on that. I so submit, Honorable Chairperson, and I support the vote.
Thank you, Honorable Benani.
Honorable Chair, land reform. Madam Minister, there comes a time in any society that we will have to rethink, reshape, and remodel the future. The current static single category of resettlement is not working. We must have different level of resettlement. Giving a farm to an individual, he or she does not have enough money for 100 years. Nothing happens on that farm, the farm is yours forever. It doesn't work. We must look at the age categories of older beneficiaries, younger, and the land value. For example, there are farms in this country, in Wahanas, in Guinas, around Guinas, resettlement farms that has a lot of underground water. But nothing is grown on those farms. It's zero. Opportunity, economic opportunity is not there. Employment opportunity is not there. We must address public-private partnerships. That where you have farmers that have underground water, and there is a farmer in the name of Werikwa, whoever he is, who has a bit of money to put some pivots and be able to run those farms so that there is a 50-50 arrangement, because the farms are standing idle. The group resettlement to the San community, there is something that we are perpetuating in this country that is hopefully very unfair and discriminatory. There is no single San community member in our country that is resettled on 1,500 hectares of land alone. When we are resettling the San community, we lump them in a group, 200 people, 1,000 hectares, 2,000 hectares. What are we doing? What are we doing? So I think we are trying to address the problem of silencing people in groups. No, we just put them there at the farm and nothing happens to them. Go to Ondera, go to all these farms, productive farms. People are lumped there, there is nothing happening, and that needs a bit of attention. Lastly, there is also potential, and I agree with Honorable Sophia Shaningwa. There is so much potential in Zambezi. Likando, you are wrong. On the plains of Zambezi, for that 6 months, if you put pivots there, you can be able to grow wheat, you can be able to grow rice, you can be able to grow nearly anything. Zambezi has more than 5 farms. I spoke to the governor. There are more than 40,000
hectares of land available to grow rice, to grow sugar, to grow. Zambezi is full of potential, but there are no green schemes there. We must look at how we can mobilize resources, and there are resources in the world. African Development Bank is one area where we can go to. There's so much potential, especially also in Kavango. Farmers that were farming with us here in Omaheke are in Kavango now, farming and having productive farms next to the benches of the river. But our own people cannot access those land to be able to, because they don't have capital. So we can turn this country around. You have all our support in this house to turn agriculture around, but there must be goodwill from your office, from the government, to be able to transform agriculture and take our country to the next level.
Honorable Aikola.
Honorable Minister, I raise on vote 37. First of all, congratulations. And secondly, your predecessor, as I stand and echo Honorable Sophia Chaningwa and Honorable Nanyeni, Honorable Engari said in this house that the cabinet will remove the red line. So I just want to bring that to your attention and hoping that there is no change to that. My second point, and very, very important, we are talking about climate change. And if you look, last year it was totally drought. And this year it's flooding. Honorable Minister, there is something called indigenous knowledge. And I want all of us to preserve this, as Shitana is talking about preserving our seeds. You know, back then, our parents, not only back then, our grandparents would tell us that this year, it's going to rain and it's going to be well. So, and next year is going to be drought. It's going to be drought, of course, okay. I just want to tell Honorable Minister that there is, in your motivation, you said there's agricultural, there's a vote, not a vote, but there's a budget that goes to agricultural research, development, and vocational training. So, if we incorporate indigenous knowledge, and we hear from our grandparents that this year it's going to be flooding, I don't see the Ministry of Agriculture going to educate our communities about, okay, this year is going to be flooding, so do not probably invest so much of your seeds, or this is the time, these are type of seeds that you need to put in the soil, to seed or to sow. These are the type of seeds that you need to sow because of flood. Okay, and then also when it comes to drought, I don't see the ministry personnel going and educate our grandparents there in the village. Educate them. No, these are the drought-resistant seeds that you guys can use when it comes to this type of season. So my point is just that we need indigenous knowledge to be incorporated in agriculture, and climate education, climate change education, not only talking about irrigation, but there the villages, people must be aware. Thank you.
Honorable Ampanda.
Minister, so when I'm down, when I just feel down, when my things are just not going home, I go home, I go to the village, I go and visit some of my grandparents who have died. And I would sit there and I will have conversation with them, and things will just go well. But for somebody, Dino, Honorable Kotse, so.
Point of order, okay. Yes, Honorable Member.
Is it?
Yeah, check. Okay. You are in agreement?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable.
Chairperson, just to seek clarity, where we communicated one round per member.
No.
I note that this is the second round for Honorable Mupanda.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, I think, just wait, Honorable Member. I think just for clarity, and to have consistency in our own process. I benchmark this when we extend the hours. What do we do? The extension of the hours happen
We bring a motion.
Every day.
Yeah.
And I think that extension happened yesterday. So I'm just applying the same thought.
Yeah.
That if there is an anomaly, we agree to it as per that session. But if there is nothing, then we go to the ordinary normal guidance.
Yes.
I think that's the thinking I applied.
Yes.
No, it's not for me to communicate. Even the even the extension was not communicated by the presiding officer, isn't it? It was communicated by the members, brought to the attention of the presiding officer, and then the members themselves agreed to that proposal yesterday. I'm just saying the extension, that one is something we do outside the normal operation of the House. I benchmark it as the same thought to say when we say, because the book says 3 times, it's what I read in the beginning.
Yeah.
And then when we change, it was the House that changed and agreed to it. But to say we changed yesterday and we applied retrospective going forward, I don't think it's fair in terms of what we are doing to all the other changes. Okay, thank you very much.
Don't discard, So I am able to engage my ancestors. Now imagine a situation, and these are all factual things, where you have to ask a white man in order to visit your father. Just in order to visit the grave of your father in somebody's farm. Yeah, I'm sharing this experience because I don't have a...
Yes.
We won't finish you.
Okay. Yes.
Honorable Mupanda, please withdraw that statement, as I consider it provocative and unbecoming.
No.
And with the constant references to white people.
Which one?
Which statement?
96?
Which statement?
No, it's the statement of constantly referring to white people.
Oh!
I believe. No, I have the floor. I have the floor.
No,
Chairperson,
Chief.
I have the floor.
Okay. Yes.
It's not the first time, and it's not that only white farms will permit people to come and visit the graves. There are also black farms. So I ask him to retract that statement.
Yeah, Honorable Ampanda, I think just do the right thing. I think they are black owners.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. They are black owners. They are white owners. What you are trying to allude is farmers who prohibit people to visit their graves. I think it's fair.
No, I'm talking about factual things that I know. I don't know of any black farmer. I know of white farmers. There are 4,500 farms in Namibia. 90% of them are white. So, white farmers who prevent our people from accessing graves of their people.
But
I'm talking about factual things that I know.
No, Honorable, don't. I think it's fair. You know of, you know, minutes. Okay, you know of black farmers. There is another thought of say it's not just black farmers. The farmers in this country.
He can say it on his own. He can't impose it on me. I don't know it.
No, but he's bringing it to your attention, isn't it?
Well, he must write a substantive motion or something. It's not my story.
No, honorable members, I think where we are a united nation, rainbow, isn't it? There are black farmers. You want to tell me that when you say when a black farmer refuses access?
I don't know it. I've never seen it.
No.
It cannot be imposed on me.
I'm not imposing on you. I'm just saying, for me, it's a good line of thought to address the principle to say every farmer must give access to everyone that wants to visit their ancestors.
That's not my submission.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying.
So your submission is only that the white farmers must give access. Just wait. And what about the black farmers?
He can talk about black farmers if he wants. I'm talking about something that I know. I have never heard of it. Why must I talk about something that I don't know?
You have never heard of black
I've never heard of it.
Let him finish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let him finish, please.
Continue.
So, Minister, this situation is so bad. You will literally have people who are begging to see their parents. So, in terms of these laws that are even within your powers, doesn't require any amendment. There are specific regulations that you can pass. Like where in cases where these graves exist, people must have access. Just like in urban areas, if your house is behind, you have a right of way. Why don't we give right of way to those families? Because I can't imagine, I can imagine how painful. If somebody just stopped me from going to a Marala gravesite, we will never finish with them. So I imagine this thing happening to other people. So it's a serious issue. I'm sure you will be able to address that. Minister, you also discovered that there is actually what is happening. There is actual sabotage, particularly by white people, sabotage of government programs and government activity and initiatives. So we shouldn't always just think, those quarantine activities are not taking place. It's deliberate, because somebody rejoices wherever there is disorder. And we can have many conversations about some of this. That is why you see, for example, Meat Board, funded with taxpayers' money, goes and fund Namibia Agricultural Union from their own budget and giving them donation for them to do certain purposes. But they are not funding some other unions and things like that. So that is something that we need to seriously consider. There is this thing, and it's very tricky for me to raise it with you, but if I appeal to your conscience, this thing of waiver. We want land reform and resettlement things to be done, but it's one person only, you as a minister. A white farmer wants to sell the farm, he just comes to the minister says, no, there's a waiver. So maybe we need to think carefully whether waivers must be refused by cabinet or just one person, because what will be happening, a waiver request comes in today, on Monday, on Tuesday is already, the government is not buying, because the power is given to this person. So my time is really going, Dino. So, yes. So these Dodabis farms, for instance, that we have given to all these people for 99 years. At the 99th year, that man dies, his child inherits. What then happens? But I had one
Thank you. Yeah. Honorable James.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I take this opportunity to congratulate the Minister for appointment. And indeed, I give you in the hands of the Almighty God.
No, the man just started. Yes, on him.
No. My minutes, my minutes, Speaker, my minutes.
Okay, let him finish, because the man just started.
No, let him.
No, Honorable James. Point of order, nobody is having the floor, man. You on what he said, point of order. On what he said.
Give me the chance to express myself.
Then maybe say point of information, not point of order. Point of order is on something that is said.
Okay, my apology on that. Honorable Chair, I just want us to, okay. Oh, sorry, thank you. Yes, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I think if we can have time to reconsider the deliberations of this discussion, considering what we have done yesterday and how effective it has assisted us to finish with our votes, I would like us to look into that. For instance, if we are to reduce the number of rounds to either 2, because the intention was to say we must make sure that we are very effective in our deliberations, that we do not go,
Honorable Member, please take the seat. Let me explain. You see, the process here is not in me. The process here is in you and to decide.
Yes.
Even without the ruling of the presiding officer, if you agree that I'm only going to speak once.
It's what we are proposing.
No, if you agree, you don't need the presiding officer. If the members just agree, we'll come to conclusion.
How do we agree to it? We need a platform.
No, you just discipline yourself. I'm saying, no, yesterday we can change the rules at the beginning. We can change the rules at the beginning and come to an agreement. When we are inside the discussions, it becomes now something of a very uncomfortable for me as a presiding officer. And that's why I'm the same one who started the proceedings yesterday and agree. Now we have agreed and went into the process. In fact, even it was not Honorable Amupanda who was the first to speak the second time. It is Honorable Venani. I've got the record here. And Honorable Venani, we allowed him to finish, and then Honorable Amupanda, we make the observation. But it's maybe an oversight. I sit with the record. So I'm just saying, Even if you say 2 and you say we just 2, it will happen the way you want. But now to say in the middle of the game, we must change the parameters, that's why I'm saying it's a little bit of ambiguity. But yesterday it was an agreement, everybody went along on that. And I think we have settled the discussion on that matter. The way forward is, because we did not make the announcement, we are going to continue as we have continued. But members, I implore on you to discipline yourself, and you are the one taking the floor, isn't it? Requesting the floor, and I'm granting you a floor. If you don't request the floor, I will not. But if we agree at the beginning, then I will use the rules accordingly as we have started and agreed. That's why I'm saying, when I benchmark my, discretion, I ask myself the question, why we know that we are going for this period, going to debate the budget from whatever to the 9th. But every day when we come, we have a motion that says, today, if the proceedings are not done within that time frame, we extend. It means whatever we do outside the scope of the rules, we must make a notification to it and agree to it. So that's why that other one, we made a notification and agreed to it on that particular day. If we don't, then we stay to the status quo as agreed. We go to the default position. I don't think, maybe I'm wrong, but in terms of that, take it that the presiding officer has taken that decision, and I just implore you to move on that scope. Because otherwise, to change the parameters in between, it's not for me to do it, but it's for the members. But there is also a time. Honorable James.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to address myself to the issue of land reform. At independence, Namibia have inherited a skewed land reform, and today we still experience the effects of that very land reform. Honorable Minister, it would be appropriate that you fast-track the Consolidated National Land Bill for us to come and deal with issues of expropriation and, of course, to see how best we can fast-track land redistribution. Case in point, you have farms such as Odonjahe, then owner dies, the one who inherits stays in Pari, come on the farm, decide to evict everybody, lock down the farm. That farm is more than 30,000 hectares of land. Other farms have been mentioned, Okodongo, Minya, and all the other farms. I know we have dealt with that issue myself and yourself, where the parents and the brothers of Venani are being chased, and Honorable Venani are being chased to another farm. So that issue, I think, Honorable Minister, we have to deal with it. We're just waiting for the land bill, but because for now the law doesn't allow us to do much. Land pricing is another factor. Today, land is being advertised, farm going for 80 million, 100 million, and sometimes being advertised even in euros. Then you ask yourself, who's the target market if farm is being advertised in euros? Obviously, it's not Namibians. So we need to deal with that issue and see how best we can control this issue. When government buys farms, the value of that land, and upon the resettlement of an individual or a Namibian on that land, the value of that land somehow disappears. Farm is bought for 10 million, 3 people are resettled on it. You do not have any value on that land as an individual to go to the bank and say, I have collateral of this very land that I was resettled on, and that can help me to acquire loans. Can the Honorable Minister please relook into that and see how best we can deal with that? Another issue that I'm very passionate about is a small-scale farming. In the areas of Akamatapati or Konjatu in the eastern part of Eshodonjupa, vast tracts of land are in existence, 450 to 850 hectares of land, virgin land unoccupied due to the lack of water. We have discovered that 1996 and 1999, boreholes were drilled in Okoplens and Ngongoro area, and these boreholes were never equipped. So we carried out a visitation with NAMWater. A study is available, report thereof is done, detailed, and of course committed with financial commitments that are already, budgetary issues that are done. We need to reticulate water from this borehole to the branch lines where you are able, Honorable Minister, to resettle 300 plus people on small-scale farms that are measuring 2,500. That way we can cut our issue of money that we're investing in resettlement and be able to fast-track the issues of land. Honorable Minister, another key issue is the issue of NIDCO. Namibia produces around 300,000 to 500,000 animals every year. But our biggest chunk is exported on the hoof to South Africa. We need to create absorption capacity in Namibia for us to fast-track that. The green schemes need to be converted into further production facilities that will be able to fit our feedlots, and those feedlots can eventually fit the abattoirs. One of the key abattoirs is the one of Wakahanja with 120,000 heads of cattle capacity. If we can fast-track this, we are able to keep jobs in our country, we are able to create employment in the agricultural sector. Honorable Minister, there is a team that returned from Botswana last year, 20th of September, and I see my team is up there, Media, Kupi, Nangolo and everybody else. The team returned last year from Botswana, and as we are talking, they are in present-day GAM. 5 farms were bought for them, 3 in Oshodonjupa, 1 in Omaheke, and 1 in Harta. The Honorable Minister will urge that you visit these communities so that we fast-track them to be resettled on these farms because these farms are losing value and individuals are moving into them. On the another issue is illegal fishing and, of course, the seal harvesting issue, Honorable Minister. Oh, no, we will come to fisheries. For now, I would like to submit as such. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Karonda.
Speaker, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, congratulations, Comrade Minister, and welcome to the House. In 2002, when I was still an active member of SWAPO, at its Congress, at its Congress in 2002, SWAPO Congress passed a resolution to expropriate land from the absentee landlords. I remember myself, the late Komechiriange, listed about 192, I think, farms owned by absentee landlords. Of those farms, I'm aware about 6 of them were expropriated. I don't know what happened to the rest. Maybe, Comrade Minister, you want to look into that because that resolution still stands. The total number of hectares of those 192 farms are 1.26 million hectares. 1,260,000 hectares. So, please look into that. Ochodonjupa, if you want to buy a farm, the price per hectare in 2022 went as far as $2.3 million per hectare. And in recent months, it's about $1.9 million. That's why farms are expensive. Maybe you want to look into capping that. Yes. Price per hectare. Yes.
No, thank you.
Wait.
Yeah.
Check the statistics, my brother. There's an urgent need for land. The willing buyer, willing seller, that we spoke about, because that is mostly also dictated to by market forces. And unfortunately, we don't seem to have a lot of willing sellers. And mostly because of market forces, the land is sold to foreigners. The issue of gum, I think the former governor raised it. The problem with cattle farming, especially those of us who are in communal areas, but I think it's applicable to everybody. We are the only producers of a product who never actually get to set its price. You take your animals to the auction kraals, and the white farmers, the white buyers, assisted mostly by Bank Vendu, they tell you what they will buy your animal for, and you sell or you take home. That also needs to change so that we can empower people to buy animals. Yes, white farmers. You took our land.
No, Honorable Karonda.
Thank you.
Thank you. No. Honorable Mulunga. No. Please, honorable members. No.
Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Do I have the floor?
Very much.
Okay. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, the Namibia strategic food reserves have run out of maize grains, with silos at Omuthia and Okongo being empty. Omuthia has a holding capacity of about 4,000 tons, while Okongo has about 4,500 tons. At Okongo, currently, we only have about 832 tons, and this is statistics from last year. And the total strategic reserve holding capacity that we have around the country is about 22,900. But only 21% of that is utilized. This year, especially in the northern parts of the country, we expect a bumper harvest. But I've been trying, Honorable Minister, to find the budget to restock those silos. I therefore also want to ask what strategies are in place to ensure that we increase our strategic food reserves up to 80% at least before the end of this financial year, so that we can ensure that we have sufficient food that can be given out in times of drought or whenever we have a crisis. And in conclusion, and once again, congratulations on your appointment, and we really look forward to working together. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Felipe.
The whole House Committee, let me take this moment also to congratulate the Honorable Minister on her appointment and also bring to our attention that I was also born in Grootfontein. Having said that, let me just skip some of the issues that have been addressed by other honorable members. Otherwise, I'll sound like a lunatic. Bailing out of the green schemes. 81 million has been earmarked for our green schemes, including Etunda Musese, Dongalinena Mashare, Kalimbeza Sinkondo, and Shadi Gongoro. This just blows my mind. Were these green schemes not handed over to beneficiaries in a good and a productive state? What happened there that the government must now repair equipment there? Did the beneficiaries not work the land, earn good returns, and maintain the infrastructure? Were the wrong people awarded these opportunities? Are these units too small? What can be the problem? I dare to say, if we compare these financial disasters, for lack of a better description, to the green schemes where our white compatriots grow crops, we have to bow our heads in shame. What is the difference? Experience, accountability, access to funds, knowledge. We need to find the answer and ensure that we give these opportunities to the right people, people who really see it as a great opportunity to become financially independent, and not those of us who believe that the government will always come to our rescue. Hopefully the bulk of that allocation is for expansion of some of these green schemes, because throwing money into these things we don't want to account for should be regarded as unacceptable. Honorable Prime Minister, you are from the area where there's water and there's abundance of water and fertile land is begging for our cultivation. But still, the people are identified to be amongst the poorest of the poor. And I also know that you are thinking regularly that if money was available, you would have taken the lead in turning that area as a large green landscape of our edible crops and fruits and trees. Similarly, Honorable Lukato, you also have nightmares of how to turn Zambezi into the river, into an instrument of influence creation, everyone here representing those specific regions. Honorable Minister, honorable members, you may not have heard of a canal system next to the Orange River. I plead with the Honorable Minister to divert funds from the DSA budget and travel to Uppington and little place called Kemus to go and see how this canal system benefits people living next to the Orange River. It is just an astonishing system that I dream to replicate in Namibia along the Orange Rivers. Open canals scroll like anacondas through the landscape, allowing anyone in that area to withdraw water from the irrigation purposes, and people plant, and even just for our own use and land, size varying from 1 up to 30 hectares, if I'm not mistaken. I want to propose the budget of billions to replicate that canal system. Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, close to $400 million have been budgeted for animal health and marketing in the non-communal areas in the MTEF. For this year, 95 million for the financial year alone. I bet this must be a great news for farmers in those areas. The 24 million that has been budgeted for maintenance of the garden fence. What is welcoming is that the government resolved to improve quality above the garden fence, and it's a commitment to find lucrative markets in the farmers in that area. I believe that this intervention may be... Oh,
thank you. Honorable Shimi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I just wanted to conclude my previous statement. So my plea to the Honourable Minister is to take leadership on these matters, because this need coordination at the highest level. As I was saying, for instance, when it comes to horticulture, priorities there is to ensure that our people, especially in the rural areas, get extension services. If you look at the penetration of extension services currently in the rural, in Namibia, it's about 10% of the population that needs extension services are getting extension services. I think these are important priorities. It's not going to cost a lot of money. Reorganization of our machinery to expand extension services, I think, will help us to improve production in agriculture in many areas in Namibia, especially in the rural areas. When it comes to high value fruits, for instance, markets in Asia, very, very important. So I know there is already an ongoing process where we are trying to enter into some kind of an agreement with one country in Asia. I will not mention the name now, but this process needs to be fast-tracked. If we do this, we can more than double employment in the horticultural sector. So again, this doesn't need money. I have already talked about the Seed and Variety Act, which was passed in 2019, up to now has not been actualized. I believe the ministry has been working on regulation, but I think it's high time that we finalize this regulation so that we can gazette this act and put it into force for us to help to strengthen this sector. The strengthening of plant health regulation. That directorate in the Ministry of Health, it's understaffed. It's the Ministry of Agriculture. It's understaffed. I think last time I checked, it only had few people. Ministry was in the process of filling up those positions, but I believe we need to take a long-term view. The question is that we will not be able to grow our horticultural sector unless we strengthen regulation. Because, especially for us to exports, we will not be able to do that if we don't have proper regulations. So I think it's high time that we reconsider the way we have structured this particular directorate. In countries such as Peru that have actually scaled up their horticultural production, they are one of the biggest exporters in the world. They actually have an independent directorate. So I think in our setup, we have to ask ourselves a question: do we still have to keep it in the Ministry of Agriculture? Do we need to match it with the agronomic board, because we are a small country? We don't have to have too many institutions. The agronomic board is already there, so maybe they should be given that function. We need to consider all these things, because if we really want to scale up production in this sector, we need to strengthen our regulation of that sector. So those are small things that need to happen. On the beef side, I have already talked about the fact that we need to upgrade our quarantine facilities. We need feedlots, and our green scheme here will have to help us to establish feedlots, especially in the northern communal areas, where we can then stimulate, the growth of livestock farming that can then be able to produce enough meat that we can support. Thank you very much for personal leadership.
Honorable Kandorondu. No. I think it's him, but yeah, there's a glitch. Oh, no, 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 sorry. And even Nagundi. No, you are far off. The screen moved here. Honorable Ayhub. Sorry.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Thank you for the time. In the absence, I would like to congratulate the Minister for her appointment. Mine is just two
Absent.
very important.
She's present.
Oh, is she present? Okay, thank you so much. Mine is just very important contributions. Number one, on page 10 of the document, the submission of the motivation statement by the Minister. I read in the last paragraph, it says, addresses land acquisition for resettlement purposes to previously disadvantaged Namibians. Good. That's a tick. It says special categories of people. The second tick, that includes generational farm workers. Good tick. Then it says landless farmers in the community, in the corridors. Now what I missed there, Chairperson, is those that have lost ancestral land is not indicated there. There are specific communities that have lost ancestral land, and it is important that they also receive high priority in the resettlement process. Second one, Chairperson, is that the traditional authority in the Beersheba constituency, the Haikawa traditional authority, has been complaining for a number of years that the issues of resettlement around Neckartal Dam have not been handled correctly, relocation. So I'd like to ask the Minister to please look into that matter, as that is a very important matter for those communities. Again, I'd like to emphasize that we have a massive potential for agriculture in the Neckartal Dam. We are seated with a dam that has the capacity of 857 million cubes of water. We've lost this critical resource to evaporation. We don't want that to happen again. Can the Minister please look into urgently that the Neckartal Dam, phase 2 of it, be expedited so that we can deal with that issue. The third one is the issue of livestock theft. Just recently, a farmer had lost about 30 to 45 cattle, livestock theft. This problem is there for communal farmers, also there for commercial farmers. Can we have a look, Minister, together with the Ministry of Safety and Security, that we perhaps look at having more roadblocks, particularly at night when stock theft is increasing, because we don't want our farmers to lose revenue. That revenue is important to sustain themselves, sustain their families, and then also contribute to the GDP of the country. Very important. Then water scarcity is a problem, water security is a problem. Farmers are complaining, particularly in this week I received a call from farmers in South Block area in the Gibeon constituency. They are complaining about issues of water. Can we please prioritize those issues? Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Honorable Nekundi.
Thank you very much, Committee Chair, Committee Minister. Once more, congrats to that important ministry. I have very few issues to submit. Committee Minister, that ministry is of paramount importance. But I think your officials are failing this nation to the great extent. And they are comfortable with their fixed salaries and for their up to 60 years of non-delivery salary. They must learn to listen and advise you politicians and us politicians what the people are saying. I have, at my own cost, set up aquaculture dams at the village. I have bought a pump at my own cost, laid pipes over a kilometer, bought fish and put them in. When you put in those fish, tilapia, within 1 month, those fish, each fish will give you almost 1 million eggs and multiply. Now, what it means is that what you are feeding, you are no longer feeding 9,000 fish,
You are feeding now 100 million
Honorable
fish.
Member, water and land reform. Water and land reform. The other one will come now. Okay, thank you. Honorable Kambwa. I know it's the same person, but yeah, different functions. We are dealing.
Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee.
Just speak your time.
I'm standing here just to contribute a bit on the green scheme in our country. So I want to say that
Water and marine resources, fishing. Yes, you are protected, Honorable Member.
I never disturb people in the chamber.
Yeah, please. Let's extend the courtesy.
The policy on green scheme is not fully implemented in terms of capacitating the small-scale farmers. Since 2008, up to date is now 16 years ago. 3 to 10 hectares are made available to small-scale farmers for them to graduate to medium-scale farmers. But the problem is, these people is coming from a poor background. That's why they're given this opportunity to have piece of land in these green schemes. Now, the stumbling block all these years is of that these people are not getting funded by the ministry through a collateral means for them to get money from the bank to upgrade themselves to the medium-scale farming. So what is happening is, these plots are advertised whereby only the rich people who can afford to get this plot and go ahead. While the intention was that the small-scale farmers should be upgraded for them to have their own land to grow in production in terms of our agriculture in this country. So my appeal is, we must not only look to people who have money in this country. We must prioritize people who have little or who have nothing, so that we start from there. We are talking about job creation and so on. But if we leave these people out, 100% people will flock to towns and cities where overpopulated will be. So in Namibia you have at Etunda 72 of them. I don't know how many did benefit to upgrade from small scale to medium scale farmers. Musese in Kavango West, you have 9 of them. Vungu Vungu in Kavango East, 10. Ndongalinena 26. Shadi Kongoro 14. And in Hardap 10. But none of these, according to the information that I have graduated from small-scale farming to medium because of financial constraints. But the rich people is taking advance. What do we have for the poor people in this country? That is my big question today. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the floor. Thank you.
Honorable Ngube.
Thank you, Honorable Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Let me also join the others by congratulating the Honorable Minister for the well-deserved appointment. Honorable Minister, most Namibians in rural areas rely on subsistence farming, and Honorable Minister, I have not really seen programs that are designed to provide training on how people should handle their animals and the crops. And even now in the Shodon-Jupa region, we had an outbreak of lumpy disease, and the people have really been struggling because they don't know what to do. And I'm just thinking, in the past, there was the government was going out to give the, I think it's immunization to the animals to prevent different diseases. Is it not possible if we can reintroduce that? Because most of the farmers, they really don't afford this, and then the disease spread all over the region and so on. And this could also create or impose economic retention to the country, because the people are being blocked to sell their animals, and this bring also tax in the country. So, and then I want to talk on the resettlement, where people are being resettled on a farm, and then this farm doesn't have boreholes, and it takes so long, or sometimes it doesn't even happen for the boreholes to be rehabilitated. And I don't know, how do we expect really these farmers to be productive and produce? So then another thing on the corridors, Honorable Chairperson, is the landless people, not the party, but the landless people in the country. Sometimes they tend, or they are being forced to graze their animals in the corridors, particularly on the national roads. And then the elite farmers will then be also stop them from doing that. So, and that is really also causing problems for this and for these people to graze their animals. Does it mean now if you don't have land, you cannot have animals, or what is the case? Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Honorable Balotti.
Chair of the Whole House Committee, I rise on vote 37. I also wish to congratulate my comrade minister. I wish to put forward my contributions relating specifically to food production and the impact of import substitution for our basic food commodities. I read a recent study by the World Food Programme, and it stated that Namibia only 55% self-sufficient in terms of local vegetable production, and a rather scary statistic of 95% import of fruits into our country, where South Africa still supply 97% of these imports of fruit. Now let me share a few statistics for the House. Potatoes in 2024, we averaged just over 17 million Namibia dollar import per month. For apples, the Namibia Agronomics Board noted a very impressive local harvest of 732 metric ton, or 732 ton rather, in May last year. But the very next month, being June of 2024, we again imported apples to the value of 10 million. Poultry, which is the last one I'll share for sake of time. I think white Namibians, Comrade Mupanda, and black Namibians enjoy chicken. We import, I couldn't find the import number, but we consume 2,500 metric tons of poultry per month, and yet we still import both live and processed chickens. Honorable Minister, I'm not so sure that we can necessarily instruct infancy protection, but the whole growth at home strategy, formally prioritized by the Ministry of Industrialization and Trade under our former minister there, Lucia Ipumbu, advocated for growth at home. And as a country, we cannot remain to be net importers of basic food commodities. On cereal, one more statistic, we imported maize worth 402 million, wheat of 232 million, and rice at 7 million for only Q2 of 2024. And when you annualize this, you'll start to see of 1.6 billion Namibian dollars of maize import, 1 billion Namibia dollar of wheat import, etc. As I conclude, Honorable Minister, please can you prioritize the 1992 Agronomic Industry Act to be both popular and unpopular at the same time in cutting food imports. We may go without chicken for some few months, but I can assure you that all MSMEs and local entrepreneurs will scale very quickly to meet the local demand. The challenge remains that the monopolistic and South Africa first tendencies of our retailers go against us necessarily making enough production locally. I also wish to support vote 37. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nekundi.
The minute must first wait. No, I know you want to go. I know, but,
Yes.
but you must first stop. Because
No, it's there. It started.
No, I'm saying my first stop because I
So-
took the floor to address and you stopped me. But the book, you see, the marine you are referring to that is the sea, but on land is agriculture, is agriculture, and it's also in this book. It's here, so I was correct.
Okay. No, to be wrong is it's not inhuman.
Yeah, no, I must now start now. I was first addressing that abnormality.
Yeah, but since you are continuing, no, those ones are right. Since you are continuing, you cannot start at 5.
Comrade Chair, fine, very good. I like your authority, very nice. Comrade Chair, I'm saying really that the colleagues at agriculture and any other minister for that matter, they must learn to hear the communities. They can't just tell you the law. Some of those laws are meant to colonize us. Were meant that time. And 50 years we continue the same laws. Now, if you have the fish, like the tilapia, you put in 10,000, after 2 months, they are around 1 billion in that pond. Now you put the feed you put in is no longer fitting the stock we want to grow. As a result, you will now have that for 10 years, they are just like this small because the food you are giving is not commensurate to what needs to be fit to grow. So they keep on saying that. So what needs to be done, and the good matter is that these officials, they go to India, they eat the same fish that are being treated to all of them to be what is called hormonal reversal. So that all the fish become male and grow faster because they are now all male, they are the right size now, they are the right quantity, they grow fast. When they go to India, they eat the same fish. They go to China, they eat the same fish. They go to Zimbabwe, they eat. But in Namibia, they're saying you cannot do sex reversal because the colonial told you that time, 50 years ago. Yeah, gay fish can be gay, man. So, Comrade, I'm saying, Comrade Minister, we must, if it's a law regulation, it must be changed. This thing of keeping the status quo while people are crying, it's absolutely rubbish, but I withdraw the word rubbish, I withdraw. But it's not correct. It's just not correct. No, honestly speaking, we must be mindful of our people. The other thing I want to address is, we must be allowed to do hormonal reversal. The next thing I want to do, I want to just advise. The ministry, I believe it have people who are qualified. You must be able to do research, soil research, climate research, weather research of the whole country. So that you advise our people. If you want to put up this type of crop, or these crops, it fits in this environment. It must, that's why we have people that are educated, they must be able to do that. It's a matter of priority. The next one I want to deal with it. We have agricultural colleges. We must be cognizant that we have a population coming out of a very bad history. And the education is only taking shape now. They must be able to say each constituency must have 2 or 3 extension officers. And they must be paid on commission on the output to say you must ensure that Okakara constituency people must produce. You are educated. You must then provide unleash all your skills to advance people to be able to produce optimally. And they must be paid based on the output. Because now they are extension officers, they are just in the office for the whole day. What extension officers are they doing? So they must be able to assist. That being said, I support the full Comrade Minister. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mpanda.
Minister, my last intervention as I support SG, as I support the vote. So this is, sometimes part of the problem is that we're always talking about what we need to do as far as agricultural development is concerned, but the difficulty is always how do we take a first step? Yeah. So I have been speaking to these people that get these tenders. For instance, you get a tender to supply eggs. or a tender to supply meat or chicken to an army base, to a school, to a region. Just have a conversation with those people with a lot. And they are telling you that the type of volumes that I need to supply, that's when you now begin to realize, to understand about agricultural production. The types of volumes that I need to supply is such that I cannot wait for you. So I'm looking for eggs that are easily available now so that I can deliver on the tender. So then you realize that, aha, this is actually by design. Because if you, for instance, just take the Minister of Education, Minister of Health, and the Minister of Mines and Energy, the trade component, and say, oh, before we give this tender, the tender for supply of food to schools or to hospitals, these are the number of eggs that are required. Already in advance, there's a person who's supplying now. And then you are also able to say, the tender for schools, for food supply, must be linked to an uptake agreement. So in other words, the person who's going to get a tender to produce eggs must sign an uptake agreement with the person, with the producer. So meaning, Velema Mutenya, who's producing the eggs, is already told about the volume that he must get. And that agreement allows him to have money and access from the bank to be able to do that. That is what we have not done. The figures that Honorable Balotti is talking about will continue to be there if we don't have an uptake agreement. So we seriously need a ministerial, inter-ministerial committee to be able just to do that, so that we can link the tenders to production. Because all what we do, Ministry of Health, a tender is out supply to schools. We don't care where this food is coming from. So what I'm appealing, Minister, is for you to lead this process and say, but how do we make sure that the food that are being supplied, because you don't need to do anything, because you already have the money, it's already budgeted for. The land is already available. So I'm now speaking to that agricultural development program in terms of what is it that you can practically and realistically stimulate the economy, and you will be able to see the result. Honorable Venani was speaking about, and I wanted just to also take it up from a different level. So this person is resettled. I mean, I've seen a person who's saying, don't you want to lend, to lease a farm, a certain portion of a farm? Say, oh, no, I'm resettled, or my uncle is resettled. So if you just do a study, how many of those people who are resettled on those farms are actually subleasing their farms? You actually realize that it's a serious problem. We need to do, and I'm not sure whether that's what Honorable Venani was talking about, there must be consequence management. Because you have people who are locked in for 99 years because they were lucky, because they went in exile or whatever, but they're not doing anything. So that we are also able to see, yes, we do post-resettlement program and support, but how about consequence management to say, hey, you're supposed to do this and you're not doing it. Therefore, we are revoking the resettlement instead of it being forever. So you can't just say you have now gotten it. That's why white people are laughing at us, because you wanted the farm, you have now gotten the farms, and you're not doing anything on it. Because the purpose of agriculture is to feed the country, it's not for you to take pictures and look nice. Consequence management is also important.
Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee and honorable members, for your questions. And I was saying to my colleagues that I have really been exposed to baptism of the fire, and this continues today. But nevertheless, thank you very much. I hope that you give us a little bit of time, and then we can come back and you can then tell us whether or not we are up to the task. We realize and acknowledge that the sector that we are presiding over deals with bread and butter issues, and so hence the interest, but together, collectively, we each have a role to play to make sure that the various concerns that you have expressed are addressed. The ministry alone cannot address all those challenges. We have noted, though, all your comments, your suggestions, your concerns and questions, and I'm sure in time we'll be addressing them. I would like to just make use of the opportunity that has been given now to respond to some of them, and I'm sure you'll agree with me that I cannot answer all of them, but let me look at some of the comments and questions that have come. I'll group them because I will not be able to address all of them. The first issue that was raised by Honorable Dingara, although he is now not here, we have taken note of the issue about Muramba at Ndongalinena, and we will be looking into the feasibility of what is being proposed. And then obviously we will be able to act on the outcome of the feasibility. The feasibility that I'm talking about is not the one that seeks to do away with the problem, but a real feasibility to determine the viability of the proposal. Because if there is water there and that water is not being harvested, we must find means to be able to harvest that water for use by the local communities. The issue of willing seller, willing buyer has been mentioned quite a lot, and we have also addressed it in our budget statement. It is, of course, one of the methods of acquisition of land. There are other methods that are supported also by the legislation. And we have said that where the offers we are getting, or where we are not getting offers from willing sellers, there are other options within the law for us to use in order to acquire the necessary land. But all that, of course, one of the methods is expropriation, and I think several members have commented on some of the experiences we had with expropriation. But this is one of the methods that we have. The issue, though, is the availability of sufficient funds for us to be able to acquire sufficient land to resettle the numerous people that are on the waiting list for resettlement. But many of you have also acknowledged and have said that those who do get resettled, they are also not optimally utilizing the land. And therefore, we need to start addressing that issue so that that land can become productive and it can contribute to food production. And people who are unable to utilize the areas that they have been resettled to, maybe they need other type of land. Because I think the problem is that there is land for agricultural purposes. Some people have need for land for agricultural purposes for themselves or for business purposes. Other people have needs for land for habitation purposes. And you may find that a person who actually needed a piece of land to live on and to call it home has been resettled on a commercial land and therefore unable, because they don't have access to funding and they don't have the know-how, they are unable to fully optimize that land. So we need to re-look the whole resettlement approach and the policy and do an audit and see how best we can perhaps improve so that we can release perhaps some of the land for those who have the means to make use of that land productively. We have been measuring, there was the issue of food security that has been raised by some of the honorable members. We have been measuring food security, which is a different sort of food for self-reliant. And as a ministry, we will continue to make sure that we produce enough food for household level and for national level food security. And there has been times where production locally has exceeded, has been able to supply the local demand, and therefore there were restrictions placed from importing, especially basic foodstuffs. But there are times, I think one of the honorable, especially Honorable Ampanda, did say that sometimes the supply does not meet the demand. So you have a tender to supply X to a school or hospital, but you are unable to find X locally for you to be able to meet your obligation as a tender, as a supplier. So the proposal that we link the supply to the demand so that the farmers upstream are able then to produce to that demand. I am a small-scale farmer myself, and I produce sufficient dates. I have 21 trees, and every harvesting season I harvest up to between 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms of dates. And I tell you the challenge of getting market access for me to be able to sell those dates. And they are perishable, and in time, of course, they are no longer able to meet the requirement of the SPARs and the ShopRites of this world. So we really need to look at market access. And Honorable Shimi spoke about the, and one honorable asked whether it is true that we have signed a protocol with China on the export of mutton and goat meat. Yes, I can confirm that we did that. It has been long in the offering, and there were some technical issues. All those have now been cleared. What will be required now is for us to supply the demand. And there are procedures that are laid out in that agreement. I think there was a question whether it will only be for farmers this side of the red line, or also it will include farmers. I think the obligation is on us as government to make sure that all the farmers this side of the red line and the other side are able to get access to that market. That will require quarantine facilities before we can export that meat to China. So we're going to roll out that implementation of that agreement, and it will obviously take time before we can meet the quarantine requirements for us to be able to export the meat to China. But that, once that agreement is operationalized, it will also create opportunities for increased production. I'm also a small-scale goat farmer. I have more than 100 kapatas. I'm unable to find a market, so I'm selling one by one to friends and family members. So once this agreement is operationalized, I can sell my 100 kapatas to the ministry. Of course, that will be conflict of interest. I'm using it as an example. This side. But even if I was on the other side, I would hope that I can do the same. Yeah, so I think those are real challenges, and we recognize them, and we acknowledge them. There was an issue about the state of the green schemes that was also raised by one of the honorable members. I think the statement was made that the green schemes are white elephants. I think this is, maybe there used to be a couple of, maybe 2 years ago, but as has been recognized since last year, the ministry has been working very hard to make sure to operationalize and make sure that those green schemes are up and running. And as I speak today, our green schemes are at 95% production. And we are looking forward to a bumper harvest at some of these green schemes. And I think you'll find this in our budget statement. There was also a question whether there has been sufficient budget allocated to green schemes. Yes, we have. I don't think it's sufficient, but we have made provision for 210 million Namibian dollars to be invested in the full optimization and maintenance of the green schemes infrastructure. The more money we get, the more green schemes we can create. I took note, I think, from Honorable James Orika and the Honorable there, that there is enough land also in some parts of the country where we can easily turn them into green schemes. And we will be looking at that, and obviously the more land we can get and turn into productive, wherever it is, it will be most welcome. There was a discussion about the state of abattoirs in the various parts of the country. Some are dilapidated or not functional, and others are non-existent. I think this is one of the focus area, our second priority focus areas, to make sure that we improve the meat processing facilities across the country. The big one, the big elephant in the room is when will the red line be removed? Are we committed? And I think somebody say, my Honorable Haitala, they say the previous minister, my predecessor, has stated in this house that the red line will be removed. If you look in our budget statement, we are saying that we will continue to implement measures for the gradual removal of the red line. Of course, there are certain steps that need to be taken. We need to prepare the facilities as a transition. We need to make sure we do this in phases until we reach a stage where we can have the whole country as one country. Whether that will be, there are the concerns that have been raised by Honorable SG about people being prevented from bringing food for their own consumption from home to this part of the country. I go home, I bring my meat for consumption here. Now if I go home that side, I cannot bring my meat for consumption. I think those are things that we need to look at. Whether this is, and my team, the expert in this area will guide us. Sometimes the application of rules and regulations that have been developed over the years need to be reviewed to be suitable to today's circumstances. And I think we need to do that, but that will require that we also invest a lot in annual vaccination across the country. And I think there was a request here that we should look at reintroducing annual vaccination as it used to be before across the country. And with funding, with appropriate funding, we can obviously do so much more. There was also a comment that, and I agree with that comment, that some of the challenges that the sector currently faces can be done without necessarily money. If there is proper coordination, and if there is a real willingness and attention and focus on the key issues. Obviously, we cannot promise to do everything, and I believe in doing fewer, better things than trying to do everything, and in the end, you do nothing. So thank you very much.
Yes.
Now, honorable members, maybe you must guide me, because give the motion. Maybe I don't understand if we say lunch break. If we say, if the proceedings are at 12:30, the motion says we continue. And now you are saying you want lunch break. That's why I'm saying, guide me there. The motion of our motion here, okay. No, we are interrogating this matter, we'll come.
Comrade Chair, the motion, nothing wrong. We continue. We exactly continue. We are just going for a break and continue. It cannot say a tea break and lunch break. We will continue until we are done. But it just, we are rising on a point of privilege, which by the rules is not up for discussion. So it is human that from 9, you can't go after lunch and not eating and respect. It's a privilege which is enshrined in the rules and procedures that we are allowed to call. We go in that privilege and exactly come back. Continuation will continue until we finish.
No, yes, I agree, but I'm also saying you are not prohibited for the safe movement, continuation of the House, that certain members are going, the way the Minister of Health was saying at the clinics, that we all don't go at once, others go, and then others come, and others go.
Okay, okay.
That procedure is still there. Yeah. Come again? Oh, you are also concerned about it? Okay. Don't. Me, I want the job to be done, the one you have given me, under the correct procedural aspects. Yeah. Okay, we have agreed. I now put vote 39. Oh, you want to, okay. Honorable Dino.
Chairperson, I raised to seek your indulgence. Retrospectively, the assumption was, and you've already addressed it, which we appreciate, the assumption was 1 round, which was maybe a poor assumption for today's proceedings. But being mindful that vote 1 took 5 hours, there are still 3 votes to go, of which the ministry, which I support my minister, is the last vote. And if we use that as a benchmark, we will be here for another 15 hours. Now, the request retrospectively, through yourself as the chair, is for the House to consider 1 round on the premise that it took 5 hours for 1 vote.
Okay.
And therefore, I'd like to propose that the House consider 1 round for each member for the remaining 3 votes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Awina, there is a proposal. Is there a secondment?
Before.
No. Yes, I will come to the opposing. Is there a secondment? Okay.
No. But,
yeah.
but it,
okay.
Can you do unlawful things?
No. Is there, yes? Yes?
Okay.
No, I give him the floor. Yeah? Oh, I give him the floor. I will give you the floor. Yeah.
Young man, please.
No. Please address the member. It's an honorable member.
But you see what he's doing? I'm responding to what he's
doing. No, he's just saying you were not here yesterday.
Okay, we can just go out.
No, Honorable Amupanda, address the member. It's an honorable, it's not a young man.
Okay,
because
honorable member, so that we don't disrupt the House, let's just go outside and sort it out.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying, Speaker, what I'm saying, Speaker, is that you have dealt with this matter. Yeah, you have dealt with this matter and you have explained in details that the procedure is that we do it at the beginning. So we can't have, yes, we can't be back and forth.
Honorable Karonda, please. The member is on the floor. Okay. But you see.
Because if I raise it, you will understand that it's not even supposed to be answering that. Because the member.
Okay, are you waving your?
Yes, please do. Yes, just do it. I don't know if a member is not allowed, like he is not allowed to vote. Can he table a motion? Can he move a motion? Can he?
He's a voting member.
Is what?
He's a voting member.
He's a voting member.
It's just like you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I thought. Okay. Then I withdraw.
Yeah. Thank you.
Then I withdraw.
Now, what is it that you said after you address our still?
There's nothing. There's nothing there. So, Chairperson, you have already ruled on this matter, and you were systematic and you explained, and you indicated already. And you must remember, when we are dealt with by presiding officer, we accept. And we are told repeatedly that the ruling of a presiding officer is final, and we concede The chairperson indicated that this is what we're supposed to have done at the beginning. Yeah? And he said that he applied his logic that every day we have a motion. We can't come and change it later on. So let's just accept the ruling. Sometimes you will not always get whatever it is that you want. We sit here and the rulings are done and we accept. Doesn't mean we are happy with all the ruling. We can't be, after 2 hours, we come back to what the chairperson have already ruled.
Okay.
So the Honorable Nekundi was assisting and saying the break does not mean disturbance of continuity. But the idea to come and say 1 round, 2 round, 10 round, withdrawal, deposit,
okay.
what, no.
Okay. Honorable Panda, you are saying let's continue, and you will always abide to the ruling of the chair, of the presiding officer. It's your words. So take it forward that at least we must also be consistent going forward with what we are saying. Yeah. Honorable Samupwa.
As we proceed, as you ruled, Chair, we also need to take note of rule number 94. It might help us because we cannot be going up to 5 o'clock every day. We are not being productive. Rule number 94, if you can control this house so that we don't need, you know, when you notice that I'm speaking something that has already been argued on, you have a right to say this is the provision which says irrelevance or unnecessary repetition. A member, that's 94.1, a member may not refer to matters irrelevant to the subject of a debate or engage in tedious repetition during debate. And we have been doing this, a lot of tedious repetition here. Having called the attention of the House to the conduct of a member who persists in irrelevance or tedious repetition, the presiding member may direct the member to cease speaking. 3, the member directed to cease speaking under sub-rule 2 may require the presiding member to put the question that they be further heard, and such question must be put without amendment or debate. I think this can help us also not to go on and on and on. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes. No, I don't know. Honorable Ligando, you are on this matter or the vote? Tangi, you are on this matter. Okay, who these members are on this matter, ne? Okay, Tangi.
Chairperson, I rise on Rule 128, amendment of motions. It states, an amendment to any motion before the Assembly or Committee of the whole House must be in writing and handed by the proposer to the Secretary. I have such, the Secretary can confirm in writing the amendment to the motion, and therefore I remain with the retrospective request to reconsider round 3 to round 1 for the sake of progress, for the sake of not sitting here for 15 hours. Based on the rules, I so submit.
Okay. Honorable Willem.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, honorable members, we are not... Deputy Chairperson, sorry. We are not doing this for any other reasons, but we want to ensure that our discussions here, Honorable Chairperson, are going around and around 3 rounds. The first round I speak while I'm still busy, then I thought of another point and then I come back. The intention is just for us to say, if we are to reduce even to 2 rounds, or having 1 round with 8 minutes per person, and then we speak, we finalize the vote, and then we move on to the next vote. The intention is really to ensure that we do not go up to the previous night or the other night. We went until 5 a.m.
Okay.
And it's not healthy at
Thank
all.
you. Honorable members,
Yes.
there is a proposal now, and I'm saying this process is not mine. It's not mine, it's our process. In actual fact, the rules take me out as the presiding officer. There are two ways you can kill a stone. One, you agree all here without the enforcement of me. Once you bring to my attention, no, Honorable Garunda, you were just now wrong when you said the member is not voting. Yeah, so I'm coming. So now if the proposal is seconded, is there a counter proposal to change? Is there a counter proposal to give? Huh? No, the paper is here, Rule 108. You want to see it? Is the proposal seconded? Who seconds the proposal? Okay. Who is objecting to the proposal? Who is objecting to the proposal to change? Yeah. No, Honorable Job, please. I did not give you the floor. No, how do I? I did not give you the floor. Please. No, I don't know. Please just sit down, Honorable Member. Okay, now that I want to come to a ruling now. Yes?
Yes, can we please have clarity on what the proposal is? Please read it. Yes, at least read it, then we know.
Okay, it says under Rule 128, I submit to consider, retrospectively amending 3 rounds to 1. Basically just saying a member is allowed to contribute only once for 5 minutes. It's the original proposal that was there yesterday, ne? Yesterday. No, that's why you see I post. I'm saying you can't do that, but now that we are here, we can now take a decision going forward. That it's 1 man or 5 minutes, and then that's how we go going forward. Is it fine? Is it fine? We are all in agreement. Fine. No, Honorable Job, Honorable, there are 2 things. Ne? In the same breath, this process is not mine. I'm saying the consensus of the members here. No, consensus does not mean everybody agrees. But the general proposition of the House is to move away from 3 rounds of 5 minutes to 1 round of 5 minutes. Nobody is infringed in that process of not deliberating. Yeah, okay. I think it's 1, eh? Yeah? You see, this is the... Come again? On the rule. No, it was said 128. Oh, Honorable, bail me out. The motion was yours. It's a wrong rule. Yeah, no, I can't rule on a wrong ruling, my elders. Just give me the right ruling. Let us do things procedurally. It's why we confuse the House. 128. 128. It's 128. 128 reads, and I was reading the other one. It reads, an amendment to any motion before the Assembly or a committee of the whole House must be in writing and handed by the proposer to the Secretary. That's what the Honorable Member did. Eh? Okay. No, Honorable Member, just wait. Yeah, okay. No, it's true. We might agree, let's do it procedurally. Now, Honorable Dino, just to restart the process, because there was a general acceptance now of the House, can you, Yeah, we've lost it. It's not me. Yeah. Okay, Honorable Dino, in terms of the rule, you must just put the proposal in writing. And on the, yeah, okay, I think yellow paper, it's understandable under the circumstances. Even yesterday, there was no pink paper, even with the nanny. So that flexibility can be granted. Then you hand it in. I read the proposal to the House.
So, Honorable Chair, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay.
If I may.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, if I may, if I have the floor.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just do write on a paper.
If I have the floor.
Yeah, I'm giving you the floor, but I'm guiding you so that you do this thing procedurally. You brought the attention to the House. Write on the paper in terms of this. Hand it. Yeah, hand it in. Let the House then seek for a seconder, and we take a decision on that basis. But let the hand it in process be done procedurally. Yeah, even the member there did it procedurally. In much it was not in writing, but he did it in the House. So can you just do that and reduce it in writing and then hand it in, and we can take a procedure from there.
Yeah. So if I may, and I think now that I have the floor, the purpose and the intention is sincere. It's really not to make a mockery of this August House. And so my understanding initially of Rule 128 was to present it. It didn't necessarily, and I asked for forgiveness.
Honorable Dino, we have taken note. There is a different understanding in terms of interpretation. Just write and bring it to the...
May I ask for that paper back that I wrote?
Yeah. No, because the rule does not... Yeah. Okay. Secretary, can you read? Yeah. Can you read? Huh? No, it's not a yellow paper, but it's reduced in writing. Okay. No, honorable members. What is, no, you see, honorable members, please, just take the floor. Honorable members, I think we are also doing it with not a clear intent. There is the notion that really says one man, one round, and that don't need to come from the chair. There is this notion that says, in terms of Rule 128, the motion must just be reduced in writing, which we try to consider in procedurally. Now, the motion now is, I so submit to consider amending 3 rounds to 1 round. No, he was reading it. Now I'm also reading it. Now I'm saying the understanding before we put the question to the House is, do we understand what the amendment seeks? The amendment, do we understand what the amendment seeks? Yes. Now the amendment says nobody is denied an opportunity to speak, but we just deviate from the 3 rounds to 1 round. But we still stick to the 5 minutes. Is that the understanding? Yes, in terms of the proposal. Okay, is there a secondment for this proposal? Is there a proposal? Okay, can I call for a counter? Is there a counter proposal? Okay.
So since you have been helpful, instead of opposing it outright, I'll move to amend it to 2 rather than 1. Because he has an interest, because the education budget is coming. Yeah. And we have serious questions on education. You can't second guess it and just give us 1 question. We have serious questions. So let's find each other on 2 rounds instead of 1.
Okay, there are 2 proposals now. There are proposal for 1 man, one round, and 1 man, 1 5 minutes, and 1 man, 2 5 minute slots. Which one? Two. Second one. Two slots. Okay. Now, let's agree. Come again. Go. Honorables, we are going, at least there is consensus. We are going to take one man, two slots. Come again. One? Well, no, Honorable, one member, two slots. Yeah, one member, two slots. Okay, Honorable Lizazi. But you are not forced to take the two slots. Yeah.
Ricardo.
I put now vote 38, water and marine resources. Honorable Lizazi.
Ricardo.
Oh, it's because I'm dealing with your motion. Sorry, Honorable Ligando.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the All House Committee. I rise to just ask some few questions to the Honorable Minister on vote 38. Honorable Minister, Namibia is currently enduring the worst drought in over a century, and many communities and farmers are desperate for water. Yet only 9% of this budget, which translates to 85 million, is earmarked for water resource management. How will this limited allocation of resources ensure sustainable water sources for our people? What concrete steps are being taken to protect our aquifers and rivers so that no rural village is left in this worsening drought? Honorable Minister, rural water supply remains painfully inadequate in many areas. Villagers still walk kilometers to wells or unsafe water holes. The ministry has acknowledged that rural communities, schools, clinics, and farms need better water access. With only 300 million Namibian dollars allocated to water supply security this year, when will projects on the ground deliver results for people?
Yeah,
For
we'll
instance,
check here. There is a system failure.
Can I continue, please?
We'll check here.
All right. For instance, the ministry planned to upgrade 8 rural water supply schemes like the Ruakana South Scheme to extend pipelines to undeserved villages. Have those been completed? And if not, what are the timelines? Our constituents in areas like Ohangwena and Kunene need to hear when will they finally turn a tap and get clean drinking water. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Samupwa, please just mind, we'll take time here. Yeah. No, it came back. Okay. Samupwa. Honorable Samupwa. Okay, thank you.
Firstly, just to congratulate the Honorable Minister for the appointment. Very shortly, Honorable Minister, there is something I want you to take note of. In Zambezi region, there is a pipeline. Actually, there are 3 I'm aware of. One is coming from Katima to Ngoma. That's number 1. Then the other one is coming from Katima to, it's supposed to go all the way, Linyanti, Sangwali, then Kongola. And I believe you know your country very well when I'm calling these places You might have them in your mind. And then there's another one coming from Katima to Makanga. It's supposed to end here to be together from the one that goes around. Now, what is happening with these pipelines is that the one coming from Katima via Linyanti should reach Sangwali, then to Kongola, has been stuck at a place called Kapani, and has been stuck there for many, many years. We do not know what the problem is, and the communities that live after Kapani village, going around Sangwali, Lianshulu, and then Lizauli, and then back to Kongola, they don't have potable water there. They depend on boreholes, which when they break, it takes very long for the ministry responsible, which is under you, to repair these boreholes. The same thing happens with the one that should come to Kongola. It's now stuck at Makanga and it's not moving. May the Honorable Minister check these pipelines, including the one for Ngoma as well, that they should reach their destinations where these communities need water. That is my submission to you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Shanyingwa.
Yeah, thank you very much, Comrade Chair, the Honorable House. I rise to support the Minister and the vote 38. Water and marine resources as presented by the Honorable Minister. I'm really going to cut what I wanted to say and just zoom in what I think is of vital importance. Therefore, while I'm commending the Ministry for remarkable progress achieved in the water sector, your commitment is evident, particularly in initiatives such as converting traditional wells into modern, safe, accessible water points for our communities. This has greatly enhanced public health, dignity, and access to water in rural areas. My very worry and point that I would like to bring to your attention, Comrade Minister, is that between Namibia and Angola, we have an agreement how to utilize our water resources as two countries. To date, we didn't use yet our fully portion that is in the agreement between us and Angola. I would like to suggest the following, Comrade Minister, as a governor of Omusati region, that we have a reservoir called Etaka, whereby during the colonial era, there was a canal from from the Etaka canal to Uvudia. That canal is completely filled up, it is not functional anymore. And every year, the ministry is wasting money, a lot of money, to just excavate and let water to go to Uvudia. My suggestion is, Comrade Minister, that if it is not yet done, I do not want to hear anything like feasibility studies, because these feasibility studies are wasting of time. We need to pave that canal to the level of Outapi-Oshakati Canal, that line, pave it. Let the water run smoothly from Etaka to Uvudia to save the lives of animals and people in that line. That is my suggestion, Comrade Deputy Speaker and Chair. The other thing, Comrade Deputy Speaker, is the issue in Kunene region. Year in, year out, when we have heavy rains, the water runs properly from the Kunene region straight to the Atlantic Ocean. And we do not have, I think, any single dam in the area that is there specifically just to preserve the water that the good Lord is providing to us. And therefore, my suggestion, that as time goes, let us try to plan for 3 dams or 4 dams for the Kunene region, because those people are very prone to drought. So I submit, my honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngaruse.
Thank you, Comrade Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Honorable Minister, I am simply taking the floor to congratulate you on the daunting responsibility that the nation, through Her Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, has entrusted you with. Daunting in the sense that they say water is life. I'm going to briefly relate a brief story about the village of Achas. Some call it Ochimbingwe. Now, as I was growing up, I witnessed that community of Achas, because the Swakop River was free-flowing, that community were able to sustain themselves in terms of food self-reliance. But as it developed, the Swakop Port Dam was established closer to the catchment area of the Swakop River, resulting in the community becoming reliant on migrant labor. People were taken to Walvis Bay to become seasonal workers at the fish factories in order for them to depend on outside sources. Now, we have since established the dam, but you still find scenarios that because of scarcity of sufficient water supply, schools in that place occasionally go on, for a lack of a better word, lockdown. Now, it becomes a little bit inconceivable for the communities in that part of the world that here is a dam constructed in the Swakop River, Swakop Port Dam, with the idea that water would be freely accessible. But the scenario is that in the past year, and even during the course of this year, the secondary school in Achas could not function because there were not sufficient water supply to the institution. Maybe, Honorable Minister, our officials responsible for the water infrastructure in that part of Erongo region, and many others, I think of Omachete as well, could probably enhance their efforts in terms of the communities not to be deprived of, if we say water is life, of such an important source of life in their areas of residence. With that said, Honorable Minister, I support vote 38 unconditionally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. And for me, this time around, I really want to support the vote with the acknowledgement of the work done so far by the Ministry of Agriculture when it comes to the provision of potable water by drilling boreholes for communities across Namibia more so under the leadership of the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the time he was Director of the Department of Water Affairs at the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform, as previously known. Honestly, it's very much important to note that this has so much impacted many areas across, more so in Oshikoto region, where the communities of Akazulu and Omiantalala of the Nehale Jampingana and Okankolo constituencies of Oshikoto region have really received boreholes and even desalination plants, and they are fully functional in those remote areas. The community also of Ngone village of Kavango East is the same. They have access to potable water. I've also taken note of Ochekwa village in the western part of Umsati region. There was also a borehole drilled there, and the community is consuming potable water. That is same applies to a mini desalination plant that is also functional at Kondo in the Sesfontein constituency of Kunene region. They are also obviously getting, have access to potable water. I just want us to really look at, Honorable Minister, how best can we also look at the digging of the water dams in the rural areas. Just the digging of water dams. By now we have received good rain. If we really had those dams in villages, in rural areas, we could capture, how do you call it, not capture? We could harvest valuable amount of water that our livestock in rural areas can do that. I think this one, we don't even need to give it or source it out to entrepreneurs. Honestly, this can be the work of the ministry. We can invest in purchasing the rigs, those machines, and then our ministries can do that directly. Same applies. I'm also really concerned about the farmers in rural areas that would want to even set up their irrigation projects in the rural areas. They only rely on NAM water, for instance. But the rate of that water cannot assist them to break even in their productions. How best if we can come up with a special rate for those that are in agricultural food production, so that at least then we can also promote rural agricultural production. If NAM water can come up with a special rate for those that are setting up gardens, they are setting up their horticultural productions in rural areas, so that they can at least pay less, that we are also promoting food production in rural areas. With that, I support the vote. Thank you very much.
Honorable Thomas.
Yes, thank you very much. The Deputy Speaker of the Whole House Committee, members of Parliament, good morning.
Afternoon.
My voice was on leave, but my conscience and the spirit is still present. Honorable Minister, I just want to personally support the vote 38 on the water. I'm taking only that one, water. I see something here is a little bit complicated or bringing some confusion to some of us. If I look, I see water is a crucial for human health, playing vital role in regulating body temperatures, transportation, nutrient, and you go on. Water is life. But when I look at to one policy, called Water Resource Management Act 2013, number 11, on part 11, license to obstruct and use water. I see dilemma here. The Act said, except provided by Section 38 and 39, a person might not obstruct and use water from a water resource unless the person holds a license issued by the minister that authorized the obstruction and the use of water from water resource. If you go on, say the person must apply, and after applying, there is a procedure must be applied by the minister, like investigation or maybe access the site where the water will be obstructed. Now, I see in terms of the offense and impoverished and unable people. Are they also included in this long procedure, or is there any policy that is exempting them from doing so? Otherwise, we are not supporting the elimination of hunger and poverty in our country. People want to make their small garden. Like in the north there, at my village on Angolo, we have got this hole called Omheke, Ondungu, self-digging a hole where we can find water for our irrigation and the animals' consumption. Are they also included in this policy? Or if it's not, okay, if it's yes, how are these people are going to survive in this long process of this policy? Otherwise, personally, can I say supporting the vote? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kutie.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. Firstly, let me congratulate Honorable Minister. I know you will do the work. Honorable Minister, resources, mine is on marine resources. Resources and quotas of fisheries of the Republic of Namibia belongs to all Namibians, especially the vulnerable. We should sell all quotas to bona fide fishing companies with long overdue scorecard system. These can raise $1 million Namibian and can support vulnerable people of Namibia, Honorable Minister. We should stop giving quotas to privileged few paper quota holders, Honorable Minister. Lastly, Honorable Minister, your ministry must focus on, the focus will be on principally on the values addition, onshore and job creation. If quotas are distributed correctly, Honorable Minister, in the wet and onshore sector, we can create another 10,000 jobs. Job creation is first tier for the nation to benefit from resources. These will ensure much needed jobs for youth and women. With this contribution, Honorable, I support vote 48 fully. I thank you.
Honorable Ampanda.
Minister, I want to start where Honorable Gauthier ended. There is always this, at one point there was a Spanish researcher who told me that our fishing sector in Namibia actually creates or created more than 200,000 jobs in Spain. So I didn't want to believe that, hearing that. Our fishing, I'll say it again slowly. This research actually tells me that our fishing sector created or creates, because those jobs are there, more than 200,000 jobs in Spain. Huh? In Spain, not here. Yeah. So then it makes me wonder, when you're always hearing different numbers in terms of jobs that are available and things like that. Every time when you always hear value addition, nobody ever takes, you will always see ministers, I hope you don't become that minister, who always address speeches and say, let's do value addition, but we hope we can have a minister who's saying, no, we are actually planning to create 500 jobs as part of value addition. Maybe the best way we could do that is a scientific approach, so that we don't talk about 200 here, 3,000 here, another person is, if you commission and study, I think there's a Marine Institute today, to commission and study what are the prospects of job creation in the fishing sector. And I know, for example, the founding president at Independence, he had to confront those fishing cartel and make friendship with some of them. And you will see that some of them, when he died, they were paying tribute in terms of what has happened. But what is not been said is that the type of intervention the founding president actually had to do for the Namibianization of the fishing sector. Let's not get it twisted. There is something, whatever it is, that has gone wrong with the fish rod. But the attempt that the Namibianization of the fishing sector, yeah, despite the corruption and what has happened, that law was passed in this parliament. That law has not been amended. Yeah? We say Esau, but that law still remains. So the efforts to Namibianize the fishing sector should not be thrown away with the corruption. So I hope you commission that study, and we are also able, so that we can make an informed, what are the prospects, how do we grow it? What type of value addition that we can do instead of just the speeches that we, because sometimes our speeches are not necessarily informed by data. I'm sure from a background where you are coming from, data is quite very important. Last, just on water, I'm always interested in these long-term plans. And I know at State House there has been this water commission, I'm sure you might have been aware of it. The conversations about getting water from the Kavango or versus getting water from the desalination from Erongo. I think 2,000 meters above, is it 2,000 or 1,000 meters above sea level? Windhoek. Because you have to pump the water up in order for it to come here. I don't know how that conversation, but we really appreciate to see what is the long-term strategies in particularly dealing with water scarcity problems in central Namibia. The honorable members from the national councils are actually telling me that they were having conversation about a dam, because all this water, people who have been relocated, the water ran all the way to Etosha and then it sinks somewhere. I'm not a water person, but I'm just explaining from a layman perspective. They have even, as the regional council of from Sati or Shana or Shikoto, together they have actually identified a place where a dam could be built to harvest that water. But they've been visiting those places year in, year out, nothing happened as far as that. So we're really interested in this long-term plan so that we can see what direction are we going, so that we don't repeat. Honorable Ekub was talking about Nekata Dam. But if we had long-term plans, we're not supposed to be saying, oh, we are now going to acquire land. When we're building, that plan ought to be there. It doesn't have to be on April to run up and down and try to see what is it. It basically means that our long-term plan, as far as infrastructures are concerned, particularly with water, I hope we don't fall in the same trap. There are good things that are happening. Honorable Mutenya made mention of them, particularly that part of Ohangwena or Shikoto, there in those thick forests where there's no water and road network. So we see those wonderful things, but we want long-term thinking. What is the ministry doing? What are they thinking? What direction? So that we can see and appreciate for ourselves. Thank you very much.
Honorable April.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. I don't want to actually repeat what was said by the previous speakers, but I'd like to, since I had it prepared, put emphasis on us as a government to do more
to really efficiently harvest water, because we are in an arid country, and every time we get extra water, we should make sure that such water is kept for our economical and livelihood purposes. Comrade Minister, I have a problem, probably not a problem, but I actually don't understand when it comes to fishing quotas and stuff. From what I see from a distance, it seems to me like the same people, ever since this quota system started, are the very same people that's still benefiting until today. And it seems like individuals are enriching through this process, they're enriching themselves through this process against the expense of communities and Namibians in general. So my request to you, Honourable Minister, I know about institutions like faith groups and NGOs and other social economic institutions. How about if we could start to think about regional councils and local authority councils? These people do get quotas for them to be assisted to really cause impact where it is required down there on the ground where people really are suffering on a daily basis. I'm not saying let the individuals not benefit, but let's try to find a better balance, because I think it's now not anymore okay for us to continue to get individuals to prosper at the expense of communities and people. That is my other one. And then, Comrade Minister, I don't know whether you know, since you are now the new minister, we are struggling every time after such good rains in Hartab region, because our dam, according to the cabinet decision that is standing, can only keep 70% of water. Last year we approached the minister, your predecessor, and we were informed that was taken to the cabinet so that we should from now on going forward at least keep 85% of water in our dam. Please look at it, Comrade Minister, and see if that is happening, because really it was last time, it was really disastrous. We had about 6% of water left in the dam. If rain did not come, we were going to have a serious problem in Hartab region. The Nekadal Dam issue was touched on, Comrade Minister. We should really do something to bring about the reason for the dam to be materialized through proper interventions at that space, the Nekadal Dam. The last one, Comrade Minister, is I don't know whether this is really fitting in the space, but at resettlement farms, people have got perennial fights over water resources, the shared resources. People are literally fighting each other there. So, and since last year, before last year, I was waiting for the rig, the press drill machine to come. That did not even come until today. And as we speak, people are still fighting over water at the resettlement farms. Please look at that, so that as much as possible, we do our with shared water resources at resettlement farms. The last one, Comrade Minister, is I would like to also implore you to help us in terms of these water problems in areas, these what did you call it, the informal settlements around the towns, which are probably not even attached close to the municipalities. It seems like they are not the responsibility of the local authorities, but also not the responsibility to the national government, but these people need water, so that probably you start to talk to the minister, if that is the minister that is responsible for urban and rural development, and find lasting solutions for our people that are living in the periphery areas, whatever you call them, in our towns and municipalities. James, behave. Thank you so much, Comrade Minister. And so
thank you. Honorable Kangulu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the whole House Committee, for the floor. While we are on vote 38, Honorable Minister, congratulations. I would like to draw your attention to the issue that is alluded already by Honorable Mpanda. I will only want, perhaps, in the interest of time, to understand what and when will Minister perhaps consider that this particular Marine Resources Act, which gives birth to fishery, be reversed back, so that we do not have excessive power to one person. The next one, I will not dwell on that one, is quota issued to labor union representing employees in the fishing sector, and they are issued with fish quota. Now, where is the distance of conflict of interest if you are to represent those employees, and at the same time, you are the shareholder there? That matter must be looked into because previous it never been as such. It have just done recently. The other one is too many issues, Honorable Minister, on that sector or ministry that you are taking. As far as fishing problem is concerned, fishermen, they are still at Okapare as we speak. The redress program, can Minister look into that and ensure that fish quota on that particular program are given to company with vessel as per the cabinet directive, but not to friends or otherwise acquaintance and all this patriot and comrade. The government objective quota, can it be done in accordance with the Marine Resources Act? It clearly stipulated in terms of what provision, unlike how it is done now. The auction of fish quota, can it also speak in terms of the Act? Because as we speak, it's again being done contrary. The fishing in the 200 ISO bar by individual, only individual, in the context of research. How can you do research with commercial vessel? Why not the use of the ministry research vessel? It was basically supposed, it went for almost 2 years. What kind of research is being done for 2 years and thereof extended again for 6 months? Can you, Honorable Minister, look into that? Licensing of vessel, the delay in licensing of vessel is costing, is another cost to companies. Can you look at that? And I think I have exhausted my contribution and intervention. We wish you well. The issue of fishermen, if it can be resolved, so that these brothers can go back to work. They've been there for almost 7 to 8 years. As we speak, 86 of them are no longer, simply just because of the decision that the Honorable Minister was supposed to take. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sitana.
Yeah, they work together with the shadow minister. I just forget to, he knows the situation very well.
Hello.
The shadow minister of...
Honorable Sitana, the light is red.
I was listening. Okay, thank you. Honorable Minister, since we have been in this country, there is an issue of, we have some fish and foods that are being taken from our sea and apparently are not sold in Namibia, or we don't eat them. So I'm always having this question, who is that one very special to eat our resources? And we are not allowed to eat them. So I'm requesting the Honorable Minister, this August House, we must, those in that committee, they must go and give a directive to those who are catching our seafoods to bring those things here, then we test them ourselves here. That must be clear. Number two, it's we are aware that most of local traditional authorities do get fishing quotas. We read it in the newspaper those years. But by looks of things, these traditional authorities, they seems to be not in the position of owning those fishing quotas. There are some people who are just there behind to say they hide behind the traditional authorities. And all these traditional authorities, whenever they have events at their kingdom or wherever they always request assistance from people who doesn't have the fishing quotas. Why do you have to go ask something from the communities and you have that fishing quotas? Instead of you just getting from the license you have, then you fund your things. So, Honorable Minister, this is a very, very serious problem, and it will not be okay with me, it will not sit well with me for our community to be requested always to contribute cattle, to the people who are having our resources. It cannot be. So, I'm requesting you intervene. If they have it, they must use it. If they don't have it, then we will support them. I shall submit.
Honorable Nekundi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Comrade Minister, mine is very short, I believe, or brief. First is to appreciate Excellency for ensuring that agriculture is linked now to fisheries. 10 years ago, I did a desk study, and I have learned that, that's 10 years ago, no, not 10 years ago, more than 15 years ago. So that was when I was with the municipality. That that time, our fisheries had tinned over 50 million cans of fish per year. 50 million, it's a lot. Of all those tins, you will either find there is tomato paste. No, there must always be tomato paste. But you will then find some have also chili in. Now, this pepper is imported. Tomato paste is imported. The tin is imported. The labels are imported. It has no logic by any degree of science, neither common sense, that as a government, we can't say, if I give you this quota, tomato paste, you must align them to the agriculture. That along the Zambezi River, the southern rivers, Zambezi rivers, there are young people there or whoever is there that all your tomato produce of this quality must be collected, then there's where then somebody will then do the paste. And this guy is mandatory, they must buy from him. The chili, it must be a condition, part of the condition. Because they say, no, I'm not in agriculture. No. They also not, they also came in, they were also not born in the fisheries, they also just brought in. So they also their duty to bring these people in. So you align them to the chili, the farmers will produce the chili, somebody will process the chili, become chili paste. Tomato paste. And in Uis here, there is 10 there. But this 10 is imported. It's imported. So it must be a condition. So then there's a synergy between the mining and the fishing. Then so that we put up then a processing unit to add value to the 10 until we make the tin. And these things also then transported, they must take it up. I think we need to create synergy within the economic system. Which means that make this part of the conditions, unnegotiable conditions. If you want to get the quota moving forward, you have a right. A right, you have a right, but a right does not guarantee you a quota. So therefore, if you don't want to comply, remain with your right for the next 5 years, but you never get a quota. I'm sure we are going to create employment, we are going to add value to agricultural, and it's going just to be perfect. So Minister, please consider this as a condition to get a quota. Thank you. Thank you.
Honorable James.
Speaker. Honourable Minister, I want to bring to your attention the issue of the boreholes and borehole water siting. Namibia, as arid as it is, there are areas that primarily depend on underground water. Now, thick sandy soils that we find ourselves in terms of the agricultural areas, water is quite a challenge to find, mostly under a bedrock that will only be found from 100 meters beneath the ground onwards. Now, most of the siting that is done, Honourable Minister, is never siting of the geophysics survey that you do in terms of determination of water is never a 100% issue. Now, most of the time, whether there is water or there is no water, government have to pay for this drilling work that is done. It is quite an expensive undertaking, and indeed, there is a lot of money that we lose as government as far as that is concerned. Thus, I implore government to look for more advanced system of detecting water as far as geophysical survey is concerned. I'm talking of experience where last month myself I had to drill a borehole that went up to 303 meters, and the amount of money that you use in terms of that borehole, let alone equipping it. Whether the borehole is dry or whether there is water, it is not the concern of the person drilling. You end up losing. So let us explore new technologies in terms of water discoveries. The other issue that I wanted to touch on also, when drilling is happening, Honourable Minister, there is no official from the ministry who is doing inspection to monitor that very drilling. Most of the time the drilling is happening, the person who does the drilling will tell you that we have drilled so much, we didn't discover water. The report is that this is a dry borehole. But we have experienced that after you go back to that very borehole, at times you go discover water. So these things are happening, and the government is the one that is losing. Honourable Minister, you would want to look at that very closely. I've spoken about the branch line. There is water infrastructure that have been developed in the eastern part of Okonjati Kamatapati back in 1980, 1984. One of them is a big reservoir carrying around 20 million cubic liters of water. It was only used in 1984, and then from there, one side of the foundation effectually, in a way, shrunk down. But that reservoir is having a capacity of fitting that whole community for a good how many years to come. It was never revamped. Thus, I want to implore upon yourself, Honourable Minister, if you can consider some of this infrastructure. It's under NAMWater, and it falls in the bigger picture of the water reticulation system that I proposed from Copeland and Ngongoro to send all the way this water into the branch line. It's a critical component that we really have to look into. I want to look into the fishing sector, Honourable Minister. The seals. A seal, normally a bull would consume around 14 kilograms of fish per day. Now, when you look at the total allowable catch that we have, they talk of 330 total allowable catch, talk of a species like horse mackerel. But yet, the combined seals that are in that very sea of ours, that very ocean of ours, consume more than what the government put as a cap to say this is a total allowable catch. Yet, the Greenpeace and all those individuals will tell you are not allowed to harvest this seal for you to preserve your own natural resource. And we succumb to this pressure from outside. These are our own natural resources. They come at the expense of the Namibians. We need to really move away from this thing of being colonized and being told by outsiders how we need to control our resources. Let us move into seal harvesting, remove these things, and get back our population as far as fish population in the sea is concerned. The issue of illegal harvesting. There was a serious issue. Honourable Minister, former Minister of Fisheries is here. We reported a serious issue that when we were in Walvis Bay, as governors, we were informed that there are illegal vessels that are coming from other countries to come and do some illegal harvesting in the northern part of our ocean. The issue was reported, and of course, the Honourable Minister, thank you very much, have dealt with that issue decisively. But it doesn't stop. What they steal is more than what the government have put through as total allowable catch. Now you have the seals one side, you have illegal fishing the other side, then again you have the contained total allowable catch that we have to deal with. We can do better with our resources if we better manage them. What they do, they take their vessels deep in the sea, switch off their trackers, and in such a way go harvest, transfer this to another vessel, and in such a way, there is no way they can be held accountable. Finally, the issue of the 200-meter isobath. There is a place where the fish will be breeding, that is 200 meter onwards. And then, of course, there have been a containment to say that we don't have to go into the 200-meter isobath as far as the horse mackerel is concerned. It was quite a contagious issue. The former minister have dealt with it. I would want to say, Honourable Minister, that issue will come to your table at a point, but of course be vigilant, be advised and informed by the necessary scientific information, and take it from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Steenkamp.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee and Honourable Members. In terms of vote 38, first and foremost, I wish to extend our congratulations to the Honourable Minister. We have absolute faith in your capabilities, that in your team. I'm also very happy to see that there's a provision made during your budget presentation of 311 million towards water infrastructure development, the maintenance and the rehabilitation thereof. 249 boreholes were drilled nationwide and 147 boreholes were installed nationwide. That's very good. I know that, of course, all of us still have to make use of the availed resources to us. We have started working very closely as a ministry with the Ministry of Agriculture in terms of water provision to our schools. We have not reached a perfect stage yet. Many of our schools, especially in the Kavango, East and West, in Oshikoto, in Ohangwena, we are still ferrying water to schools. We are most grateful that boreholes are drilled. We have one example where a borehole was drilled at a school in June 2023, and after an inspection and an assessment, we found that this borehole is dry and we have to rely on the communities. And the former speakers actually spoke about the contentious issues between community sharing water and with the school. So, but if the water is at the school, the community wants access. But if the water is in the community, the schools do not have access. I'm appealing, Honourable Minister, that we looked at a much more structured manner of providing borehole, the issue of drilling at our schools. We have a list of schools that do not have water. We cannot continue to invest in water tankers and have water delivered to the schools. I therefore wish to request, not just for a much more structured manner, but also that we work and see how best to share the resources if need be. I'm expecting anytime soon the quotations from a school that says that they struggle and they will not be able, and there's a hostel to have water for the learners because the communities are not in full support. So having said that, Honourable Minister, please know that you can count on our support always, and that we look forward to strengthening the relationship that is between our ministries, and I do support you with vote 38.
Thank you
so much.
Honourable Venani.
Thank you very much, Honourable the Chair of the Whole House Committee. The fishing sector is a very complex sector. Complex in the sense that what our country has achieved, there is a form of modernization. If you go to countries such as Tanzania, Mozambique, and many other countries on the shores of the eastern coast, the Indian Ocean, do not have what we have. We have commercialized, we have advanced the fishing sector. And I do not mind who owns which shares and for how long. But it becomes a problem for me when you are a miner, for example, and you have started mining and have run one of the biggest mining giants in the country. If you are in a business, you must invest in it. With the fishing sector, the beneficiaries, many of them have no business in investing in that business. Their business is to wear nice suits, wear nice handbags of Louis Vuitton, and says that I am a shareholder in the fishing industry. And with that, I have a problem. That, for example, there are very few fishing companies that goes to banks and borrow money to buy vessels, to buy vessels either to modernize or to start processing the fish. It's always a matter of we got our quotas, we get a Spanish guy, a partner, he brings in the money and we start making money. That is the problem in the fishing sector. To a point that it has influenced the fishermen issue. See, the fishermen, we can have a lot of views on how this whole thing started. But the bottom line is that if you are giving what do you call this preferential quota system that you have given the government redress, the redress program. You are giving quotas to companies, but these companies do not have the vessels to go and catch the fish. Therefore, your fishermen are stranded on the shore because these companies refuse to go to banks. If you give me a farm through AgriBank, I go and loan money to finance it. I go and look for money to make it profitable. But the fishing industry, very few of these companies are really ready to go and borrow money to invest in their own businesses in which they are making money. And as a new minister, I think you need to address that if you want to do something, you want a resettlement farm, you must also be ready to put money in it. You can't just want something for free. Everything must be for free. So we must end the free ride of the fishing sector. There must be response. If you want to own a company, there are concomitant things that you must do in order to protect and to advance the interest of that company. That must be addressed. If we had fishing vessels for those fishermen, all those fishermen would have been at sea and this story would have been resolved. It's because we have this tendency of over-profiteering. There is greed in the fishing sector. And I wish you the best of luck to enter into that industry. Don't rattle it too much. You don't enter today and start rattling it because it's a cartel, well-organized cartel. You have to go very slowly, start transforming gradually, because the country is at the right pace, but we must just modernize it so that we create more jobs and benefit more from it. If you start saying people must lose their quotas and things, you will create a war that you will not be able to handle. So go slow, but be very focused and very firm. On the water issue, Erongo region, Mukuruwanji, I have not seen something like that. There is a place called Spetskope, and I want you to visit it as a minister. At Spetskope, elders are going thirsty. There is no water. There is a serious problem in Erongo, Omachete, Spetskope, Ochimbingwe. The whole region that is closer to the sea is just dry. And I think we need to really address rural water supply because people are coming late to service the water meters, to service the boreholes, to access to water, because Spetskope has a problem. I think it's a matter of the pumps, that they cannot pump the water enough. It's one, if you are in that place, you would be ashamed to be a leader in this country. And I think you must give attention to that. We also have this problem with NAMWater, the costing of NAMWater and how they are costing water. We need to really look at this thing in total, because NAMWater is charging people in Zambezi more that are closer to the river than a person who is 300 kilometers away from the river.
Honorable Klassen.
Thank you, Chairperson of the OLOS Committee. I also just raise to congratulate our Minister in this portfolio that she is currently leading, and to support her vote 38. Honourable members have touched on many of the issues I want to talk about, but Honourable James specifically talked about IUU. That is illegal fishing in our waters. And on this one, as the Minister have also in a budget speech noted, and it's about the illegal fishing. So what I want to say on that one is that, yes, they become very clever, you know. These, I call them pirates, or you call them people that want to do illegal fishing in our waters. They come in our waters, they switch off the systems, and they cannot be picked up. And when they are being followed by our patrol vessels, they rush into our neighboring countries, and we cannot pursue them further. So what I want to propose there, not propose, but what I want to suggest, is to say that this is a very important point in the sense that the Ministry of Fisheries need to work closer with the Ministry of Defense to assist them in this matter. And I think the Ministry of Defense is really ready to assist them, especially to patrol our borders. The next point I want to really congratulate Honorable Veiko Nakundi. He's really doing good in this aquaculture project of him. That is what we need to encourage, food production. Of course, the problem we have, that problem needs to be addressed very seriously. And also, the other problem that we are really having in our country is the fish feed problem. Because fish feed is being imported, and Namibia need to have factories that can develop their own fish feed, and by doing that, more people can get involved in aquaculture. Namibia, the fishing in Namibia play a big role because employment-wise, there is plus minus 18,000 jobs in the fishing industry. So by saying that the fishing industry is a very important player in this. On the GAP program, our workers, fishermen, have lost their jobs in 2015. And for more than 5 years, they were without employment. Some of them died, some of them committed suicide, and by that, Cabinet said it cannot continue like this. We need to find a solution to get these people back to work. And by virtue of the government redress program, that is why it's a Cabinet decision, and they have advertised for companies that can provide employment to these workers. We must also understand that in 2015, when these workers went on strike, they had permanent jobs in the fishing industry on vessels. But when the strike continues, those vessel owners and those factories, they need to employ new people in that vessels. And that's why the vessels have taken, the other Namibian workers that were unemployed, have taken up those work of those employees. So those unemployment fishermen, when they were now being re-employed, there was no jobs for them at sea. And because government say, but we need to look after them. And that is why government have asked factories and people that can just provide them with job opportunities. The 200-meter isobar, this is a very important point. During winter time, the fish, especially we talk about horse mackerel, the fish get less and less into our waters. And by virtue of that, that decision was taken because the fishermen believed the fish is inside in the 200 meters. And by virtue of that, they say, the government said, let's do an experiment in the 200 meters. And that experiment was done. And the outcome of the experiment need to be provided to Cabinet so that Cabinet can see what is the way forward. So Minister, this is a very important exercise that they are busy with. It's extended with 6 months by a former minister. So I believe it will be a good exercise. With this, I see the time is up. I thank you.
Honorable Krone.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Congratulations to your appointment, Honorable Minister. Mine is just 2 issues. One is, Honorable Minister, my humble plea to you is to review the quota holders. People are using vulnerable people as the corporate social responsibility beneficiaries. A place like Kosas, Snijfontein, people are diving in poverty and unemployment. These people are quota holders, but the beneficiaries are not benefiting anything at all. I know about the Kosas situation. People are complaining everywhere, but there is no assistance. Due to unemployment and poverty, these people cannot afford to appoint lawyers to fight these cases for themselves. So that issue needs to be reviewed. Some is shareholders in a name, but the time when the companies was registered, they were used to register, but they don't know what the name of the company is. They don't know whether they got a quota or not. Now and then, a person is given a two of 3,000 Namibian dollars, but the owner of the quota do not want to divulge the information to these beneficiaries where this money is coming from. So that needs to be looked at. Honorable Minister, my last one is the issue of Nekadar Dam. Kindly advise us when will the irrigation surrounding that dam starts. Because last year,
during the agricultural show there in Keetmanshoop, your former minister informed us that hopefully it will start this year and it will create up to from 11 to 13,000 employment. But I would love to hear that, because I read about the survey or something on page 2, but I did not read anything regarding the operational of this negative term. I thank you, Honorable Minister, but I fully support your vote. Thank you.
Honorable Lucato.
Honorable Chairperson of all House Committee, honorable members, thank you very much for the floor. I raise on vote 3.8 water and marine resources. Water, it means the life of the people, the life of Namibians. And marine resources means that the resources which were given by the Redeemer, those resources are under water and under ground. And Namibian people, the masses of this country, they are still living in poverty after 35 years, while we have minerals, we have resources, we have water. The towns or the regions of this respected country, Namibia, when it comes to water, water is too expensive. Through NAM water, it is too expensive. While we have surrounded water, Zambezi River and Kavango River and all, just example. Why is that town, local authorities, and that water, NAM water, so expensive? Honorable Minister, this is a very serious issue because Namibian people, the majority, they are poor. They cannot afford for that expensive water in church. And also, Honorable Minister, I just want to appeal to you, as you are aware that our resources went missing, our resources were stolen. Since you are now in charge of this important ministry, it is for you now to make sure that whether it was stolen through corruption, you have to go and seek and see where is this resources, whether through capital. We want our resources back, and those who have involved to be apprehended and to be punished. Then, Honorable Minister, other important is that all those regions, 14 regions, they are crying of water. They don't have water. So it's for your responsibility to make sure that Namibia become free water, so that water is life. And other, what I wanted to also to mention for you, that like the minister, the former minister, Kali, have launched billions launch, whether it was in the north, that it was donated from the German in order to make sure that the water reach all Namibian people. That donation, it come to Namibian people. Just found out that billions of money which was donated by German and also by the European. That money, we don't know where is that money, how far is that money. And lastly, Honorable Minister, I just want to say that I support vote 3-8, 100%. And as a new minister, but with your capability, please consult the stakeholders, consult all those who are involved, because now the Katima settlements, they like Winela or Makaravan West, they share one single pump for the whole settlements. We don't want that. Yes, we don't want one single pump for the settlements. No, we don't. So thank you very much.
Honorable Eames. Honorable Chief Whips.
Thank you very much.
Maybe, Honorable Chief Whips, I must draw the attention to the quorum of the House. The Chief Whips are in charge of the quorum.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Minister, as citizens of this country, we can't afford our own fish. In Wabash Bay and Swakopmund alone or Hendis Bay, fish is very expensive. Can we not look into perhaps subsidizing the price? When are we going to enjoy our God's given resources? That is one. The fish quotas. I think it's about time we ask ourselves a question. If this fish quota arrangement should continue, or we should come up with something else. I don't think it's beneficial. I don't think it's fair. Hence, we must look into something new that we can discuss as we move. The water issue. Every other time we have good rains, northern Namibia is underwater. The new locations in Oshakati, for example, they are probably on the verge of facing some rough arrangement from insurances. There will be a time maybe where they will stop covering their properties, because every other time those houses are underwater. What is going to be done to also make sure that this water benefits our people as we move forward? And then most of the dams, including Nekarta Dam, we lose a percentage of our water to evaporation. Perhaps your ministry could look into, there are many ways to minimize the loss of water due to evaporation. I think those black balls in other countries that they are using, we can do them here and just reduce the evaporation. The underground water in Okongo, what happened? Was it real? Was it just fake news? Are we, is it really there? Are we looking into getting the resources and make sure that this water is pumped into this community, and so that we can also go hard on agriculture, or what is happening? Thank you.
Honorable Kandorodu.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Honorable Minister. On water-related matters, there are farmers in communal areas that are drilling their own boreholes, but looking at the ministry program of subsidizing farmers, more especially the crop farmers that are buying equipment, the ministry is subsidizing them with 60%. So if they want to buy a water tank, drip irrigation system, seeds, they go to Accra, get a quotation, ministry pays 60% and they pay 40%. Now, why can't the same concept also apply to farmers that in communal areas that want to drill their own boreholes, provided it follows all the procedures? On a follow-up to that, the Ministry of Agriculture is busy procuring rigs to drill boreholes. I think that's one of the items that you need to look at, so that each and every regions have 1 or 2 rigs, and to cut the third party, and also to shorten the procurement process. So please look at that point. on NAM water, in Okakara constituency 10 years back, we got money from one of these European countries to provide individual water meters because they were drinking water from one pond, and then the meter will be divided among all the households. So when we got this money to split the bills and each and every one to have their own water meter, the problem is that most of the people, they were deceased. So these bills were just split among those who were present that time. So as we speak now, the farmers cannot carry that burden. So therefore, look at where you can get the resources to write off these debts, engage the cabinet so that all these debts can be written off and the farmers can be relieved, looking at the historical past of drought season that we have gone through. So NAM water farmers debt cancellation. On the fishing, the local, the Namibians, to start controlling the industry, to start owning, and also the issue of value addition. Let's export less raw material and export all the items that we have added value on top of it. So it will help the issue of job creation and solve some of the unemployment rate we are experiencing as a country. I so submit.
Thank you. Any other discussion? We'll ask the Minister to respond to the questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee. It's late in the day and we still have a lot of votes to discuss, so I'll try and do justice to respectively to the questions and comments that have been raised within the time I have. I think the first issue was with regards to the pipelines in the Zambezi region from Katima to Goma, from Katima via Sangwali to Kongola and so on. I'm pleased to say that our objective as a ministry is to ensure that every household has access to potable water within a distance of 2.5 kilometers. And that is why we are developing a number of schemes. Some of them were outlined in the budget to make sure that we reduce the distance to potable water. I'm sure as you will respond to say 2.5 is still too far, and it is. We should assist in getting every household to access water within the household environment. On the second issue also regarding the pipelines that we refer to, it was a requirement that environmental impact assessment be conducted before the developments are complete as per the law. And the environmental clearance, the impact assessment have been completed, and the certificates for phase 4 for these various pipelines have been received, and construction would commence this year. I think the delay was due to the fact that the environmental clearance certificates were outstanding. In terms of the issue of fast-tracking the implementation of various studies in order to ensure sustainable supply of water. We are working on this particular issue, and it's amongst the projects that are priority projects for the ministry for this financial year. There was an issue raised about the water scarcity or lack of water supply in some areas in Nerongo, Oshimbingwe, Omashete, and I think Spetskope area, and those are well noted, and we will look into these challenges and see how we can address them in order to bring water to these unfortunate communities. In terms of, there was a concern about the registrations of boreholes as a requirement under the Water Resource Management Act, whether this will increase the cost and whether there will be, in getting the licenses, there will be a cost related to it. I can only confirm that in terms of the requirement, every borehole is supposed to be registered, but that registration does not carry with it costs that you have to now get a permit for abstraction of the water. The ministry needs to know the level of what is the asset that we have in terms of water underground across the country, so that we have a fairly good data as to what is available, and based on that data we are able to manage and mitigate potential wells when they are likely to go dry. But it is not the intention that you should pay for your boreholes that you have drilled in your own area. In terms of the NDP 6 and the SWAPO Party Manifesto Implementation Plan, I can confirm that the fishery sector is a sector of priority, where we want to increase the Namibianization thereof and spread the benefit of the sector to the communities, especially directly to the communities and not at individual level. And we shall therefore look at the performance of the sector year to date. We have a scorecard against which we measure the performance of the sector. And therefore, we'll be undertaking the review of the performance in terms of those scorecards in order to make sure that the fishing quotas that are issued, the benefits thereof are spread to as many people as possible. There was an issue also raised about people getting quotas or rights with quotas without having the necessary equipment. I am obviously new to this sector, and I'm going to rely on my predecessor to look at how we can review the current regime governing the issuance of quotas and ensure that benefits, the quotas are issued to the people that are targeted in terms of our empowerment program. I think the Honorable Crone also raised the issue of people using communities and vulnerable people when they are applying for quotas, and that the beneficiary never then benefit. I'm aware of this challenge, and I think we really need to do a proper review and audit of the performance of the sector and see how it has come about that people are used on application as shareholders, but they are actually not benefiting. But also on the other hand, I think as the traditional leaders, there was also an issue of traditional authorities having quotas and those quotas not benefiting the communities. I think it's up to us as leaders and as leaders at the local level to also see to it that when these quotas are issued in the name of people within our communities, that we also take ourselves to task and those that are responsible to make sure that the benefits goes to the targeted, intended beneficiaries, and not to say because it's the traditional leaders that have the quota and therefore we shouldn't be asking questions. That's, as you are asking me questions as a minister, you must also ask those same questions to the leaders of those traditional authorities that have received quotas for the benefit of their communities, how they are using the proceeds from those quotas, so that you get the answers directly from the horse's mouth. As ministries officials, we can go out there and try and do an audit, but I think it's all up to us equally to do the same. On the issue of water supply infrastructure generally is a concern. It has been raised by several speakers, and we do accept that we are still a long way to go before we can satisfy the needs of everybody. But it has also been noted here that government has done a lot in terms of drilling boreholes in the communal areas, upgrading borehole infrastructure, and as I said in the budget yesterday, more is planned to increase on what has already been done. And we are looking at an integrated water supply, infrastructure supply for Kavango West and Kavango East region from the Kavango River. And we are also looking to see how we can extend, utilize that water, especially from Erongo region, the desalination plant, and I'm sure you are all aware that good progress has been made with regard to the second Erongo desalination plant. I think it's only a question of time before the actual agreement is signed between NamWater and the private investor, and to develop the second desalination plant, which will improve the supply of water for industries in Erongo. And the second phase, the third phase of the development of the desalination plant is to bring water to the central area, to Windhoek, and the fourth phase will be to take that water beyond into Botswana, as was requested by our colleagues in the government of Botswana. Honorable April, we have taken note of your comments, and we, with appreciation, and we note that there are indeed some low-hanging fruits there that can be addressed urgently. I also have taken note of the concern that have been aired about the fishing in the 200-meter isobath. I think the former minister has elaborated on that one very well. Give us time to get the result of the studies, the research studies that are ongoing currently. And based on the outcome of the 2-year research study, we will be able to make decision as to how we, whether we can continue or we should adopt new strategy as far as the 200-meter isobath is concerned. There was also a request that we look at the reviewing the Marine Resources Act, so that to ensure that it provides for a sustainable utilization of our fishery resources. We will look at this after we have reviewed the performance of the sector in line with this fishery scorecard. and then we'll make a decision. Of course, at the moment, because owing to the practice that has been well established by the Cabinet of the Republic of Namibia, before the minister exercises his or her powers in terms of that law, you must consult with your colleagues in cabinet so that there is a collective consideration of the issues. So there's no day that I'll wake up and sign off a fishing quota right without having considered it fully and sharing with the colleagues in the cabinet of the implication of potentially that decision. There was also a good suggestion in terms of patrolling as far as the illegal fishing is concerned, that we should work closely with the Ministry of Defense, in particular the Navy division of the Ministry of Defense, to increase the patrol of our long coastline. And I'm sure we will look at that very closely. And finally, I think I know that I'm passing a lot of questions here. Maybe you can ask me individually later, but I just want to respond quickly on the issue of the Nekatal Dam. The Nekatal Dam irrigation scheme development is part of the budget plan for this year. I'm made to understand that the investor has been identified, and that the only challenge at the moment is the negotiations for the purchases of the adjacent land that are required to increase the land available for irrigation. And this relates to the issue that had been said earlier, that the price of land per hectare has increased over time. And we really just need to look at it and say, how can we best review the current rules governing land prices in order to make sure that both parties, both the seller and the buyers, are not disadvantaged unduly. Thank you very much,
Is the vote agreed to? Thank you. No, it's already now. I now put vote 39, Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security. Any discussions? Any discussions? Yes. Honorable, I don't know now. Armas, are you on Home Affairs? Okay, Honorable Armas and... No, Honorable but here it shows otherwise. Honorable Armas, then you will come, Honorable Lucato.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the All House Committee. Permit me to contribute to vote 39 under personnel. While the ministry received over 7.8 billion, with 6.17 billion going to personal expenditure, the reality on the ground is painful. Many lower-ranking police officers and National Correction Services officers who risk their life on a daily basis remain underpaid. And it's also, they remain also under promoted. Despite years of service, most of them cannot even afford a decent housing and end up living in sheds or informal settlement, exposed to the very criminal they are expected to protect us from. Can the Honorable Minister explain why there is still no policy ensuring that no police officer or national correction officers serves more than 5 years without a promotion? What concrete salary improvement are being implemented in this budget to honor and retain frontline officers who are the backbone of our security? This tendency of when we have problem, we run to the police, and when our problem solved, we hate the uniform, must come to an end. I hope I'm getting support of everyone here for a successful, remunerative, thriving increase of all forces I so submit.
Thank you. Honorable Lucato.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of All House Committee, members of Parliament, thank you very much for the floor. I raise on vote 3-9 Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security. In any country, the security of the country is so important. In Namibian people, they depend on their safety from the forces. And in this regard, the budget allocation to this important ministry is not enough, and they cannot operate their affairs with that limited budget. And also that I also recommend that crime is so high in Namibia, and I recommend that a refugee camp to be established in Zambezi region, in Katima, or whatever, because that region is a gateway, and many people come. It can be illegal immigration also, they come through that region. So we must have 2 refugee camps or refugee centers in Namibia. Other things which I want also to recommend that I also support that, members of the forces, including those immigration officers, they have to be paid reasonable for their wealth, for their life, so it needs increment. And the Honorable Minister, that the promotions also, in order for the police and those immigration officers to do their work for the safety and the security of this country, they have to be promoted. And I, myself, I know the wealth of our forces. They should be taken care of. And also the border interests, like in Kavango and the Caprivi and in the northern regions. Those border interests, they should be upgraded to be reasonable. Therefore, Honorable Minister, the vote 3-9, Immigration, Home Affairs, Safety and Security, I support it 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nashinge.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I would want to touch on Program 7, Forensic Science Services, which was allocated 57.9 million. But before that, just a quick one. Why is the ministry still stuck with the Continental building in the CBD? if we now have a beautiful building few kilometers outside the CBD, why are we still prioritizing this one? Why can't we just put it in the market, allow those that want to make the CBD look beautiful and move to our new building, or it's a space problem again? The other question is on the state of the forensic capability, which is a cornerstone of modern policing. It both detects criminals and prevents wrongful convictions. The minister mentioned the lab has some new facilities, but also relic instruments that needs upgrading. Are there plans in this MTEF to invest in new forensic technology? For example, do we have enough genetic analyzers, toxicological equipment, and digital forensic tools? The rise of cybercrime suggests we also need computer forensic experts. Does this fall under the lab's mandate? Moreover, the budget speech highlights initiatives to speed up forensic, like identifying fingerprints from the crime scenes. And can we get specifics? Is the ministry procuring an automated fingerprint identification system, upgrade or new fingerprint scanners for scenes of crime units? And since we aim to cut police clearance certificate waiting time from 5 days to 24 hours by going online, is the Criminal Records Bureau sufficiently digitized and linked to the lab? Essentially, are all parts of our forensic chain, crime scene, laboratory, criminal database being modernized? If not, what are the gaps and what support is needed to bring our forensic science services up to world-class standard? I think I still have a bit. The other thing is on the ministry mass registration campaign, which took place from Feb to July 2024, issued 620,000 national documents, and identified 14,976 stateless or undocumented people. Maybe let me. What I wanted to find out is whether we in this year, can the minister update us how many of the 14,976 have since obtained documents, and when will the act pass? When will the new stateless law and other 2024 act actually come into force? There was an act that was passed last year to regulate on the same issue. What is causing the hold up? And is the ministry on track to keep its promise that no stateless and undocumented people will remain in Namibia? I so submit.
Thank you. Honorable Theophilus.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the All House Committee. I would also like to join others in contributing to vote 39 of the Ministry of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security. Honorable Minister, I would like to touch on Program 1 on the establishment and regulation of the population register. I must congratulate you, Honorable Minister, as well as your ED and your entire team for embarking on this mass registration campaign, which we saw has really contributed to lessening the number of stateless people in our country. And I must indicate my interest here, Honorable Minister, because in my LLB dissertation, I did research on statelessness in Namibia and the adverse effects it has on people who are stateless and cannot identify a nationality. And with this bill that you're introducing, which is the Stateless Determination and Protection Bill, this can close the loopholes around stateless citizens and undocumented persons in Namibia to ensure they get the necessary support, including the grants that our citizens that have documentation are receiving. children who are unable to get NASFA because their parents are undocumented, or they themselves are unable to secure documentation because of those challenges. So I commend you for that bill, draft law, and activities under that program. The second one, Minister, is around civil registration, which I think in some parts is related to Program 1, but also probably related to Program 8 around ICTs. And my focus here is around the digital ID. Honorable Minister, in my letter from Her Excellency, she wants us to achieve the interoperability of systems in government. And we all know that an identification of a person is the most important identifier of any citizen in a country, which means if we have one centralized system in which we can identify a person moving from home affairs all the way to education, health, works and transport when it comes to registering for your driver's license, when you want to apply for a fishing quota or EPL, then we know exactly how a person is moving around the government systems and how the person is benefiting from government services. So, Honorable Minister, I would like to implore on you to expedite this digital ID concept that was mandated and approved by Cabinet, so that we're able to achieve the interoperability of systems in our government and to ensure that systems speak to one another, and for citizens not to move from pillar to post when they need service. They only need that one digital ID identifier so they're able to get services in one spot. And I know, Honorable Minister, you had the vision, even when you're at trade, that you want us to have a one-stop shop in terms of government services. But in this case, it will not only be in trade, but in every service that the country will be offering in terms of its government to its citizens, where a person doesn't need to move from office to office to get the services. But with that, Honorable Minister, I fully support your vote.
Thank you. Honorable Shitana.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. I just want to give a suggestion to the Honorable Minister that since after 35 years of independence, I haven't seen, albeit in this budget or the motivations, any sign language person being recruited in a police department. And there's a need for those people to be also at those police stations, as whereby even every night shift or whatever, because I do remember 2008, there was an incident whereby this person was found by the police and he was beaten up. Apparently he's pretending to be not here or want to speak to the officers. So I think it's high time for now, when we are going to recruit these new members, to at least consider and to have that special program for those people to be also get that opportunity where they can even be there to assist each other, because it also makes work for the officers very difficult when they are dealing with them during the satisfying of those documents, and it's very, very terrible. So the same with on the Ministry of Health, it must also apply that way. So these people, we really left them out, and appealing to the minister, they must try to find a way to set up this program to also bring these people into our force. I shall submit.
Thank you, Honorable Kandorodu.
Yeah, thank you so much. Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, Honorable Minister. On the issue of identity, Namibian identification documents, people are traveling kilometers to go and get the identity document. Okakara constituency, people are traveling from Kamatapati, which is about 200 kilometers to go to Shiwarongo or to Shivanda, just to get that. Why can't we have at each and every constituency, it's only 121. I think it's less because some area is already taken to buy those machines. Because Shinene, the same. So there are home affairs officers, but it can only provide death certificate and birth, that's all. So the identification cards, people have to travel, or the ministry have to do outreach programs, more especially when we are approaching examination times. They are visiting schools, which is not that much convenient. So therefore it's very important to look at how do we distribute the identification machine at different constituency offices. Some constituency there is no services at all. If you lose a family, you need to travel even 300 kilometers just to get the documentation done. On the immigration, that department, more especially for the visas, that department, I think something must be done. It collaborates with Chinese nationals or foreigners, more especially those that own mines, construction companies. They bring in expatriates under false pretense or false information, while locally we have qualified engineer or builders or whatever skills that we have locally. But you will see this person have been given a visa to work in Namibia. So please see what we can do. Let's finish what we have locally and then order from outside. On the soccer players are getting their work permit only for 3 months. But the league season is about 8 months. So foreign players are being disadvantaged. So can we please extend the work visa period for soccer player? It's very important. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Thomas.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson of the House Committee. I'm very short to the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security. I'm talking or putting this question because I have been police officers, investigator, criminal investigator in commercial branches. And I know what I'm talking about. First of all, let me employ you to the Article 15 of the Constitution. Children right. 1. Children shall have the right from birth to a name, the right to acquire a nationality, and subject to the legislation in act in the best interest of the children of God. Honorable Minister, Namibia, we have got a big dilemma. We have children or even people in adult age without identification or documentation in this country until now, after 35 years. And how do we call these children or these people? If it's not the stateless, but these people, I said stateless because there are many stateless citizens born and live in Namibia to Namibian parents. Only things they have is the voter's cards. Isn't this a state of disastrous? Honorable Minister, I think this one is very painful. some of these children, their parent passed on already. And these children live with their grandmother and grandfather. But every time when they go to the Home Affairs, they've been chased away. Go and collect this, go and collect this, until the elders exhausted and stay home. Second, these children, because of lack of these documentations, they don't get any assistance. Whether it's a school uniform, whether it's a children grant, they are there, hundred of them. Please, Honorable Minister, can you help us to make investigations, find out how many children or stateless people do we have in this country? How can you help them? If there is no any policy, can we create one? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ihemba.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of the whole House Committee.
Point of order or point of? Okay.
Okay. Is it possible for the air conditioning to be switched on? It just feels very stuffy in here, if that's possible.
Yeah. Perhaps what we can do for the sake of others, because maybe a little bit, maybe for about 3 minutes and off again, because otherwise other communities will be freezing. I feel like you, but maybe for about 2 minutes, on and off. Yeah. Yeah, Honorable Ihemba, please. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Do I have the floor now, or we still? What is the?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Honorable Ihemba, please proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I rise to contribute to this vote 39 of the Minister of Home Affairs. And I would like to state that we are very glad and happy that we have you, Honorable Minister, leading this very important ministry. But before I come to my two questions that I would like to put across to you, it's important perhaps I state that a woman was denied to be recognized as a Namibian for many years, over 30 years. And thank God, some people stumbled during the, our campaign approach of door to door by some commanders of IPC. And this person now today is a legal, she's in possession of a Namibian birth certificate. You see, this ministry ran a risk of being sued at any moment if this continues, because this woman was returned back by the unmotivated officials of the Ministry of Home Affairs. The records are there. Our Deputy Minister is in the region of Kavango East. I'm here to attest to that. So I'm just saying, let's be willing to bring the service to the people, then allocating a lot of money to protecting the VIPs. Honorable Minister, I would like to ask one question here with pertaining Program 3, which deals with the international refugees management. The idea shows Namibia continues to uphold its humanitarian obligation in 2024. we received 646 asylum seekers and granted refuge status to 205, with some being resettled to Canada and the US. That means the majority of the asylum applications were not approved, so to say 390 plus. What happened to these individuals? There's a concern, do they remain in limbo at Osire refugee camp, or are their cases still under review? These are human beings, Honorable Minister, we need to know that. There's a concern about protracted asylum processes. Can the Minister explain the steps being taken to speed up refugee status determinations and implement the new refugee ID card, which we understand that 1,240 of those type of ID cards were issued. I think I will appreciate if Honorable Minister will share with us and the public out there concerning these few remarks that I made, and I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Leader.
Thank you for the floor, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. I equal rise to support vote 39. And I would also like to share my serious concern, which I also believe that is national issue, with the Honorable Minister, calling for urgent intervention. My remarks are aligned with Program 4, Combating of Crimes. Honorable Minister, our beloved country is being captured, not by foreign army, but by drug dealers who walk among us. In almost every house and in almost every street, 3 or 2 houses are selling drugs. Our children's playgrounds and parks have been open drugs markets. Just go to Zoo Park, go to Pioneers Park playground, go to Komaza, go to Katutura. These places has become a places that is selling drugs. And in the broad daylight, drugs are being handed over to our school children. And the children are attending school under the influence. They are fighting teachers. And in some cases, they are stabbing them. Discipline has completely broken down. And to make the matter worse is that those that have taken the oath to protect us, some of our very own police officers have betrayed their promise. And in doing so, they have betrayed this nation. They follow the principle of what is eating beans is within beans. They are part of the system, yet they are conniving with drug dealers. They are on the payroll of the dealers. So how are these drugs entering the border so freely? Who is guiding the gate while our future is being poisoned? Is this the Namibia that we want to see? A nation raising a hopeless generation? Of course not. So how do we ensure that our children are safe and our future is protected? Honorable Minister, with due respect, I humbly appeal to you, clean the police force. We cannot win this fight against drugs if the gatekeepers themselves are compromised. My community and I have been in this battle for almost the past 10 years. And I speak from the lived experience. I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm talking about. I urge you, Honorable Minister, for the sake of our children and for the future of our nation, take decisive action. Let us restore the integrity within the law enforcement so that we might save the lives of Namibian children and protect the generation to come. With this remark, Honorable Minister, Honorable Chair, and Honorable Member, I support the vote.
Thank you. Honorable Mpanda.
Yeah, Minister, of course I'm excited that you are a minister of that sector because I know what you can do. I'm also excited, I saw on the capital project, because one time when I was mayor of Windhoek, there was land occupation on the side of Ochomise. So General Ndeitunga ran there with the media to apparently be the one to intervene. Eh? No, it was Ochomise. So he ran there with the police and he was addressing the media. And he was addressing the media that these councillors are not doing anything and what. So we waited for him to finish. So after he's done, and we told him, do you know that that land belongs to the police? Because you are not doing anything about it, it's actually supposed to be police accommodation and police village. So immediately after that, then they went quiet. But I'm very happy to see that there's 30 million allocated to the police village. I really hope that it's going to be implemented. And I know there were people who were promising each other tenders, so I'm just inviting you to be on the lookout for that procurement process, because they're already lining themselves up for that police village. But, so we are watching them. But I'm very happy that finally we will have police accommodation for, as is provided for as a capital project. I was very happy to see, when I was reading, I think 2 weeks ago, I said, oh, population register. I actually thought is a system, just to realize it's a program. I was very excited because it's, when somebody dies, I always just imagine, because now when they tell us we are 3 million, those number is actually not accurate. It means 3 million are people, not necessarily Namibians, people who were in Namibia on that night when they were doing the calculation. Yeah? So the only people who can actually tell us how many, because it's Home Affairs that gives birth certificate. If somebody else gets married to a Namibian, it's marriage certificate, death certificate. So I was hoping, and that's why I was misled by the headline, because I thought there's going to be this system where they can just log in and say, how many females, how many males, how many children, Home Affairs. And I really hope that we'll reach a stage where we'll have something like that. On your motivation, you were talking about the laws that have been passed. For example, including the marriage amendment, and those laws that have been passed, and those laws cannot be implemented until regulations are in place. And actually very dangerous situation, because dangerous from that perspective, but also dangerous, we pass laws and say this law will be effective on a date determined by the minister. So if a minister decides for 3 years they are not implementing, so some of those laws that are urgent, particularly those marriage, it means that these things that is happening, people can still come and we will still be forced to recognize all those people. So we need to be maybe perhaps drafting laws together with regulation to be able to do some of those things. We need to have a predictable promotion, because in the police they call it kanakameme, my child's mother. That's a method of promotion. So we perhaps need to have a proper mechanism to be able to do that. That land where we have a central prison, maybe it's about time where we see if we can swipe and maybe put up a mall and build a prison elsewhere. Yeah? We might actually be able to sell that entire land, build a prison, because it's not a sustainable situation for us to have a prison in the center of the city there as we move out. There's a lot of things that we can do.
Honorable Haikola.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I
raised to contribute. I don't want to waste time. Firstly, Home Affairs did actually, I would say, well, if we have to compare to the ministries, and I would like to commend or appreciate your predecessors, and I believe you would also do the best there. So I didn't do my research on S&T, and I hope that our low-ranking force officials will also benefit. I don't see them. Okay, I don't see the officers there up there, but I hope they are also going to benefit. Yeah, I hope the low-ranking officials will also benefit from this S&T, because we are budgeting for S&T, and million of Namibian dollars are going to the forces, and these people are not benefiting. So my point that I want to bring their attention is, I think it's similar to, it's almost similar, but there is a point that I'm going to highlight. Honorable Minister, if I'm going to read for you a certain scenario, but I realized I wanted to come ask personally, but I realized that there are a lot of people in these shoes. So, for example, someone was born in Angola in 1959 to fully Namibian parents. The parents, the father and the mother, are fully Namibian, and both her parents, they all held Namibian IDs. And in 1979, they returned to Namibia. That same year, she was issued a Namibian old ID, the Southern Western Africa, which stated her country of birth as Angola. Okay? They kept issuing her a temporary residence permit, and they kept renewing it. So years later, when the government phased out the old ID system, she was denied a new Namibian ID because birth is listed Angola, but both of her parents are Namibians. So, but from 2016 to date, they are repeatedly told that the matter is still waiting for cabinet approval. So, Honorable Minister, I know she is not the only person. There are a lot of Namibians in the same shoe. When is cabinet going to approve? And how are you going to handle this matter? So, thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Eames.
Honorable Minister, as a Shadow Minister for this beautiful ministry of ours, I'm also happy of the progress that you colleagues are pushing, even though more needs to be done. Therefore, I want to look at on Program 99. On Program 99,
Ministers, please.
Policy Coordination and Support Services. On Program 99. On Program 99, Policy Coordination and Support Services, 742.5 million is allocated. This support program is nearly 10% of the ministry's budget, covering central administration. One notable achievement was that the 99.3% budget execution rate last year. Essentially, the ministry spent almost everything Parliament allocated. While it is good to fully utilize funds, execution for execution's sake is not good enough. We need results. We have discussed areas where outcomes lag. For example, forensic, statelessness, and so on. What is the ministry's internal monitoring mechanism to ensure that the directorate spending translates into the intended outputs? For instance, does the executive director hold quarterly reviews on targets like ID issued, cases investigated and reallocated, or troubleshoot as needed? Also, Program 99 oversaw some capital projects. New regional offices in Kurenkuru, Katimamulilo, and so on are under construction, due to be finished 2025-2026 financial year. Are these on schedule and within budget? Is the assurance that the support service are effectively managing such development projects? Lastly, with such a large administration budget, are there any plans to right-size the ministry administrative overhead? For example, as process go digital for IDs and visas, could some posts be phased out or repurposed to frontline services, ensuring the optimal balance between headquarters and field staff will perhaps itself be an efficiency gain and reform opportunity? I so submit, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Honorable Krone.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Honorable Minister, I would like to bring under your attention about section 259 in the Child Care and Protection Act, which makes provision for providing essential documents to the government bodies like Ministry of Gender Equality, Poverty Eradication and Social Welfare, who is the key player in child welfare, and they likely need access to national documents. When I was an employee at Ministry of Gender, we were having a serious issue that many of the clients do not afford to pay for the duplicate documents. But whenever we went to Home Affairs, they informed us that as long as there is no directive from their minister, they cannot issue these documents free of charge, except now the birth confirmation form that we are getting. So I would love you, Honorable Minister, to see how you can intervene and assist in cases when need arises. The second one is, I experienced that Home Affairs is also not registering a child for late birth of registration if the mother is not present. So in some cases, we learned that mothers ran away and dropped the children with the fathers, but those fathers are unable to register the child. Okay, there is a condition that unless he is doing a paternity test, but sometimes these fathers do not afford to pay for the paternity test, and the fear is also, what if I pay for this paternity test and the child is not mine? Things can happen that this child can be killed also due to stress, but accept the paternity test, allow the fathers to register the children if the mother is not available, because they are, how should I say it? The children are losing out on the grants, also losing out on to be enrolled in school. Luckily, the same act is making provision that the schools cannot deny a child if their child is not having a birth certificate. But it's a very important document which is really needed. Honorable Minister, I'm very confident and do have the trust in you and know that you will really sort out the few challenges which is there. So therefore, I'm fully in support of your vote. Thank you.
I missed your first question. Section 2.
Honorable Chair of the Whole House Committee, my worry is Kavango East, Madam Minister, has no regional headquarters. You go to Kavango East Regional Headquarters, I don't know when that building was built, it's falling apart. So I want to know what is happening there. Same with, there is a Class A Dama police station in Rundu, a Class B, Kehemu. There are no office accommodation there. No, neither are there proper furniture. There is a lack of furniture in those two police stations. Right in Kavango, I visited them and I'm very alive to what is happening there. The other issue that I want to mention to you, Honorable Minister, is who manufactures police uniforms? If you really want to show us something that you are a new Minister of Home Affairs, please industrialize the police force, the prison services. Let's put
a company internally or externally that is going to manufacture our police uniform. If we can't manufacture uniforms 35 years after independence, we must not stop. We must stop talking about industrialization. If you look at what is happening in the conflict between Pakistan and India today, the military equipment and the warfare that is taking place there, it tells you that these people are so advanced to a point that I'm so afraid that if Pakistan decide to hit Africa, they could overtake the whole Africa with their military. Now, Honorable Minister, do something. The lack of landlines in police offices, computers, and air conditioning. You come at a police station, the lady wants to write a statement, she's sweating, you are sweating. Is it true that we don't have capacity even to buy second-hand air conditions around Windhoek? I mean, there are so many. If you want me to sell you an air conditioner, I can do it. A second-hand one that will work for another 10 years. So I don't know why this. And then the detectives are complaining bitterly to me that they don't have cell phone allowance. You are supposed to investigate a case. Nobody gives you a cell phone allowance to access information. How's not even the 76 that we are getting per month here? These people have no cell phone allowance. Police vehicles, it's a nightmare. It's not. I've made a study that it's a generic global problem with police, because police have to chase people. But there is also rampant abuse. Abuse. It's the tongue. A rampant abuse of police vehicles. Who is looking after police vehicles? For example, in Dama, there is a scenario that is very worrisome. You have a 2x4 doing a radius of 400 kilometers, one single vehicle. Up to Tsumkwe, that vehicle, you will find them at those farms next to Tsumkwe there. How can we only have one car? From Dama, the whole of Rundu, down to Tsumkwe, just one vehicle, 2x4. Lastly, the conniving of our police forces with cattle rustlers. It's a serious, serious problem, to a point that insider information, these people are receiving insider information from the police. You stole somebody's goats, this person is providing information, the police is providing the information, they are looking for you, go at this point. We must address intelligence in the police force.
Thank you. Honorable Ampanda.
I support your vote, but I know it's not.
Honorable Venani, I think your intervention
took over mine.
Yes, no, it's on point, because I'm actually aware that the minister, while she was at trade, she was working on something on school uniform, like some sort of standardization of school uniform. I don't know whether it's the same school uniform for the whole country and produce ones, but maybe she must just continue the same with the police, as far as that is concerned. So, Minister, when my time lapsed, I was talking about that land, where we have correctional services, where the current prison exists. If originally, when you look at the old design of Windhoek, it was kind of seen on an outskirt. It was seen as not part of Windhoek proper on the other side. And I'm sure when we look at those plans, you would see that it's actually not even advisable to be able to have a prison in the center where it is. So we might actually be able to do a proper economic assessment and being able to build a prison elsewhere, fund it. There might be a funding formula that you can also use. Who knows, maybe you could build your own mall, your own accommodation facilities that can fund the program that we're also just talking about. There is really something that you might consider just as a thought to be able to do that. And I'm sure we can speak to colleagues at the city of Windhoek to find some land there, maybe Groothout or wherever, for us to relocate that prison there. The other, I know in other countries they have really, and we don't do it, we always hear minister and cabinet, minister and cabinet. You always hear in other countries people talking about the economic cluster. So in other words, 3 or 4 ministers in the economic cluster that are just meeting to have discussion and conversation about issues that are beyond one ministry. For instance, you will see there is no court in Ondangwa, there is no magistrate court in Omthia. How does that affect your ministry? It means on a daily basis, about 50 offenders must be transported. That's fuel, that's payment to witnesses, that's the amount of money that you just spend to move offenders to go and attend court in Ondangwa on a daily basis. If this issue can be discussed in those interventions, you might actually realize the amount of money that your ministry spends to take offenders there, on fuel, on many other activities, might in the long term, in a year or two, be sufficient or contribute substantially to a building of a magistrate court. So you need also to be able to discuss some of these issues with your colleagues from justice and the judiciary to be able to look at some of those things. I was talking about promotion, predictability, and transparency. There was a case of a police officer who called me about his promotion, and other colleagues had been promoted, and we just met him there. I followed up the matter, and when I followed up the matter, they, oh no, there was a mistake. And that man only had 6 months left to his retirement. But his promotion has been pending for about 2 years. And 4 months before his retirement, he gets promoted. It's so sad. There is no justice to say, okay, it's our mistake, let's do this. So we need to discuss this thing of promotion so that promotion must become predictable. As a constable, you can be able to have your clear career path that if I do this and this, if I serve for this long, I will be able to be promoted this and this. It mustn't depend on a general. It mustn't be depending. It must be as straightforward, as clear, as transparent, so that everyone can be able to understand. So, but the problem of promotion, that's why they call it Kanakameme, is some officers have just given up. They've just given up that they will ever be promoted at all.
Honorable Likando.
Of the Committee of the Whole House, I rise to support vote 39 with the few observations. I thought Honorable Mpanda would have cracked on the matter of sectoral issues that are affecting our overcrowding of police holding cells. This is due mainly to lack of remand facility. This is why our cells are also overcrowded. And you'll find that the people in the holding cells, especially those not yet charged, are the one who suffers compared to those who are already sentenced. So the establishment of this remand facility is across the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Home Affairs, and the judiciary. So maybe we need to work around that so that we start having these facilities across the country. Then secondly is the issue under program 1, that is establishment of the register and the regulation of the population register, as well as program 8 of ITC. I had the opportunity, Honorable Minister, to observe election in Russia. They have a centralized system that determines the voters through the Ministry of Home Affairs, where once a person attains 18 years, it will indicate automatically is eligible to vote. And during the voting system, they just use the passport or the ID, and it makes things easier. So I believe we should move that central system. Equally so with business. If our central system is totally regulated and established, we'll be able to register business within 24 hours, just like in Dubai. Our population is so small. Finally, as I support the budget, extend the community service to cleaning of our cities and towns, especially to those offenders who are soon to be released. With those few observations, Honorable Minister, keep up the work of your predecessor. I so submit and fully support budget under vote 39.
Honorable Kalangula.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise on vote 39. Honorable Minister, on the air wing, I speak with reference to the helicopters that are at the air wing, the one EC-145 and the Squirrel AS-350. The members of the public out there are complaining that they don't see these helicopters providing public rescues and services much anymore as they used to see in the past. Could there be that this reduction is brought upon by insufficient use of this equipment that costs the taxpayers a lot of money? Because to my understanding, these pilots need missions. Because the pilot is often seen mostly where there are only cameras and not where the action is. I understand Professor Mpanda spoke about its visibility, what it used to do with the light during night operation and so forth. But we need to understand that these beds, these 3 beds, needs to be put in operation. And the public wants to see more of it. We see the helicopters of the Air Force doing much work in the north there during the floods. And of course, we had the past where this helicopter was doing search and rescue when tourists were getting missing and so forth. But not much of it is being seen anymore. I remember also taking a note and a reference of taking my journey to the north, and I came across to see 2 helicopters parked at the roadblock of Ochiwarongo. Now, Honorable Minister, 2 helicopters parked at the same place. That's a concern. Because ideally, to strategically put these machines, you need to put one in a certain area for that operation and another in another area for an effective operation. That should be logical. Yeah. On that note, I put reference also to what I said on the accidents on the roads the other day, I think 2 days ago. These helicopters can also be used as on standby for search and rescue and medevac to our hospitals in case accidents happen. A helicopter can easily park alongside the road and assist when an ambulance cannot come forth and quickly assist to save lives and take these people to the hospitals. So, Honorable Minister, let's give the pilots at the air wing missions. Let them be busy during our festive seasons or whenever it is busy on the roads. On that note, I so submit and I thank you, Honorable
Honorable Thomas.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker of the whole House Committee, for the second time. Honorable Minister, I know from your appointment, Namibian people have seen something in you. Honorable Minister, the issue of illegal immigrants, issue is a problem. Problems of the illegal immigration in our country is worrisome. Issue of the Osire camp, worrisome. Issue of the stations that receive this illegal immigrant in the country is worrisome. My question is, how do you control or how will you control the epidemic, epidemic, sickness, pandemic, it's a pandemic or epidemic.
Yeah, you are right, just continue.
Okay. Because what I'm seeing, let me come, sickness, okay, let's leave those big, another word, it's not in my language.
Yeah.
Sickness. Because the problems here, when these illegal immigrants being apprehended by the police elsewhere in the country, these people are not investigating or look what disease they can bring in the country. They just dump them in the same cell with other prisoners in the country. Now, may suggest here, why can't we put a protective measure, like a first to be taken to the doctor and see what kind of disease these people are carrying into our country? And if it's not, why can't we establish or upgrade the refugee, since this one is so overcrowded at Oshivarongo? What can we upgrade the refugee center at Katimamulilo, Zambezi, and or upgrade the station center at North Uvel and Rwakana once those people are being apprehended, and they must be isolated for what? Before we are now getting a problem in that. I think, Honorable Minister, I support the vote, but I think we have to do something in that one.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Honorable Venani.
The Minister, the prison services are doing something that must be emulated. The food production that they are doing, that is what we want to see in the country. And where there is something good happening, we will also not turn a blind eye just because we are in opposition. Good is good for Namibia, bad is bad for Namibia. So thank them for what they are doing. They are doing a marvelous job. The last issue, the prisons. See, there is this problem of sodomy in prisons. Yes, it's a serious problem that hinges on human rights. If you arrest me on a charge of whatever charge, and you take me to prison, and there is an unruly guy who thinks he can shower me, take my clothes off and sleep with me, unwillingly contract a disease like AIDS, what does the state do in that instances? It says there is no control of people's human rights in prisons. And especially I'm talking about the male side of prisons. And nobody knows whether you will be in prison or not. Because there is this old Ugandan story of a minister who was a minister of prisons that never looked after prisons. And the day that he went to prison, he was asking why there were no sugar in the food. And the criminal next to him said, "You were the minister, why didn't you provide sugar?" This issue of sodomy in prison is very serious. Where you are just arrested for a ticket or something, and there is an unruly boy who is on Dacha or whatever, he is probably gay or what, and he starts sleeping with you, or two of them rape you. The state must be sued. Because the state must protect people that are in prison. So letting that situation go, it is happening in prisons. Sodomy, in our prisons, has become a normalcy. But that thing must be under your radar, that you must protect the human rights of people. You can't just put me in a cell of 10, 20 people, and you are saying because I stole a car, therefore somebody must sleep with me and it's normal in prison. That issue must be addressed. Otherwise, I support the vote.
Thank you, Honorable Lucato. Thank you, Honorable Lucato.
Honorable Chairperson of all houses.
Honorable members, let's listen to each other.
Protect the minute.
I'm protecting.
Okay. Chairperson of all House Committee, members of Parliament. I raised with two points which I wanted to add to the same vote, as I've already supported it. Number one, stock theft is too high in Namibia, and in particular in that great region, Zambezi region. So which means that animals of the farmers have been affected. Then I just want also to recommend to the Honorable Minister that if Botswana, Republic of Botswana, they have a tight security where there's no criminality to enter Botswana day and night. Why not in Namibia? That's question number one. Number two, Honorable Minister, are you aware that in the northern regions of Namibia, southern border of Angola, also the Kavango region, borderline, we have Namibians, other side, living there. We have again Angolians this side. The allegations there is that others they have, let me say Namibian they have IDs for Namibians and also Angolan. And the other side also they have Angolan IDs and Namibian IDs. So if you are not aware, can you do the research? Because myself, I was physically there on those territories there. So there is an allegation that they used to take part in our activities here in Namibia, including to have, let me say, citizenships and also to participate in Namibia's elections. So that is the only. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and the members of Parliament. Yeah,
thank you.
Yes.
Any discussion? I now give the floor to the Honorable Minister to respond. Honorable Minister of Home Affairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I must just first register my concern that I received so many questions. A few comments, but many questions, with 15 minutes. I am going to try and go as far as I can, and those that would not be answered, perhaps you would liaise with me after this platform. If I may start with the first question from Honorable Amos Amkoto, which was complaining about the high portion of the budget going to the ministry staff complement or personnel expenditures. Of course, if you look at the ministry in terms of the workforce, that is a combination of the police force, the Namibia Correctional Service, and the ministry itself, which have a staff complement supposed to be of 39,000. But as it now, the positions that are filled are only 19,000. And it means if we had enough resources, we could employ more. And in terms of promotions, yes, promotions sometimes are coming too slow. And I believe we all note the concern of the financial space we are operating from. However, promotion also does not just come instantly with a number of years of service that a person or an individual have served. It is accompanied by various criteria. One of them is performance. The other one is also discipline, especially in the forces. And sometimes we expect automatic promotion, which cannot be the case. There are various criteria, and those criteria are assessed, and when a person deserves a promotion, it's granted. There could be those that meet the requirements, but because of the fiscal space, they might not be considered at that interval that the actual promotions are being carried out, but their names are reserved for the future in case if there comes resources. Then I move on to the next question from Ms. Honorable Rukato. Honorable Rukato, you have nailed it on to say that the budget is not enough, but we must learn to do more with little. The refugee camp in Zambezi, that is not a refugee camp, but rather a reception center, which where the refugees are arriving, is it where the interviews and assessment is conducted for them to either be qualified or disqualified, and then they are sent at the center in Osire. Of course, we only have one reception center, and like Bishop have said, the ideal situation is for us to have those centers. You know, we have refugees that come from Angola through Oshikango border post. We have those that come from Zambia that goes through the Zambezi now. And then we would have those that come from another part of Angola that goes through Kavango region. And it's in an ideal situation, we would have reception centers in all those centers so that the refugees are then screened. But we also do not have enough space to accommodate them. And if you have noted, and we are following the geopolitical development, most of the assistance to the refugees was coming through the UNHCR. And we have noted that those resources and support have since dwindled. We are pulling here and there with the minimal resources we have to try and accommodate those that we can. And I think there were a number of those that were cited, that some of the refugees numbers that are cited to Canada, those are the ones that went to those countries, and not necessarily that came to Namibia from outside. And I move on to the concern raised on the immigration officers to be paid well and to be promoted. In terms of promotion, I think I have covered that. And the salary scales, of course, when resources are available, we can review the salary scales. Otherwise, we all note that the salary increment and salary structures of government are harmonized in all various structures. And when there is a real motivation that warrants the salary and job descriptions to be reviewed, I believe a submission can be done, and that can be directed to the Public Service Commission to do that review. And perhaps if the resources permits, it can be done in terms of reviewing and recapitalizing those positions. And you have also noted that we need to open more border posts. Currently, we have planned for 7 new border posts, but because of the fiscal space in this current financial year, we would only earmark to open 1 in Mushangara, but we have 6 more planned for the next, over the MTF, and we are looking at the various border points, not only in Zambezi region, but across the country. Then I move on to Honorable Nashinge. Honorable Nashinge, you have spoken of the forensic upgrading in terms of the equipments. Of course, there are some equipments that have been procured, and we must note that forensic have 2 dimensions. They is forensic in terms of the assessment. There is forensic in terms of also the could it be when accidents have happened, or also when you have what is it that when you need to test the child's paternity, the DNA test and all this. Some of the equipments we have locally, some of the equipments we utilize from the neighboring countries, but there are plans in place also to upgrade some of the equipments that we have and to procure, could the physical space make provision for that. And the fingerprints, we are moving into harmonizing the fingerprints. The systems that we have currently, Home Affairs have a different system, and the police have a different system. Going forward, we want to have one harmonized system, and that would assist for us to look at various aspects of us utilizing this in a digital space. Going forward, we would even want to use the palm of your finger to be taken as some kind of identification as we are looking at. There are many corpses that can be found, somebody lying somewhere, deceased, and no one can identify him. And going forward, those are some of the elements that we want to bring on board so that we would be able to identify that. And we also note that the criminals nowadays, they give false identities. When these processes are harmonized, it will be easier to track them down and to identify them. And it should also be linked to the general database of the ministry. You have spoken of the statelessness. Stateless, maybe I would answer, it's about 3 or 4. The honorable members who have posed questions related to statelessness, and you have cited the number as identified during the campaign of last year, which is not the total number that we have. The bill itself, it's under discussion. It's currently at the CCL, and like Honorable Mpanda has commented, we have tried now to work on the bill at the same time working on the regulations, so that when it's passed and it's to come to this house, it should be ready for implementation as soon as it has passed. We envisage to bring it here for discussion, perhaps in the next session, provided that the Cabinet Committee on Legislation have completed and have done its work. I hope Honorable Wise is listening, so that we fast track that to close that gap, because there are many of our citizens that are falling in this category that would ideally be covered once this bill is enacted. And that also answers Honorable Emma Theophilus. And on her request for fast-tracking the digital ID, what I can respond to this is that we have since secured the service provider. The budget was already secured and availed by the Ministry of Finance during the previous financial year, and we are on course on the implementation and the development of this ID, digital ID. And that digital ID going forward will be your identification at all points. Can it be with the financial institutions, all other government institutions as we are referring to them? You would not need to carry your documents, but you need to carry your finger, and then you will be identified through that at all points, may it be for payments or for any other services that are to be rendered, including the Ministry of Health when you would go for your treatments. Then I move to Honorable Shitana. Honorable Shitana, of course, we take note, and the feedback I can give to you is that at the Namibia Correctional Services, we have made provision for training of the interpreter and sign language, sign language interpreters in various categories of those that are not able-bodied like all of us. And we would replicate that to our other force, which is Namibian police. I'm informed that currently they make use of the officers, especially at courts, of the Ministry of Justice, because the Ministry of Justice have provision in their establishment of such officers. But as we are recruiting, and perhaps in the next category of our recruitment, we will make provision for that. Honorable Kandrodu, you should understand that if we were to be in an ideal position, it could have been our wish that in every constituency office we would be able to issue all national documents. But unfortunately, because of the limitations of budgetary constraints, we might not be in a position to issue the IDs, especially at all points. However, time and again, we have teams that goes on outreach to issue documents and avail documents to many of our citizens on the ground. We brace to say the birth certificates notifications, we have 128 points, which are hospitals and clinics where the notification is done, and the forms are forwarded to the ministries for processing so that we register births immediately. And I believe under the current budget we have made provision for about 14 more clinics or in health centers that we will bring on board. Then I move on to, those soccer players that you are referring to. We have different regimes of visas and work permits. Perhaps they applied for the ones that are of 3 months, but if it's necessary, let them apply for either 6 months or long term, which is provided for. And I move on with Honorable Ihemba. It's a case, a specific case. Maybe I would advise that you bring it to our attention. And if you know the culprit who inhibited the process for that woman to get the citizenship, I encourage you to bring the culprit forth, details forth, so that the case can be investigated, and if there are punitive measures to be instituted, it can be done. And then the asylum seekers, those that are granted refugee status are those, as per the interview, meet the requirement. And the rest, they do not meet the requirements. We should be able to note that we cannot accommodate everybody, even those that do not meet the requirements of being referred to as refugees. But those that meet the requirement are then transferred to Osire. Honorable Hilma Ita, drug dealers amongst us. Drug trafficking and drug dealing is a challenge for all of us. It's happening in our houses, it's happening within our communities. And I think what we need to strengthen more is community policing.
Yeah. Just around that, Minister.
We need to strengthen the community policing, the network, women and men network, the neighborhood watch, and of course the police reservist. We need to strengthen those activities within our communities. And we as parents, sometimes we are the culprits. We know that our children are trafficking drugs and are using drugs, but at the end of the day, we blame the police. And as parents, we don't come out and also reveal this so that they can be assisted. It's not that when you come out, your children are going to be apprehended and be sent to jail and police cells, but there are also programs that of rehabilitation that can be taken on.
Thank you. Any objection? Is the vote agreed to? Okay, thank you. I now put vote 40, education. Oh. Yes. Yeah. I have Honorable Aikola.
Okay, thank you very much. Education, very, very close to my heart. Honorable Minister, when we talk about education, it's not only about Minister Dino or Minister Tienkam, but all of us. However, since the two of you are responsible for it, we are going to give some recommendations, okay, and some questions as well. I want to talk about TVET. You know, when you teach 500 children per day, not all of them are academicians, if there's a word such as that, to say in a school mainstream, in a academically inclined. Yeah, academically inclined. Thank you, my professor. But TVET is very important. So the pre-vocational subjects, yes, there is a budget for it, which is good. But can we ensure that all regions are compelled to take up a specific percentage of those subjects? Because some principals are the ones who request for subjects in their schools, but then they are hesitant because of accountability. As I was talking to the minister the other day, she said there's a lot of accountability. They do not want to account, but it's very important that the minister, they get the training and meet those principles so that our children can have pre-voc subjects in all the regions. So that is one, and it's also very important with time the senior education officers for pre-voc subjects, they must be aligned to the pre-voc subjects. For example, if it's diesel mechanics, if the school is offering diesel mechanic, it's very important that the senior education officer is also in that line. That's number one. Number two, Omthia VTC. So a government VTC in Omthia has been on the cards for some time. The land is there and it's even fenced. Actually, it was supposed to be started with Mkurenguru more than 7 years ago. So what is causing this delay? Because all other regions have government VTC except Harda, Erongo and Oshikoto. While the idea is to have one in each region, even though in your motivation you have mentioned about this. Honorable Minister, I want to talk about my third point, which is discipline. You know, the Bible says bring up a child in a way that they should go, and so that they cannot forget. I think I just misplaced my notes to say it exactly. But I want to tell you that when I was a teacher, I became very, very frustrated. I'm not going to lie to everyone here. Why? Because discipline in school is extremely, extremely out of hand. The children, everything is taken. Of course, I'm not saying that we should beat the children. In our time, beating was working. But the teachers out there, you cannot beat. You cannot beat a child. I'm not advocating for beating. But I'm saying you cannot beat, you cannot isolate them, you cannot even punish them for chairs. There was a teacher that punished for chairs and for punished because a child lifted up the chair. But then, what I'm trying to tell you is that we need to revisit, because now in that document, when we sign the corporal punishment document, the only best one or to say is by praising a child. If a child is making noise or insulting a teacher, the best way you do it, apparently, according to that book, is now to praise, oh, Timo, you are fine. But this has collapsed the school. The teachers out there are agreeing with me. I'm coming from teaching. So the discipline, Honorable Minister, need to be revisited so that our teachers cannot be frustrated and the culture.
Thank you. Yeah, just come. It's your time.
Am I given the floor?
Honorable Motu.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Honorable Minister, firstly, I would like to commend you for the implementation of the National Safe School Security Framework that you're trying to hashtag keep the children safe. Given the times that we have right now, this is the right time to really implement such programs. I'd like to really commend you for that, but I would like to ask for much more information on how you're going to really collaborate with the police officers and how parents and principals will be incorporated into the system.
Yes.
Another issue is the allocation of 20 million assistive devices for special needs. I think this is very imperative because in the 7th Parliament we had a trip to Kavango East, Kavango West on the lack of special schools that really looks into disabilities on autism, and those were one of the critical issues. Equipment, particularly leading to teachers dealing with learners with disabilities and how they will be able to communicate. It was very difficult, so we had an issue where these teachers will then have to put them in a special school within a class within a special school, and then they're just left aside. They sit and they become idle. So I think also maybe just looking into the Kavango East and West region in terms of aligning it with maybe building 1 or 2 schools there. Another issue is climate resilient school construction. We have seen over the years that the dilapidated hostels, school infrastructure, but perhaps maybe if you look at developing guidelines, perhaps you have it already, maybe you can enlighten me, develop guidelines for climate resilient school infrastructure to mitigate the impact and extreme weather events that include water harvesting systems, energy efficient classrooms, and climate adaptive designs. Maybe
Yes.
perhaps that you can incorporate it, or if you have it, that would be great to elaborate. And finally, Honourable Minister, on TVET, the framework in terms of governance and qualification assessment remains fragmented and underdeveloped. We then would suggest you having an independent TVET comprehensive qualification authority that will address some of the structural gaps within TVET. I can give you an example. For example, in Germany, the German Federal Institute of Vocational Education is the governing body that deals with training, that coordinates research and development around vocational education to ensure that it's updated on time. We don't have that. So if you can perhaps deal with it, then we will deal with the issue of, for example, there is, without a central TVET qualification authority, there are inconsistencies with the curriculum, content, assessment methods, and qualification standards. And this leads also to a lot of disparities led within the training providers that operate independently, leading to various issues that affect the quality and the outcomes. I so submit. Thank you very much. I support you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Tuchavi. Tushavi. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Honorable members, good afternoon. Allow me to submit myself to the vote of education and equally highlight and take from the words of Che Guevara, who tells us that the walls of education must come down. Education must not be a privilege so that the children of the children of those who can afford are able to study. As I draw myself to this particular vote, I register myself to my maiden speech where I specifically mentioned that bureaucracy should not steal our students' time. NSFAF remains one of the failed institutions in as far as administration is concerned, Honourable Minister. And allow me to draw your attention to the upcoming graduates that are currently graduating and even the ones that graduated previously. The reason why even as currently youth unemployment stands at 44.4% is because when students graduate and NSFAF owns the university, they are unable to get their academic records, neither their qualifications. And I want to understand, why is it that students are being blamed for the failure of NSFAF to pay the university on time? And I don't think that is fair that students are being held liable for NSFAF not paying on time. I now move towards Program 1 under the education infrastructure. The University of Namibia has received an allocation of 55 million, Honourable Minister, which is highly welcomed, but I want the Honourable Minister to effectively monitor this allocation. If we look at campuses like the Oshakati campus, this campus does not even have a hostel. The infrastructure is dilapidated. It's very important that the leadership of the university ensures that this university is highly upgraded to the standard way it ought to be. And I equally move to my main campus. I remember in a class of African philosophy, and I'm sure my professor can attest to this, he informed us to say that why is it that when you walk down the wall, there's no, the hallway, there are no lights there, Honourable Minister. A budget is being allocated now, and I want the leadership of the University of Namibia to ensure that this infrastructure is set up, the auditoriums, the halls, the lights are not even proper. Some halls don't even have projection mechanisms. So there's a need to really renovate this infrastructure at the University of Namibia, and equally the hostels, the geysers. When I was in SRC last year, we were fighting for geysers to actually be renovated and put new ones, but this whole bureaucracy takes up time and the students are still unable to bath with warm waters. As I move towards The long-awaited student village, the construction of the student village, Honorable Minister, I want to commend you and I want to implore the ministry to expeditiously roll out this development and ensure that students move in on time, because rent is very high in Windhoek, to be specific, and everywhere else. And since we're even establishing one in Windhoek, let us ensure that in other regions we're also able to develop student villages over the years. However, at this juncture, I welcome this particular initiative and I wholeheartedly and unapologetically support your vote. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Itope.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Honorable members, I rise to support vote 40, education. However, I would like to touch on 4 specific programs. Program 8, 5, 6, and 7. Comrade Minister. On Program 8, I would like the increasing opportunity for mature people to access education, to increase knowledge and skill. The literacy program should also allow a person to access to higher education. This will improve literacy among citizens, Comrade Minister. An educated society contributes to the development of the country. Additionally, it is on Program 5, 6, and 7. I'm pleased to note the allocation funds for the construction and upgrade of the University of Namibia and NAS campus. However, I would like to ask the ministry to expand the completion of the UNAM Southern campus at North Hope site. The increasing population and demand for the new courses made this infrastructure a pressing need. With the recent discovering of oil and gas, Comrade Minister, the UNAM Southern Camps, a campus in Namibia that offers geoscience in Kitmansop, require a proper infrastructure to enable human resources to play a significant role in oil and gas industry. Complementing the VTC establishing in Kitmansop, which play a crucial role in the industry. I support vote 40, Comrade Minister, and I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kashingi Siwa.
Thank you very much for the floor, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. To the Minister and the Deputy, the budget is promising. Now, I will not take long. I am having some questions on the following. When I was a principal of a certain primary school in the Omaheke region there was a program with the name School Link. The School Link was now to a new method of putting all documents in computers, or a new method of doing it with laptops and whatever the gadgets. So we were here, all principals in the whole Namibia were brought to Windhoek, and then we were trained how to do the things. This means how to put report cards, cumulative cards, promotion schedules, curriculums, and everything in the computers. Now, how far is this program? Because I remember that in Omaheke region, we were almost at 80% to finalize that program for every school to be linked. This link was not only for the schools alone, it was also to link parents. When a parent wanted a promotion report card, the parents was just to go into a certain method of computer or a laptop and then link with the school, and then you get your information. So it means for these days, because I'm now 5 years away from school, I don't know how far it is and how it is progressing. Please, can you shed a bit light so that we can also know that what is happening? And with that, I would also like to thank the Namibian government with the free Wi-Fi. I remembered also in the Omaheke region, it was almost at 90% for every school to get that. So that was a very good thing. And then there was also another program of school health. There was a school health program where health officials, nurses, and then teachers, and then some World Health Organization's officials also did come to schools to come and inspect ablution facilities. So there were rules like there should be a working toilet pot, flushing system, running water, learners should have access to water and so on. And to our schools where I would also like to invite the members when they go to Oshinene to go and check the ablution facilities which I have renovated at that school. So it has worked like nothing, but I'm now here at Parliament. But when you go to our ablution facilities, especially the toilets, some are working, some are not working. In some you will not find the toilet paper, but to the schools, to us there, it was compulsory for a toilet to have a toilet paper, to have access to that running water, for the kids to wash their hands after using the toilets and so on. So I recommend that that program is a very good one. It should roll out to all schools in Namibia so that we can have a proper system. And then lastly is the curriculum. I would like to thank really the Namibian government with their curriculum. It is working. Coming from the old government, the colonial government, and this one, I think we have worked a very good thing far away from the other one. Why I'm saying that is that our new curriculum is having a syllabus, and it is also having a scheme of work.
Thank you. I thought you said you will be short. I will not use the hammer, but thank you very much, Honorable Sitana.
Thank you. I just want to assure the Honorable Minister that I'm supporting your vote, but I'm still having an issue of the special schools. They are not here. Special schools. Yeah, like we have Elua. Like we have a special school like Elua, and the what? Yes, and the one who goes to Katutula here.
Dagbreek.
Yes. We have those special schools, but since my whole life, I have never seen or attended the graduation of these people. In terms of all of them, not individuals. Not individuals. Yes, of course, we attend the individuals for those who get a privilege, but just as the whole. We only have them to take them from grade 1. When they fail grade 10, then we leave them there. It's only those who are at the hands of maybe a good family that can push, but the majority of them, they are on their own. And that's why I think this is also a problem when we set them to receiving that support from gender. So, and these are people who need to go to further their studies, but we only leave them there. Luckily, we have white people who are so generous. They always give them jobs and checkers here and there to push trolleys and other, but this is not the right thing to go. We must have them in our budget. From that, whenever they are done, do we even have the data? How many are they? If they have a good number, can we at least try to provide or set up a special school for them, like a vocational training or other institutions for high level from that special grade that we are giving them? So my suggestion is that we must look to this, and the next time we must include them in this program. I know there are programs that are supporting them, but it's not enough. Those people are growing up. They are giving birth. They have kids there, but they are just there roaming around, surviving on the 1,000 or 600 that they got from the government. So it is high time for now to set up, and I'm promising to this house that the day you are going to have their graduation, I will avail myself to perform for free. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Samukwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Minister Steenkamp, we come a long way in education. We first met 24 years ago when I was inspector of schools in Irongo and you were senior school counselor in the north. And we have worked together, and be assured of my support. Thank you very much and congratulations. Now I have a lot to say, but I'll just pick one. Comrade Minister, among the challenges surrounding the employment of youth is lack of laws and regulations to foster business development. Space science and technology is one of the fast-growing sectors in Africa with untapped opportunities for business development. Currently, the African space economy is projected to be at 22.64 billion. However, despite other African countries such as Botswana, South Africa, Angola, Kenya, among others, enjoying the value of space economy on communication, Earth observation, engineering products, etc. I have learned that Namibia is still far behind with regards to adhere to the United Nations and African Union treaties of regulating space science and technology. Specifically, on the upstream space science economy. Currently, the country does not trade on the upstream space economy, as such depriving our graduates that are graduating in these fields who are either forced to be unemployed or look for job elsewhere in developed countries. This is because it is not a member of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs and has no territorial laws on space science and technology in accordance with international treaties and laws. Therefore, I'm just making a recommendation to say we need our young people. We cannot afford brain drainage into other countries and economies. We look at regulating this aspect so that our young people that are graduating can also find employment in Namibia. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Amutenya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Number one, I think we should all be proud of ourselves as a nation that prioritize education over anything else. That is why the education vote has obviously received the lion's share of our government resources. That we must all be proud of ourselves. Honorable Minister, we have committed ourselves to accelerate the maintenance and renovation of our school infrastructures. Schools are very big and complex institutions, but I'm very much concerned that we do not have the maintenance officers in those schools. As much as we are constructing, renovating, obviously these are buildings, these are infrastructures, they would obviously worn out. But it becomes very expensive when you do not have these officials in place that have to obviously handle the small repairs on a daily basis, like window fixing, painting, plumbing, fence fixing, the ceilings, and even extended to landscaping of the school environment. The school environment must look beautiful and attractive to a young children to obviously be attracted to be in a school environment. We are producing these skills at our VTCs, our TVETs, and therefore let us establish a maintaining officer, at least one position for every school, so that we maintain what we are trying to put together. Honorable Minister, you are very, very much aware of Oshikoto region. I have a problem. I have a problem with the Education Directorate offices for Oshikoto region that are still operating in Ondangwa town of Oshana region. It's 82 kilometers away from Omuthia town, which is the capital town of the region and where the regional office is based. That means that on a daily basis, for administration purposes, you see obviously cars moving from between Ondangwa and Omuthia for signatures, for the basics. And Ondangwa is actually 254 kilometers away from Tsumeb. Tsumeb is another constituency within Oshikoto, and they obviously have schools there. And they travel those 254 kilometers for services. This is costly, and it's actually contrary to the decentralization of our services and depriving also Omuthia town to its development, because we are supposed to have this establishment and even more employees that are residing in Omuthia. Honorable Minister, that honestly needs to change. Another one that I want to put to your attention, Honorable Minister, is the conditions and benefits of teachers. You know, we have so far committed to retain experienced teachers in the teaching field, you know. We have so much done well on the remoteness allowance to attract the qualified teachers to remote schools, that is the bush allowance. However, there is a limited economical growth and advancement in the teaching profession. You enter a teaching profession at an entry level grade 8, at the age of 23, for instance, you remain paid at that grade for 37 years until you retire. Otherwise, that is when you become a head of department, which is a competitive position, because each field has only one head of department. So we fail to retain qualified teachers. Even if you get your master's, your PhD, you remain a teacher at that position, paid that amount of money. We need to change this. We need to see how best we can retain quality teachers in the teaching field, not to run away for green pastures. The last one in these few seconds, let us establish a national education fund where minerals, those that are in the mines, the fishing, can contribute.
Honorable Matundu.
With that, I support the vote.
Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, I rise to support vote 40. Honorable Minister, on page 6 of your motivation under Program 1, Policy Coordination and Support Services, I welcome the construction of the Kunene Resource School, which is to be built in Kamanya constituency. Her Excellency President Nandi Ndaitwah at the groundbreaking ceremony said, quote and unquote, that the government of the Republic of Namibia under her leadership has placed access to inclusive quality education at the heart of our development vision. This includes a deliberate commitment to ensure that no child is left behind, regardless of their ability, location, or circumstances. Indeed, our education infrastructure must evolve to meet the needs of all learners with specific focus on inclusive access across all 14 regions. Therefore, inclusive education is essential, and it symbolizes the commitment of our government. Number 2, Honorable Minister, under the same program on education infrastructure on page 5. Honorable Minister, the Ministry of Agriculture has drilled a borehole for the Ocherunda Combined School in Opuo Urban Constituency, Kunene region, during the 2023-2024 financial year under the instruction of the Office of the Prime Minister. The then Prime Minister has visited the school during the said financial year, which was in devastating need of a borehole to supply water to the school, and instructed the Ministry of Agriculture to drill a borehole for the school. The Ministry of Agriculture has done its part of drilling the borehole and to bring a water pipe closer to the school or at the center of the school premises, of which they have done so, and left the other part now to the Ministry of Education to put up a pipe that will take water from that very point to the ablution facilities of the school and to the teachers' accommodation. As we speak now, it's still a lot of paperwork from this to that for this process to commence, and this school has a hostel which is in a very dilapidated situation. If Honorable Minister can really look at that. Honorable Minister, I brought this concern to the attention of your predecessors during the budget debate of last year, and these children are really suffering. Honorable Minister, I will come to your office for further discussions on the matter regarding the school. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Shanyingwa.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the whole House Committee, the Honorable House. I would like to make my contribution, very short one, in support of Vote 40 of the Ministry of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sport, Arts and Culture, as presented by the Honorable Minister, and also to congratulate the Honorable Minister with her team for a well-promising budget as presented. Honorable members, Honorable Minister, while supporting this important vote, the starting point should be to ensure a conducive learning and teaching atmosphere for learners and teachers by constructing adequate basic infrastructures, such as classrooms and laboratories at schools. Thereafter, we must equip these facilities with the laboratory equipments and school furnitures. And I really want now to get to the point that I want to bring to the attention of the Minister. While on this one, Honorable Minister, I have noticed with great concern, Comrade Minister, that I have seen dozens of broken schools, chairs, and desks piled up at various schools' premises across the country, Comrade Minister. We must revamp these furnitures using the VTC and National Youth Services graduates and other SMEs. Comrade Minister, is heartbroken to see small children sitting on the ground or simply on bricks if there is any available. And I think we cannot afford this type of a situation, and it needs your very unconditional attention. Finally, we must ensure then that our school's curriculum is also aligned and is responsive to the industry needs and to socio-economic needs of our country, like the Chinese are doing. Comrade Minister, I have seen that we have wood covers that are from our eastern regions, Kavango, Eastern West, and the Zambezi region, making all those beautiful small chairs. Why don't we support these people, Comrade Minister, by buying or procuring these chairs for the young boys and girls at those schools? That was my simple contribution, Comrade Minister, and I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Honorable Livindau.
Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members,
I rise today to contribute towards vote 40. Firstly, let me start by saying that I support the vote. I highlight what the honourable member said previously just now, stating that the budget itself emphasises how much the government values education. It is the foundation of everything. It is the foundation of who we are, what we do, and that we are all here today. There are 2 points that I want to highlight very briefly. The first point is about comprehensive health education. I am aware that we previously, I'm not sure if we still are, were part of the Eastern Southern African Commitment. And with that said, that basically means that we signed on to be able to say that we value comprehensive sexual and reproductive health education, the education thereof, and would be able to incorporate it into our schools. With that said, I'm not sure if we are still signatories, but I'm aware that we previously were. With that said, I want to highlight the importance thereof, considering the fact that a lot of the times there's a lot of misinformation about when we talk about comprehensive health education, what we are talking about. A lot of people will highlight and very quickly jump to the fact that we are promoting premarital sex when we highlight this. And I wish to highlight that that is a very dangerous narrative and one that must be addressed when we educate our young people. The reason for that is because comprehensive health education is not just talking about sex. Comprehensive sexual and reproductive health education speaks about various things related to sexual and reproductive matters, such as even misinformation that goes around about contraceptives, such as misinformation that goes around about post-exposure prophylaxis, pre-exposure prophylaxis. To date, we are having to educate grown people about pre-exposure prophylaxis, post-exposure prophylaxis. And these are things that we should be teaching our people. And when we bunch it up and we highlight the fact that we are teaching people to have sex, we are teaching people, we forget the fact that there are other parts of comprehensive sexual and reproductive health education that must be given towards our people so that they can take control and they can protect themselves. I also wish to highlight very importantly that one of the things that needs to be addressed is the mentality of teachers. A lot of the times, people that are responsible for doing guidance counseling or basically teaching these parts within our curriculum do not find it comfortable to talk about these things because they feel that it is a taboo, because they feel that, and I want to highlight the problem with this, is that numerous of times when we don't teach our people, they learn it elsewhere and they learn it inappropriately. And that is what we need to steer clear away from. Secondly, I want to highlight very importantly as well.
Yeah.
Secondly, I want to highlight very importantly as well. Can my time stop, please?
No, let her finish. You will come. I see your light is on.
My
you
seconds already.
Okay. Went. Yeah. No, continue, my doctor.
My time went. Will they reset it?
No. How? No. Just go.
Yeah,
it stopped now. Off. It stopped. Proceed now.
Honorable Chairperson, the time went off.
Yeah, but now it stopped.
It was not 40 seconds. Honorable Chairperson.
No, it was not that long. 1 minute. Okay. Let me.
As I was saying in conclusion with the first point is to say that when we educate our people, we control the narrative. Whereas when we don't educate our people, and you must remember when we educate them, we must have control to say that the teachers must also be informed about how they educate people, about cultural norms, about taboos. Because this is still the case whereby when you have to talk about sex in classrooms, they ask their children to leave the classrooms, or they ask them to go do PE, or they ask them to go play because they don't want to talk about these things. We must start talking about these things and we must do away with that mentality because it is not doing anything for our people. In the year 2000, during COVID, we had about 3,323 teenage pregnancies between March and July, school-going children, between March and July. It doesn't matter how uncomfortable it makes us, it is a reality that must be handled. Lastly, we must ensure that our institutions, including universities, begin to teach our young people that there are other paths and not just being a nurse and being a doctor. There are other paths to choose, such as forensic pathology and the others, and therefore we must make sure that these other paths are highlighted and we bring forward these courses so that we educate our people and provide more paths for careers. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Aspara. Honorable Aspara. No, you will come. You will come. I will give you. My Honorable Lizazi, please. Yeah, I will give you the floor. Let us just continue with the floor. No, just also. Since your light is on, let's listen to Honorable Aspara. You will come. Thank you very much. No, switch on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Yeah, let me give my contribution to vote 40. Yeah, Honorable Minister and the Honorable Deputy Minister, let me start by applauding you. For the few days we have been together here, you have demonstrated that you are on top of your game, and your vote has also cemented that. Yeah, I just want to contribute on a program that has got the potential to alleviate or to reduce unemployment among our youth. This program is called Work Integrated Learning, which is under the auspices of NTA. Yeah, this program is well funded because it is established with a sustainable fund from the training industry levy. There is a levy that always comes revolving each year of about 2 billion. Now, yeah, it requires two stakeholders. One is an employer in a certain industry and a technical vocational training center to combine their skills and train these kids. Now, why am I bringing it here? It is because that this program, Honorable Minister and Honorable Deputy Minister, is not well known. It's not well known, but it has the capacity to take care of our youth. So the other problem is this. It is again, the grant has never been reviewed since its inception. And what it is doing now, it is discouraging those two main stakeholders, the employers in the industry and the technical vocational training centers, because they end up subsidizing the training materials of these skills that are needed. So what I am trying to do is to implore you, Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister. Number one is to engage the NTA board and the NTA management, as well as the employers in the industries, so that we can speed up the review of this grant to be relevant. The money that is given is so small that people are now, they are reluctant to take on our youth. The other good thing is this, that the entry requirements, there is a bridging course that is in the pipeline, and it can take, as long as you are less than 30, you can enter this program. And that is the age that is giving us problem with unemployment. Number two is also to ensure that there is a sunshine program or a marketing program for this program to be well known to all industries in Namibia. Number three is to make sure that when you are reviewing this, each graduate who graduates, let them be provided with a graduation toolkit, so that if a child graduates as a builder, at least, and there is something to build, he must come out with a spade, a wheelbarrow. It is tools to start building. If he's a mechanic, he should start servicing a truck. They should not come there in suit, in pockets, as if they are not mechanics. Thank you.
Honorable Masake.
Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, good afternoon to everyone present today. I rise to support vote 40, though I have some questions that need clarity, and also statement to support or to strengthen the vote. I'm focusing on the policy and curriculum development, Honorable Minister. The Basic Education Teacher Diploma, BTD, particularly the Integrated Natural Science Education Program, was created, or there was a creation of this in the Ministry of Education to be implemented through NEED. However, graduates of these programs are increasingly being isolated on the promotion, simply because they do not have other subjects. When the curriculum was developed under this, the initial was a person can just graduate, while inside that graduation or in that system, a person did chemistry and physical science. But this time around, there's a feeling of saying that these teachers do not qualify to teach grade 11 or to get any promotion. I kindly ask you to review this so that everyone should feel part of the promotion, especially head of department. Still, while I stand in the policy and curriculum, I would want to draw your attention, Comrade Minister, on recognition of agricultural teacher. Since I'm coming from that field, I would want to highlight this one to you. Does the minister aware that qualified teachers who specialize in agricultural science are not considered for promotional posts simply because they lack mathematics? During the training, Comrade Minister, mathematics was just given as a minor, while teachers were trained under their specialization for agriculture and life science. Why should they be discriminated in terms of their position? Still on that note, Comrade Minister, I would want to share this one with you that I feel maybe you are aware or you're not aware. Is the ministry aware that excluding these teachers may lead to shortage of agricultural science teachers or educators, particularly in rural areas and agricultural community or in the community across Namibia? What is the status of agricultural science as a subject? What is the ministry's position on elevating agricultural science to stand alone department within the schools or part of the school science, excluding mathematics, or as it was done for mathematics and other subject related? I feel that they'll benefit from this system if agricultural science is treated as a department on its own, so that fairness should be given to all the teachers who qualified to teach the subject. And also this one that I want to share with you, the issue of overcrowding learners in the classes. Teachers are faced with a challenge on that one. It's a real situation that teachers, they are facing in different schools. They would say that we have a ratio that a teacher should be able to handle, but at the end of the day, a teacher will be given 50 or 60. So can you kindly look at that one? While I don't have time, it was the awareness of the readiness of COVID. We have seen COVID, how it hampered the education.
Thank you.
How ready are we
Thank
for
you.
the next?
Honorable Ishono.
The chairperson of the whole House Committee, I have 30 questions, 30. But I will not ask all of them tonight. I will appreciate it if the Honorable Minister will take these questions and go through them and to know what I was thinking when she was presenting the budget. But I will just ask two. Honorable Minister, my question is here. While the maize meal blend provided in our school feeding program meets basic nutritional standards according to the suppliers, would the Honorable Minister not agree that serving the same porridge from Monday to Friday limits nutritional diversity? Honorable Minister, would the ministry consider engaging with local farmers to incorporate fresh produce into the program, thereby enhancing both the nutritional impact on children's health and their learning capacities? Second one, given that the responsibility of overseeing cooking and monitoring the feeding program currently falls upon our teachers and partly parents, creating an additional burden to their educational duties, and considering the substantial millions allocated to the school feeding program, would the Honorable Minister then consider creating dedicated posts for cooks at all beneficiary schools of the feeding programs to ensure both efficiency and the proper implementation? Honorable Minister, the questions are here. I really, really want to give them to you. Maybe now, maybe later. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Nube. Honorable Thomas.
The red fire is here. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, Chair of the whole committee. Honorable Minister of Education, I know you are capable to do that. What I want to bring under your attention is this, that Christian phobias in school, especially in the north, is live and well. On 25 February 2022, a certain school I cannot mention, I think when I wrote the letter to you, you responded very, very positive. I mean, positive. Learners were sent, those who do not have any document, were sent to go to their churches and bring the proof of baptism certificates. And 7 children, learners from Pentecostals brought their certificate from their church, and these children were expelled. Until I took a protest, a big one in Enana. And on your response, it was very much appreciated, even the time you were a director. Even it was not directed to me, but I saw. You give a good instruction, and these children, they were immediately reinstated. Last time when I checked on the Education Act, by that time, 2020, I saw that the policy is clear. On application for admission of learners to state school, referred to in section 20, subparagraph 1 of the Act, is very clear that children are indeed compelled, when there are lack of any evidence to school, to bring along a birth certificate, passport, medical passport, a baptism card, a sworn declaration from the police, declaration from the parent, the regional councillor's declaration, and the headman of that village. This one is 100%. When it's come to the baptism card. The law is quite never said which church. I think, Honorable Minister, can we repeat again, remind our teachers and to drop the Christian phobia before legal submission is in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ampanda.
I think, Minister, one of the good things that you did yesterday is the undertaking on the other vote to say that you will make sure that there is accountability. And to some of us, it makes lessen the question that we have, because at least you effectively just said, give me time by that intervention. So we'll hold you by the words, but we have suspended some of the questions that we have. But in 2012, there was, I think, a member of parliament by the name Hidipo Amutenya he was a patron of the school, he wanted to make a donation. I'm sure you know the story. So the executive director, the PS, then issued, because there was a lot of political interference, but I'm trying to explain how bad decision ended up having an impact. So a circular was written in 2012 on school patron and donations. So what it meant is that after that, if you want to have a patron, the school must write to the inspector to the director, then director until you. At the primary school where I'm, at the Marala Primary School, the roof of about 4 classrooms had been blown away by the wind. The community met and they decided I must be the school patron. I can't do anything. I found somebody who's willing to help the school. I can't even donate because there's another process that is required, because they must write to you, and until all that process, until it comes to you, for a patron, for 1 year, there are 1,900 schools. So meaning every year, there is 1,900 letters for patron, because the patron is just for 1 year. So that circular has not been changed since 2012. Yeah? So the school infrastructures are still there, and that's part of the problem that we'll have. So we really need to relook at that, because people can't do anything. Schools can't even accept a donation. Go to a school and say you want to give them water. Whether there's misinterpretation of the circular, they will always just say this is a circular, and they can't do all those things. So I would be interested in seeing your response on that. The second one, I'm from UNAM, and that institution, I'm happy that my student raised some of those issues. I'm having serious problems with UNAM. 8 years without financial statements, audited financial statements. 8 years. An institution of higher learning can't produce statements. Heritage Council of Reverend April can produce statements. Why is it that they can't produce statements? It's because, obviously, you will see in the statement that they are paying 200,000 for the former minister to attend her church events outside the country. That's what you are going to find in those statements. But it can't continue like that. We actually need to be able, and we hope that you can intervene in some of those things. I know for sure, for instance, why the amount of money increased to 1.3 billion or so. Because they increased the salary of the Vice Chancellor without even government being aware. Because obviously when you increase the salary of the Vice Chancellor, there will be a gap with the PVC and the directors and the dean. So that wage bill for management also just continues. So check it out there. Last, and this is quite very serious, I don't know whether I will make it. We have given 34 million to NYC. NANSO is also part of NYC. But there is 500,000 that is going to NANSO. Whether that situation, in fact, we are actually determined. We don't have a problem with NANSO getting money. But there are many other student organizations that are receiving, that are similar. So that situation can't continue. And we are prepared to battle, whether go to court or wherever, for us to, but we are giving you an opportunity to be able to deal with that situation. It's pure corruption. We know the history where it's coming from. But it can't continue under your watch. It can't continue under your watch.
Thank
we
you.
will litigate wherever it is. We are just not going to approve the
Honorable
budget
Berta.
report.
Honorable Chairperson of the whole, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. No. Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee and honorable members, good evening. I would like to thank my honorable minister for motivating this wonderful and important budget allocation for education.
Honorable Minister, your budget motivation on page 5 indicates that Education Infrastructure Fund has been earmarked for the construction of 166 pre-primary classes and 217 additional others in an unspecified phase. 27 laboratories and many more other structures across the country. This is a commendable step, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much for that. However, I would like to request your assurance to this Parliament that the Ministry has the institutional capacity and project management mechanism in place to ensure that all these infrastructure projects are completed within the financial year, and we will not return next year this time around, and we are talking about unspent infrastructure funds or unfinished construction, especially when the need is so urgent. Honorable Minister, Namibia still has thousands of children being taught under trees and in temporary overcrowded classrooms, particularly in rural and marginalized communities. Can the Minister clarify how the 166 classroom plus the 217 other targets to, how many of them target to eliminate the existing challenge of teaching under trees and improve learning conditions in most regions? Honorable Minister, the addition of new classrooms must also address the issue of unemployment amongst qualified teachers. We are seeing alarming situations of hundreds of qualified teachers competing for one or two available posts, traveling long distances and incurring costs for these interviews. How many new teaching positions will be created through this classroom addition? And how will it further ease the crisis of one post, 100 applicants? With the free education coming up, Honorable Minister, where are we going to put these people? It's a challenge. Additionally, I also want to indicate that teachers struggle to high teacher-learner ratio and ongoing practices of multi-grade teaching, especially in rural areas. What specific targets that the ministry has through this budget to reduce multi-grade teaching and improve classroom ratio in line with quality education standards and appropriate recruitment? I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ipumbu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Maybe first I must start by not responding but reacting to the sentiments of Honorable Ampanda. Honorable Ampanda, I don't know whether to call myself a patron or a friend of Onkumbula Second. And there has not been any limitation to my support to the schools in Onkumbula. I have supported the Onkumbula Secondary School, Evale, Omeantarara, Ohamai, and the list goes on since 2016. So I am not aware if there is such limitation to either patronage or friend of I wouldn't really determine the category under which I'm falling, but I am also making use of the same. The vote is the education, and I'm talking to support the allocation of 500 million allocated to infrastructure development in Onkumbula Secondary School as one. I am citing that. And the second one, I am citing Ashipara Secondary School, which is one of the two secondary schools in the circuit of Elim. And knowing that Negumbo is a special school, it has been a challenge, and I'm happy to see an allocation to that effect, because not so long ago, there were knocks on my door to assist with the fundraising activities to refurbish the hostel facilities at that school. The second point I want to talk to Honorable Minister is to raise a concern that I raised during the budget discussion last year on higher education, and with specific reference to NASFAF. I can recall it was raised by one of the honorable members, I just can't recall who. There is this unnecessary requirement that is created for someone who have already obtained a degree, for them to qualify to be funded by NASFAF. They are rated on the points of their grade 12 in terms of what they have performed at the grade 12 level. Imagine I am a graduate of either education or economics, or with a bachelor degree. And if I am to apply to do a postgraduate or on a different field, I am rated and evaluated on the points that I have scored in grade 12, which does not make sense. I believe this policy needs to be reviewed, because it's just discouraging. Now we appreciate the fact that, and we extend an appreciation to Your Excellency, that education and higher education have become free. But this barrier of NASFAF not funding the students who are to study at a different level, but being rated on their grade 12 points, it does not make sense. And it's high time that we review it and perhaps harmonize this requirement with some other institutions of higher learning. I support the vote, and I submit, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Eames.
Thank you, Chairperson. Vote 40, Honorable Minister, very important. Therefore, I want to contribute as follows. In Commerce region, every year, parents are spending sleepless nights worrying about how difficult it is going to be to find space for their children. It doesn't matter if it's in town or the other side of Western Bypass. What is going on? When is this situation going to change? Please. The infrastructure infrastructure in general for our schools falling apart. Don't we think maybe it would be much more better to have an executive director to deal specifically with the infrastructure of our schools? If you go to the secondary school where I was, Concordia, today is different compared to 2003 and 2, falling apart. Technical high school, please bring it back. It used to do what it used to do in the past. Now there are equipment worth 10 millions of Namibian dollars collecting dust. What is going on? The College of the Arts, personally, I would want to see an act of parliament cementing the establishment of that institution. You treat it as a subdivision right now, and you want to move it to TVT, I'm told. But if you go to NBC radio and television, you have journalists, best journalists and many newspapers around, produced by the College of the Arts. Why TVT? Why is it treated like a subdivision? They don't have a vice rector up to now. Please, this need, I can come so we can sit, I can take you through. You can't treat that institution like that. Yet you are treating institutions created by foreigners like, I don't know. On the feeding program, why don't you collaborate with the correctional service so that you cut out this tendering thing that is unsustainable, so that we feed our children real good food with no one worrying about what profit I'm going to make and no politics in it. Campaign, support us so that we give you tender for supplying food to schools. That is what is happening. We need to remove tendering from feeding program
because our kids are being fed funny stuff. There was one thing that I wanted to, teachers and school principals are complaining because of the current school curriculum. They are being told to make sure that the kids are pushed to the next grade. Whether they have done well, no child should repeat. If I'm lying, say it. Why? Then at the end of the day, grade 11, 10, 11, 12, or whatever we call it now, it becomes a problem for the country and for the parents and for the children themselves. What is really going on there? I'll be back. Thank you.
Honorable Ngari.
What's here?
Oh. Niku. Arita 3. Ariri.
Behind you.
Honorable Klute.
Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, this 24.8 billion national budget is not just a fiscal line, it is a statement of intent by the nation. Honorable Minister, intent without quality is charity without impact. The challenge is no longer just quantity, it is the quality of education happening within the walls. And without quality education, our story will remain unchanged. A nation blessed with mineral wealth, but cursed to sell it at the lowest value while we import finished products at the highest cost. Consider a simple rock in the hands of two different people. To one without knowledge, it remains just a rock. But place that same rock in the hands of Namibians, educated as geologists, chemists, nuclear physicists, and engineers, and suddenly it becomes uranium power and possibly a modular nuclear reactor that powers our prosperity. Quality education isn't merely about literacy or graduation rates. It's about creating minds capable of seeing possibility where others see only obstacles. It's about developing a generation who look at uranium and envision not just export contracts, but modular nuclear reactors, designed by Namibians, built by Namibians, operated by Namibians. Honorable Minister, our true competitive advantage isn't what lies beneath our soil, it's our children. They are the master key that unlocks the value of natural resources. So I ask, importantly, how does this budget address the issue of quality? What percentage is allocated specifically to improve learning outcomes rather than just administration? Which interventions in this budget directly target the classroom experience where our children actually learn? And how will we measure success beyond enrollment numbers through literacy rates, mathematics, proficiency, or university readiness? The silver lining I note is the merger of education, innovation, youth, sports, arts, and culture now, housed under one ministry. We have a rare opportunity to connect these building blocks to deliver quality learning that transforms our nation's potential. So I'm wishing you and the team all the strength and wisdom with your super ministry. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ngube. Honorable Ngube.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee. Please allow me, first of all, to to congratulate the Minister on the new role. We wish you wisdom, Honorable Minister, strength and divine guidance as you work to elevate the education sector, and we believe that you will prioritize inclusivity and equity. We already have seen in the milestone under the leadership of our President, Dr. Netumbo Ndaitwah, on the groundbreaking of the resource school in Kunene region, which will be completed within the financial year 2025-2026. This initiative will further go a long way in assisting our learners to be at a level that will see them compete with the best anywhere in the world. And it's a welcome gesture, Honorable Minister. Perhaps, Honorable Minister, please educate us also on the politically correct terminology that should be used when we are referring to this school, because I know people are mentioning special schools and special whatever, and then we also talk about resource schools. So the exact politically correct word, because disability is a human rights issue. Then, Honorable Minister, I also remember that in 2024, at the first ever ceremony graduation for learners with disabilities, where me and you officiated over it and hand over certificate in basic pre-vocational skills, a certificate that is accredited by the Namibia Qualification Authority, NQA, as a level 1 certificate, with 60 learners graduated on this day. As an executive director at that time of the Ministry of Basic Education at the time, you stated, and I quote, "The ministry will continue supporting, upscaling and expanding the teaching of the CBPVS to all 14 regions and integrating into selected mainstream schools. Equally, we hope, Honorable Minister, for the expansion of the resource schools to all 14 regions if we are to fully realize the implementation of the sector policy on inclusive education. However, we celebrate the progress and how far we have come." Thank you very much, and I support the vote.
Thank you. Honorable Mubita.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I rise to support vote 40 with the understanding that education is the transmission and reception of knowledge. It is the teaching and reception of knowledge. Our education system was founded on the transformation of the old system with the principle of education for all. So far as a nation, we have done better, but we could do much more better. So I need to point out 6 areas of concern in our education system. And I'm confident that our Honorable Minister will attend to this. Why is my time already with 3 minutes? Really? Serious? Come on. No. Okay, number 1, the first concern is the low proficiency of learning. That's one of the critical issues that we have. Secondly, infrastructure and resource deficiencies. Number 3, teacher shortages and quality of teachers that we have. Number 4, skills-based education, skills-based curriculum. I think our curriculum lacks the imparting of skills to our learners. Number 5, we need to raise the standard of education to the level that our students and our learners and parents do not have to flock private schools. The standard should be the same. And lastly, number 6, there should be equity and access to education. Education should not only be for the haves. Our education facilities, schools, classes should reach every corner of this country. I support the bill or the vote with an understanding that will improve on some of these challenges that are facing our people. You have my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Aikola.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much. I'm back again. Thank you, Chair. Consultation, Minister. The teachers that are on the ground, please, they must be consulted on many decisions, because some decisions have been made without them being consulted, and that is not really giving the true reflection. The teachers are really suffering. For example, when we remove this, when we lighten the discipline part in school, yes, of course, I'm trying to emphasize on it, to highlight on it. When we give too much rights to children that are not even fully developed, without even understanding the action, the consequences of the action. So it's very important, when we are doing decisions, we consult the teachers themselves, teachers who are on the ground. Honorable Minister, I know life skills is close to your heart, because if I'm not mistaken, you were a life skill teacher. I want to tell you, or to encourage you, that of course the budget currently it's not adequate, but when it probably after midterm review, it's very important for schools to have 2 life skill teachers. Why? I have attended the workshop of life skills teachers in 2019, and a lot of life skill teachers, especially females, they were raped. And I'm very serious, this is fact, by school boys. Why? Because when you are a life skill teacher, you are a mother, yes, raped, you are a mother. So when sometimes you are being very nice to a boy, the boy, these are teenagers, their hormones are very high, they are just thinking, no, the teacher likes me. So it's very important, female girls, they go to the female life skill teacher, and boys, they go to the male life skill teacher. So please, let's take that one into account. And I'm very happy that there is a teacher training and professional development in your motivation and in the budget. I want to talk about, again, the junior primary mother tongue. In our plan for Namibia, in our, we don't call it a manifesto, we want each and every language, each and every child to have or to be taught in their mother tongue. But as currently as we speak, Minister, there are no reading materials that are supporting the mother language that are currently in the school. So it's very important the Minister look into this. And Honorable Nashinge spoke a little bit about curriculum. Honorable Minister, the grade 10 and grade 11 mathematics and other subjects is too long. It's very important we revise this. And for junior primary curriculum, it was reviewed last year, and until now the syllabus are not translated. They are not, they are not translated important documents that the teachers need. And I want to talk about, if Bishop is not coming back, the RME must come back. The religious moral education must come back in school, because it's very important to note that the teachers, they are competing with the street. So a little bit of education when it comes to religious is very important. And my last point is the borderline cases. Then why do we have these exams? If every time the teachers are being told 5 marks, If you get 35, add 5 marks so that the child can pass and go. Why are we then having exam? Then we must just have this thing that when you go to grade 7, everybody must just pass, because what is the point? Every time you are just pushing, add 5, add 3, add what. So really, that was yes, there must really be standard like us. It helped us when we were in school, and today we are here in Parliament. So,
Honorable Lucato.
Honorable Chairperson of all House Committee members of Parliament, thank you very much for the floor. I raise on vote 4-0, education. In this vote...
Hello, Honorable Aikola. Just wait, when you're on the floor, Honorable Klute waited for you. So please, just that courtesy.
Thank you very much for the floor, Honorable House Committee members of Parliament. I raise in vote 4-0, education. On this vote 4-0, let me appreciate and commend the leadership of Her Excellency Dr. Nandi Daitwa to implement free education after we fought for it for decades. I commend her for that. That's number one. Number two, I just want also to recommend the following, that since there was also former colleges to support education, college to support the current universities to be established all 14 regions. And also I want to recommend that our graduates, experts, those who have been graduated, those who are in the street, those teachers with their degrees, their qualifications, I recommend that the ministry through the cabinet, they have to appeal to all foreign countries to allow Namibians with those experts to be employed in those countries, because we live in global. Other contribution which I wanted to make is I want to also to highlight a little bit the history of education in Namibia. Started with the Bantu education, African education, Cape education, Cambridge, Namibian senior secondary school, which is the last system which we have now. So which means that I think the best one is the one which we have, or another one, but according to the Namibian people, they already recommended which is the best system in Namibia, system of education. Other things which I want also to recommend, I just want to recommend that since we have experts working in Namibia, as I stated also, we have to allow experts also to employ in Namibia, and the vice versa with the Namibian people to work in abroad. Those who are interested to work, because I worked global as in UN, so that's why I support. So now, lastly, I support the vote 4-0 education, 100%.
Thank you.
Yes.
Honorable Daniel.
Good afternoon, Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members. Yeah, I have quite a lot, but probably I might come to you. It's both questions and also comments, since education is also my area of expertise. I know that I want first to commend you on the innovation. Wait a minute. Yeah, on the strong budgetary commitment that you have made, which is covering both education system, infrastructure, and all that. But we also, if I have to highlight most of the things that struck me, is the infrastructure and equity. And on that point, I want to highlight something, and it might rely and also contradict what Honorable Nothing said. Yeah, the 1 billion that is allocated for infrastructure and equity, brilliant, it's a good idea, but we also need to learn how to take care and to maintain. A lot of times, the way things go down is not that the government is not providing or the ministry is not providing, it's also the way we treat government property. I want to come back to Concordia School. I know Concordia was a stage where you don't even want to walk or take your child there, but I think you haven't been there the past 2 years. There's a new principal and things have changed. Yes, and also we're talking about digital transformation is something that I want to commend you, and support of special need education. I think in the morning I spoke about, yesterday I spoke about the ECD, which the ECD is the identification, but these kids grow up, and I think it was also highlighted. I don't need to dwell in it. The issue of also supporting early childhood development, the integration, that is a plus also for the ministry. I am not going to go in detail, like I said, because I have a lot of points. Teacher capacity and holistic lifelong learning, and learner welfare support. We're talking about the village house and all that. But I also want to urge to critically look and to reflect on the following. This question is basically meant for reflection. I hope I'll manage to go through some of them. What is left, I'll give it to you. How will the ministry ensure transparency and accountability in implementation of capital projects, especially in rural and underdeserved regions? There is a lot of corruption and mismanagement and a lot of things that goes on. Please just be alerted on those. And what monitoring tools are in place to evaluate? I don't need the answers now. These are just things for you to ponder, and because I remember it, I realized that it needs strategic planning and things like that. And the ICT innovation, okay, what monitoring tools are in place to evaluate an effectiveness of accessibility of ICT initiative in schools with poor internet connectivity? And I think that you will probably work with Honorable Emma, Honorable Theophilus. What are the ministry's plans to sustainability of funds and manage early childhood development? I've done there, I didn't really see much on ECD and how to do it. That is to avoid underfunding or administrative overlap between ministries. And given the recent safeguard concern, the school, okay, but anyway, I support the vote.
Thank you. Honorable Ihemba.
Thank you, Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I only have one question, Honorable Minister. And I'm asking this question, in fact, to support the potential that you have in implementing especially Program 1, Policy Coordination and Support Services. You know, when we look at the executive branch of the government, you see that we have at least 3 offices, including the President, the Vice President, perhaps the Attorney General, and we have 14 standalone ministries, and at least 8 agencies of the government, including ECN, the Electoral Commission of Namibia, and at least 41 state-owned enterprises. So that together, perhaps more, gives us at least 66 players, which I will refer to perhaps, say, players on the battlefield against poverty, ignorance, and above all, perhaps, unemployment. My question, before I forget, is this, that what collaboration efforts plan do you have with other ministries, with these other players, in order to score? At least something must bring. You're producing such a high quality product in the form of graduates. You don't want to see these products getting rotten on the shelves. Something must come, I mean, it should bring smile to your face. And most of all, those of us, your supporters who are cheering you up as the executive members, you know, not all of us are coming from this house of bricks, beautiful and green gardens. We are coming from Kabashus and other places. And our banks are exhausted, and I'm not talking about FNB, Standard Bank, and so I'm talking about heads of cattle. These people's cattle are gone to sustain you in ministry and programs. But look at what they have. Their children are sitting with them in their houses for 2, 3, up to 7, 10 years without even being appreciated by the market or at least by the civil society. So I really, really want to find out what coordination do you have. Last time we saw a player called Job Creation, but we don't see him anymore. He was replaced simply because he's not scoring. Whoever replaced him should at least do something. We don't want to see our graduates on the streets. You are doing a good job by producing, but what is other players are doing to help you absorb this number of unemployed graduates? Let's not compromise our people, I mean, or take in foreign expertise or people from other countries on the expense of our own people. So let's have a look at that and see how we perhaps can complement each other. And we are here to support you and to do whatever we can in order to appreciate your programs. And I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kalola.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Steenkamp, Honorable Minister, you only hate the road when you are missing home. And this ministry is close to my heart, and I know you know. Yeah. I was once a learner, a student, and I equally managed to become one of the educators. I know most of the educators have alluded most of the key areas that need to be touched on this crucial ministry. And when my colleagues were talking about this thing, it also reminded me of one thing, of a certain module at university. I think it's about human development. I think there are three domains of learning objectives, Bloom's taxonomy, and that is cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. Mind, affective has to do with physical skills, and emotions, affective. And the reason why I'm mentioning this thing is because I'm looking at the structures of our schools and also our Education Act. I think it's 21, chapter 3, somewhere there in our very important book. Look, no, don't worry. So the reason why I'm mentioning this is because where I'm coming from, we have what we call combined schools. And this, to me, is a mistake for it. Because if we are looking at stages, we are talking about human development. And you cannot mix young kids with adults. It can't help their learning in terms of cognitively, psychomotor, and affectively. We should be effective and separate these spaces if you want education to be real. Everybody should be on their legs. Primary should be primary. Secondary should be secondary. We can't combine these two. I mean, these three. It's really wrong. We need to separate this so that these people can learn in their own different environments. Because we are talking of influences. And when you look at the younger kids, they just acquire, literally they don't even learn, they acquire. It depends on the environment where they are. You remember what we call UG, Universal Grammar. It's not about language, it's also about culture, moral and everything. Wherever they find themselves, they just pick up. How do you how do you prefer them to perform better when they grow up while the foundation is already damaged? So we need to look at such and then improve on such and separate the faces. There we can able to say
Thank
that
you.
education is very good.
Honorable Kandorodu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. On adult education, Honorable Minister, the instructor or the trainers of adult education, lifelong learning, when they contracted or recruited in January, February there, like in the current situation, up until now, they haven't received their salaries for the past 4 months. On my Heke region is an example. 4 months. Including most of the staff members that are recruited by Ministry of Education, there is a constant salary delay. You will be paid the second month, the third, or after maybe 40 days, something like that. There is no efficiency there. For how long are we going to keep community hostel? What is the budget allocated in order to transfer this community hostel into an ordinary, normal government hostel? Now, you have one child is being provided for proper meal, proper menu, and the other child is getting like buying cow there, you buy potato there. There is no menu, there is no structure. Small money has been allocated. So why should we not do away with community hostel? We have a situation at ASAP Block Primary School. There is a constant shortage of water there. Please see how much we can budget to assist that school. And I'm speaking under correction, but they have delayed to open that school this year due to the shortage of water. The issue of Afrikaans. Afrikaans, why is Afrikaans compulsory? Why should we not Afrikaans make an optional? Now our kids are forced to take Afrikaans at school because it's one of the subjects that make them to a promotional subject. What are we doing with Afrikaans? It must be the choice, because in most of the locations, communities, people hardly speak Afrikaans. So Afrikaans must be regarded as like French and so on, unless that particular community, like in Rehoboth, maybe somewhere here in Windhoek, they want really Afrikaans. So let's make Afrikaans optional, not compulsory. The school in Windhoek, the shortage of schools in Windhoek, you need to look at it. The current ratio at some school, mostly primary school, it's 52 learner per one teacher. So almost each and every year, we need to construct 1 or 2 schools in order to help with the foundation. The issue of regulations of the ECD, please engage with the Ministry of Gender. Sometimes parents keep their kids there at ECD until they turn 8 or 9. So there is no that calibration between ECDs and the school. Free education, how prepays the government? It was recently announced this budget will run up until April next year. what is the preparation in terms of free education? On the monuments, culture, directorate, there is no monument that represents the issue of genocide in Namibia, including in our curriculum, that educate people about what happened. There is nothing with regard. We have a place, Odombudo Vindimba, in Oshinene, Shinene constituency.
Thank you, thank you. Sorry. Honorable Ampanda.
Yeah, thank you. Minister, just so that we can clarify that I don't want to create problems, I hope Minister Ipumbu will not revoke her donation. The circular's number is actually 07-2012. There is no debate here. In fact, it's worse. You must first start with the chief regional officer, who must conduct the regional director, and until it goes there. Donation, this thing is there. And in fact, it's not just a circular. The circular was communicating and accompanying guidelines that were approved by cabinet. Yeah? When we started this parliament, really part of our strategy was to engage in a strategy to be able to combat and battle. But I want to give it to some of you, members of executive, you have actually changed our mindset that you are not stuck up into defending everything. Some of you are still stuck up in that, but it's very helpful because we were just going to sit here and say, let them make a mistake, give money to NANSO, which is not a government entity, and then we meet in court. But we are really encouraged by you saying, give us time, we are going to look at this to consider. So that's our view, our position on NANSO. If you are going to give to NANSO, give to all other student associations. Or otherwise transfer the money to NASFAF so that every child can benefit. That's really our position with regard to that. But we are encouraged by the approach, particularly your ministry, you yourself, not Dino, Honorable Balotti, that give us time to be able to see what is it that we can do as far as. So we will leave the NANSO matter in your hands. But it's pure, once we see that it's implemented, it will be implementation of corruption. I want to move on to Student Village. Well, we had major problem with the Minister of Higher Education. At least one of the things that we must credit her publicly is this thing of a student village. A place where students, regardless of the institution of higher learning, where they're coming from, will be accommodated. And we hope it's not going to be privatized. So we support that student village, and we hope to see it, because students are really suffering, and most of them are coming from the shack to schools. These are all politicians. What if a politician wants to study political science or a diploma in political science? They can, it's only offered on a full-time basis. What can they do? NAMCOL is really doing very well. It's really about time that we have a distance, fully fledged, a UNISA of Namibia. Yeah? So NANSO have done, not NANSO, NAMCOL has done very well. Yeah, so we are very serious about that NANSO thing. Yeah. So NAMCOL has done a wonderful job. So let's support NAMCOL so that it can become a fully fledged online university, so that members of society can also get an opportunity for them to be able to learn there. Colleagues have already spoken about grade 7. I don't need to repeat it again. The chairperson will be very happy if I don't repeat it. So that grade 7 is a serious issue, so we need to attend to it. Lastly, there is this program that works in other countries that really also create employment and also bring revenue in our country, in other countries. The aspect of research chairs. Yeah? So where you have a distinguished professor who gets a task of being a research chair, maybe on technology, research chair on biology, and they are able to engage with UNESCO and all those and have a lot of people that are working under them as part of their research program. We don't have a single research chair in Namibia. And I hope you will call in Professor Peters, a very wonderful computer scientist, and so that we can also do these research chairs. And it can actually assist us with, in terms of our research agenda, to be able to do it. Other than that, I think we are covered now in supporting the vote.
Thank you, Honorable Berta. You can come back. You can come back. Thank you, Honorable Berta.
Do I have the floor?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson
No.
of the whole House Committee, thank you very much for the second chance. It's my turn. Let's listen to each other. Honorable Minister, I'm on program 5 this time around. 27,580,000 Namibian dollars is allocated to teachers upskilling, focusing on only 4 specific subjects. I would like to know, Honorable Minister, why were these only subjects chosen? Were they identified based on poor national performance or on their alignment with future skill needs? What about other subjects where learners are excelling and they are not able to proceed to NASCAS, Namibia Senior Secondary Certificate Advanced Subsidiary? Shouldn't we perhaps work towards bringing all the subjects to NASCAS? Just to ensure fairness and equal academic recognition for our learners. These learners are really stressed. We even have to cancel some of them who are attempting to commit suicide because they feel they did not fail. I did not fail, why should I go to NEMCO? Because they passed the other subjects that are not on NASCAS, on AS, Advanced Subsidiary. Can we bring all the subjects to this level so that we can cater for all the learners? Thank you very much. Short and powerful, eh?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mouton. Mouton.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mouton. Yeah.
M-O-U.
Honourable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, Honourable Steenkamp, I just firstly want to say that I am very passionate about education. I think it's one of the reasons I ended up in politics. I want to contribute to Program 3. We refer to an amount of 14 million, which is allocated for the procurement of materials and supplies for technical and practical subjects. So I'm not 100% sure how many primary schools we have in Namibia, but that's not, according to me, enough, considering that the majority of children aren't necessarily academic orientated. And especially in the primary phase, it's very important that we develop hand-eye coordination and get them to start working with practical things, especially if they are not academic aligned, that when they reach secondary school, they can go into vocational training with a bit of a advance in terms of these things. So I think that's something that we should definitely look into in future budgets, to prioritize vocational trainings, well, in primary and secondary school, but especially in the primary school where they start out. And then I'm also looking forward to help solving the problems in the committee stage, as I'm also on the Committee of Education. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Hengari.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Sorry?
Thank you. You have the floor.
No, I went for dinner. I didn't eat the whole day. Anyways, congratulations, Honorable Minister, once again for tabling this very important budget. Of course, with a few reservations, I do support the budget vote, but I want to refer you to your previous audit report of the Auditor General, or at least the most recent, and I'll just read it out to you. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, the audit found that the Ministry did not obtain Treasury approval for the recovery of debts surpassing a 12-month period. This non-compliance pertained to 2,320 cases with a principal debt amount of 27,251,842 and an outstanding balance at 31 March 2023 amounting to 19,138,000, which means that only 8,113,000 was recovered during the financial year under review. So I wanted to find out from the Minister, how do you plan on addressing some of these issues, because this is clearly government debt. I also want to refer you to the MTech book on page 931. there is NPC code 20251, construction of a consolidated campus in Kleine-Cooper. I wanted to understand who the target is for this particular construction or this project. I know of regions, for example, that only have what we call, Kalola used to call himself president of 8 campuses and 7 centers. And there are some regions without universities, with only distance centers. So what is your take then? And what is the ideology that informs this thinking that let's develop or let's construct a campus in Kleine-Cooper while we have a full-blown regions without university? I know in Osonjipa, for example, people travel all the way from Okonjatu to come to a center, a distance center in Ochiwarongo, because there is no campus. What is your take on this, and how do we ensure that going forward our planning is not informed or does not force us into this classist thinking, especially with regard to development? Thank you very much.
Good.
Thank you, Honorable Lucato.
The chairperson, Honorable Chairperson for All House Committee, members of Parliament. There are 3 points which I want to add to vote 4-0 on education. The first one, just in the record, Honorable Minister, put it in the record, before the establishment or founded of the education in the world, the first education was Christianity in the world. And then, which means that I support that the religious lesson should be.
No, let him finish. I will give you. Let him finish. No, I will give him. That point of order is ruled in terms of the rule. Let the honorable member finish. I will give you. No, Honorable Amupanda, please.
To fix. I know I'm right with the rules, but
no, Honorable Ampanda, you don't have the floor. Let Honorable Lucato finish, and I will give you the floor. Are you? It's what I said.
Thank you very much for the floor. I support that the religious lesson should be returned back in the school, so that learners should continue to study religious. Secondly, the second point is that the result or the benefit of free education is to accommodate both rich and poor. So free education has bailed out the masses poor of Namibia. Lastly, education is free education, and education is development for the country, and also is a life, because if Namibian people, our children, they got education with their qualifications, they can live because they have already the degrees, whatsoever qualifications. I thank you, Honorable Chair and the members of Parliament.
Thank you, Honorable Ita. Any other discussion? I now give the floor to the Honorable Minister. I now give the floor to Honorable Minister. I give tomorrow. No, honorable members. Honorable, just sit down. Okay. Let me hear the point of order, because
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I won't speak long, just 1 minute. It is very important. It was when I raised a point of order, my elder was on the podium. He was saying that the first education was Christianity. So it's important that we clarify that. The first university in the whole world was in Egypt. Yeah. The first education is not Christianity. Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify that. It's very important.
Thank you. Thank you. I now give the floor for the Honorable Minister to respond. Just wait, Honorable Minister. Point of order.
Yes, point of order.
Let's listen, honorable members.
Religious matter. You know, sorry? Okay. You know, let us not try to bring something else. I want to tell you, if we look into the Bible, biblical principle, the first education is in Egypt, is right, professor is saying right, but is for religious education. Where on the mountain Sinai is where God comes. Yeah, it's where God comes. Sit down on the mountain. Let me express myself. Go and read the Bible. Go and read in the Bible.
Okay.
Go read
Thank you. The point is well noted. Honorable Bishop, we take note. Your view. Sit down. Sit down first. Sit down. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Bishop. Yeah, thank you. We took note, Honorable Bishop, that according to you, Bible, Sion. So that one is fine. Honorable Minister. No, Honorable Member, you have made your point, please, Honorable Members. Yeah, please. We can all, please, you have the floor, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Honorable Members. It's wonderful to be part of such a lively and robust discussion on education. I can see that we are still very much attentively addressing to issues of concern. There were recommendations, there were concerns, but there were also pertinent matters raised that require our attention. So first and foremost, thank you very much for that, and secondly, thank you for the support that was expressed. I want to start off with, knowing that I only have 15 minutes, just to say that in terms of the space and science technology, government has indeed in 2021 already passed a space science and technology policy, but we acknowledge that there is indeed a need for a Space Science and Technology Act. As much as the ministry is working on a cabinet submission, they are working on that. However, we also wish to join the United Nations offer space in order for the country's youth graduates and SMEs to start trading on upstream space economy. And that is why we've set aside, Dr. Mandia, our Deputy Executive Director, is sitting on the AU. And we have allocated 35 million, as I indicated in the budget speech. In terms of a policy of national work integrated learning, that was approved in principle by Cabinet, and I think our colleague will be happy to hear that, late 2024. And we are working as a ministry on the implementation plan of the same policy. And of course, once that's completed, we will do the launch to which everyone will be invited to. Now, esteemed members, let me start by maybe at the back. I'm looking at the low-hanging fruits. I want to cover as much as I can in the 15 minutes. If I may please have your indulgence. In terms of the research chairs that was being made reference to, in fact, the same Professor Anisia was already selected in 2019 as a UNESCO research chair in Namibia. There are 4 at NUST and 2 UNESCO-sponsored research chairs at the University of Namibia. In terms of the internal audits, I'm working backwards, I wish to say that yes, that is why we have a framework now in place, and we've also established with this new consolidated 3 ministries into 1. We've come up with a task force that has to implement and look into our structures, that is our systems, our frameworks, but also the implementation in terms of the required sequential actions that must be taken in terms of systems. Let me just take a sip. So we are well aware, and we're meeting on an annual basis with our accountants to make sure, and directors, that these issues are not repeated. Coming back to Commerce Region and its admission, let me start off with the infrastructure development plan. We've got an infrastructure development plan. This is one of the key outcomes of our National Conference on Education. It was approved by Cabinet. And if we have the targeted intervention strategy, which we have, but if we have the funding for that, we can address all of these issues. We do realize that we decentralize funds to the regional councils, and one of those such funds is also the basic education facility funds. Equally, we have the capital project funds at regional office. Streamlining the processes of procurement is a challenge, especially also at regional council level. That is why we have made a conscious decision at head office to have specific service providers also for stationaries, for example, 11 of them over 3 years, as well as for school furnitures. And that will also help the regions. Now, some of the regions are saying, but we were not part of that procurement process. It took us 7 months to get there. So those systems we are putting in place. But I understand the issue of infrastructure development. In terms of technical schools, we've got more than 19 technical schools across the country. And we are funding them. We are not at the stage where we want to be. For example, in terms of the technical school RTS, we've just gave them 9 million to renovate the workshops and to make sure that the equipment that was donated by NTA is indeed being used to its optimal base. So we are getting there in terms of making investments in technical schools. But then I want to come back also now to the name resource schools. And my honorable member, Shitana, I just wanted to say the correct name is no longer special schools or special needs schools. We call them resource schools. There are more than 12 in our country, and then we also have resource units in many of our mainstream schools. Kavango East, Kavango West, Zambezi, Windhoek, and other regions. It is for that purpose that we gave them 20 million for assistive devices, so that we can invest in our children. We had our first graduation ceremony last year. So you must come and perform now at the next graduation ceremony for free. Yes, I take note of the areas of concern that was raised. I also take note of the issue of NANSU. In terms of the audit reports for the University of Namibia, I said we will be honest with each other from the start, go in if it's difficult. For both our public institutions, they are working very hard and they have a backlog of 4 years. That is the information that I received, and we will continue to expand on that. That was my discussion with some of the council members, also at NUST, and the one for 2020 is being signed off only in 2024. So you see there is a need for us to improve on issues of being accountable for the funding at every institution. It's the same as I said for sports, and we have to get it right. Having said that, in terms of school furnitures, we've got a budget of 129 million for school furnitures. And that, Honorable Shaningwa, is also needs to be for repair of school furnitures. We've done it successfully. We've got schools doing amazing stuff in Kavango East and West regions, in the Zambezi region, in Omasati region, in Angwena region doing repairs for their schools, for other schools in terms of furniture. It requires a bit of more dedicated efforts and leadership, but that is being done. Also for the procurement of new school furniture, that provision has been made. So yes, what we've done successfully is also to bring in now at a more expanded level the NYS, the National Youth Service, and all those trainees and skills that receive skills-based trainees are prepared, and they have done so already, but we want to expand it now to many other regions. In terms of NSFAP, yes, we hear you. We are working on a robust, sustainable strategy on funding free education. There will be tough decisions that we will have to make even in this house. For example, to say we will only be able to fund, because it's a phased-in approach, possibly first degrees. Those are the tough decisions that we will have to make. But the reintegration of NSFAF is ongoing, and my team have regular weekly, actually on a Wednesday, regular meetings with NSFAF on their structure and integrating them back into the Ministry of Education and Innovation. For short now, only those because of the budget. So yes, there is progress in that, and we can't do it without consultation. Obviously, everybody and every entity needs to be in place. Having also said that, we also have to relook on the issue of financing private institutions and what will be their funding modality like. In terms of agricultural science, yes, that is a subject that is offered from grade 8 to grade 12, and of course it focuses on plant science and animal science. The honourable member is well versed with it. In terms of donations and the patron, we've actually reviewed that, Honourable Amopanda, Prof, and we will gladly provide a copy. But I think there's a misunderstanding. Every public entity, if we receive donations for the sake of transparency and accountability, we have to declare to the state what is the donation, who does it come from. So basically the first thing we would need from any person who wishes to donate is to say, I'm donating $7,000, I'm donating it for this purpose, and the reason for my donation I state as follows, and there is no conditions attached. There's a reason for that. But successfully, school patrons have over the years donated, and we need school patrons at our schools. And it's a process that is very consultative, because it starts with the parents who indicate they want you. I want to congratulate you on being nominated. Please accept the nomination from the school. They would be delighted to have you. The decongestion of classes. Like I said, the decongestion of classrooms, overcrowded classrooms, like it's a concern to you, it's a major concern to us. So two things are being done. One, from November last year, we made available 1,300 teaching positions. From November last year. We are still speaking to directors. For example, in Kavango West, they indicated they need 23 more teachers, for example. We are also looking in the overstuffing of some of the regions. There are some schools with too many teachers that needs to go to a school that is understaffed. Then we're also looking into the issue of underutilized schools. We've got more than 310 schools with the enrollment number ranging from 17, 75, 35, 78 to 100, 310. And you've got at some of those schools more teachers than you need. That is why we have classrooms combined. So there's a reason for everything. We have introduced the platoon system that we're not really knowing that it is ideal, where learners and different teachers will have a morning session or an afternoon session. It's not the ideal, but it's the same use of the venue that we are after. Now, we have reduced it significantly in commerce, significantly. In commerce, actually, we gave 68 classrooms. The issue with commerce is that even when parents have received a space in school elsewhere, they are demanding a space in a specific school. And our argument is, if all of us invest in the school right in our community and make that a school of excellence, we should not go out, and queue for other schools if we have a place of a school of excellence. And therefore we need additional resources for that school, but we also need that school, like you said, to be on par with other schools. We've got the national performance indicators for all our schools, which we are revisiting to say, make it user-friendly, make it safe and easier for the schools to get to be on the same standard. My time is running out, ladies and gentlemen. Career phase, comprehensive sexuality, we are still signatory. The Minister of Health, we are still a signatory, and we do have regular career phase. And it's not all teachers. We have major successes, and I take my hat off for the teachers. They work against all odds, and they step in. Our teachers step in where at times the system fails them. Let us be honest. When we are not fast enough, the teachers step in. And that I take my hat off. And I think all of us should give for the teachers around the applause. Oshikoto Omokia, we've just concluded, Angwena, we're taking things at a time. You can't start programs and not finishing them. Lastly, on NAST, let it be very clear, the discussions we had were on 3 issues with NAST. It was one on Inanna and the expansion and the finalizing of Inanna. Secondly, the issue of them renting space at Rietfontein, and thirdly, the learners their students in Ludritz. There will not be any construction in Kleine Cooper in the near future. We will finish Inanna, and we took that funds and we said, give it to the main campus for renovation. This is the kind of decisions that we've taken already, and we will continue to engage and have such discussions. We're not scraping it off the road, but we're saying main campus upgrading is important, and secondly, finish Inanna before we think of any other new center or campus to be completed. Is there interest of Inanna because I'm from Ongwena? Basic pre-vocational subjects, indeed. Basic pre-vocational subjects are in all of our resource schools. Please visit our resource schools. We have many of them. But we also want to roll them out, and it's successfully done at Coastal High in Irongo, and we want to have it in more of our schools. I wish we could have more time together, but let me thank you very, very much for the interest in the bigger.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Is the vote any objection? Is the vote agreed to? Thank you. Okay. Thank you. No, we are not yet. Let us just conclude the process. Normally, since we are all new, I just want to explain. The bill like this will have the schedule, which is the different amounts contained in the bill. This is actually a bill. And then it will have a long title and a short title and the schedule. All those must be put also before the House. So I now put clause 1, which is the long title. Yes.
Procedurally, you have to dissolve the whole House committee. The whole House committee is dissolved. Went back to
No, that one will come by the Speaker. I'm just.
But why do you want to do the long title now? Huh? It's not like the whole House committee. The whole House committee dissolves. The Speaker comes in. She puts now. Yes.
No, I'm not putting. Just wait, Honourable Thomas. I'm just sorry, Honourable members. I'm putting the bill. Then the Speaker, when she comes, she will ask, and then the Minister will respond under the Speaker, and that's why we conclude the process. Process is not concluded by me. The Speaker will ask the Secretary to read the bill the third time.
Let me see what you want to do.
Okay. Yeah, I now put clause 1, which is the long title. Yeah, clause 1. Any objection? Agreed to. I now put clause 2, which is the short title. Any objection? Agreed to. I now put the schedule. The schedule. Any objection? Agreed to. I now put the title. No, it's there. And I put the title, Appropriation Bill. Any objection? Agreed to. Thank you. I shall report the bill without amendments. Now the Speaker will.
No, not.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The committee of the whole House has gone. The committee of the whole House has gone through the Bill 6 of 2005, and set forth accompanying document and agreed to it without amendments.
Okay, does the Honorable Minister of Finance move that the bill now be read a third time?
Not you. Honorable Speaker, I so move.
Any objections? Who seconds? Agreed to. Any further discussion? Any further discussions before? I now give the Minister the floor to reply. Huh?
Thank you so much.
No, I'm not opening up the discussions. It is the the third reading. No, I didn't finish. I only let out those two words. Okay, let me hear what the Honorable Ampanda wants to say. I just want to find out what is it that the Honorable Member would like to say. Honorable Ampanda.
Okay, let me allow you, then we can, so that I don't disrupt. Let me allow you to finish, then I come back.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, can the Minister now take the floor to reply?
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, as the mover of the 2025-2026 appropriation bill and the accompanying budget documents, I rise really to express our profound gratitude to the Honorable Speaker, to the former chairperson and deputy chairperson of the whole House Committee, and to all members of this august House for their insightful contributions, comments, advice, recommendations. Honorable Speaker, we have committed, especially the executive, to deal with the matters that were raised here as matters of concern and to be providing feedback, for we have ascribed ourselves to accountability and transparency. I know that, yes,
most of us wanted to have more funds allocated to various programs and so forth, but we can only do the little that we could within the limited resource envelopes. But as honorable members, we should really emphasize the point of efficiency spending. And I could sense it from all sides of this August House that we all would want to see efficiency in spending, timely execution of projects, and accountability as we move forward. Once again, I would just want to say thank you for your support, and let us also support the implementation of the budget, so that then the people whom we are serving should really say we are not only concentrating on inputs and activities, but we had a goal in our minds, that is to attain the intended outcomes of the budget. Once again, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I now put the question that the bill be now read a third time.
Appropriation bill.
Any objections? Who seconds? Agreed to. The secretary will now read the bill a third time.
Appropriation bill.
The bill is now approved. I want to thank the honorable members for their insightful inputs. I was following, and I know the nation was following. We made very useful contributions, and I hope that we don't stop thinking about the issues that we discussed here. Now that the debate is finished, that those of us that have to implement, we do that, and the rest of us, we remain in touch with our colleagues to consult and ensure the implementation of the things that we have agreed upon. Now we have concluded our program. Before we rise, I would like to give the floor to the Honorable Ampanda, whom I see asking for the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. I want to also just appreciate what you and also the Minister of Finance have indicated, that there are issues that we have discussed. You in particular were talking about we are dealing with the bill as it is and those not the attachment and many other things. There are material issues that we have raised. We support and we are together on this, but we are also just cautioning that in line with what the Speaker is saying and the Minister of Finance, the impression is not created that because, the impression is not created that because we have now worked together and supported the bill, all those other issues that we have discussed, office space, non-so and all those others, we trust you to deal with those matters. And if need be, if we realize that the trust is abused, we will come and re-engage again. So thank you very much, Speaker, Deputy Speaker and everyone. It wasn't an easy thing, but thank you very much. Hopefully we continue with that approach and we take each other and all of us seriously.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, the honorable member there.
Okay, my question is about the next program now, swap off. We are not even, we don't know what is happening. There is no green light. There is no green light.
We cannot hear honorable member.
You cannot discuss that program. No. That's different. So, I thought I'm on the point of privilege.
Yes, honorable member, go ahead.
I said there is no clear, what is it? Can I go ahead? Only a question. It's only tomorrow.
Honorable member, is your mic on?
I will throw.
Now with that, we come to the conclusion. Honorable members, the presiding officer can name members. Yeah, so please. Now, having concluded our program, the House will now adjourn until Tuesday, the 3rd of June, when we start another session. Yes, thank you. So the House now rise. Eh? Third. My information is saying 3rd of June. Honorable, the 3rd, I will consult on the 10th that we are talking about and notify you if there is anything that has happened that warrants that we come back on the 10th and not the 3rd. But now my information is the 3rd, and I cannot just change without proper briefing. So we rise until then.
Hapana ngapa, hapana pe, peti pe, mambo jambo!
Press play. We want the people to party, to be responsible.
And it's something that young people